Very good morning and welcome to live coverage of the Michael Holding Senior Cup final here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground in St. Anne. And the final featuring St. Catherine and Kensington. And the official news is St. Catherine won the toss and they have elected to bat. The two batsmen going out at the moment, Carlos Brown and Danza Hyatt Jr. It's a bright, warm, windy day here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground in St. Anne. Two good teams, and we expect to have some good cricket here. So it appears as if Carlos Brown, the Jamaica senior opening batsman, will be taking strike. And we'll tell you who the bowler is in a second. It looks like, oh yeah, Nicholson Gordon, the man they call Stunner in cricket circles in Jamaica. And yeah, it will be Nicholson Gordon, shall we now say, the former national opening fast bowler. And we are watching the field setting at this point. Looks like there'll be two slips and a gully. It's Nicholson Gordon. Yeah. It's two slips and a gully. There's a point and a cover and a mid-off. And there's a man at fine leg, a man all the way back, right back on the backward square boundary. And a man at mid-on. So not overly attacking is Kensington at this point. Just two slips and a gully. No third slip. No forward short leg. And Carlos Brown will take strike as Nicholson Gordon is about to bowl the first delivery of the Michael Holding two-day Senior Cup final. All right, so here we are. Start of proceedings. And it's Gordon to bowl to Carlos Brown. First delivery. No shot. Ball dying on its way to the keeper. The keeper took that all the way to his ankles, so if that delivery is anything to judge by, it's not the liveliest pitch you've ever seen. Sun is hot though, could get harder. And let's just watch as Gordon again to Brown. Well, that one, a little bit more bounce on that. Carlos Brown getting the outside edge out towards the man at gully. And no run scored. It's a little meeting between Brown and Danza Hyatt Jr. Gordon again. And this time Carlos Brown is off the mark solidly in behind that. That one was pitched up, bang on target. And Carlos Brown very, very solid in defense. Played out square on the offside. And St. Catherine are on their way, one without loss. Danza Hyatt Jr. now on strike. No perceptible change in the field. And Gordon will run in again. Outside the off stump. Hyatt was maybe for a quick second tempted to play, but then decided that he wasn't going to offer a stroke through to the keeper. Still one without loss. seen a backward square leg all the way back, but we haven't seen a really short ball yet. When will it come? Down the leg side. Good take by the keeper. Danza had Junior just coming inside it. And well taken by the keeper. Scrambling away to his left. So the news is St. Catherine winning the toss and batting. Here's the last ball of the first over, wide outside the off stump. And again, the keeper taking the ball somewhere close to his ankles. One without loss after the first over of play. New bowler is Jamie Hay. Bowls just above medium pace, can be quite nippy. And it is Carlos Brown who is on 1 to take strike. And again, no real change to the field. It's still 2 slips. Under gully, there's a point. Cover and a mid-off. There's a mid-on. A mid-wicket. In fact, only 2 people on the leg side at the moment. There's a mid-on. And they're now asking the square leg to come close to the umpire. So Hay, Jamie Hay bowling with a 7-2 field. It's actually 6-3 field. This one is played out to the man at gully. There's actually a backward square leg as well, my bad, and then there's a mid-wicket and a mid-on. First delivery from Hay. Carlos Brown is forward. And the ball taking the outer half and going safely enough to the man at gully. No run, still 1 without loss. And here's Jamie Hay again. And this is a punch square on the offside. This could be 2. Nice shot that from Carlos Brown. He was... Well, now they're coming back for the 3rd. This could be tight. No. Oh, that's some good running. And that was a good shot from Carlos Brown. Getting on top of it. And just guiding it past the man at point. Gets 3. And that's a lovely shot that from Carlos Brown. They score now 4 without loss. Brings Danza Hat Jr. on strike. And it's still 2 steps gully, point, cover mid-off. And then there's a mid-on, a man just forward of square, and a wide-ish long leg all the way back on the boundary. Danza Jr. to face up to the first delivery in this over. That's a good ball. Touching down just outside off. And Hayat, I would think well and truly beaten. That's run about the line that Jamie Hay wants to be. Here's the bustling Hay. And again, not a high quality delivery. Touchdown. I may have just shifted away from the right hand a bit as he prodded forward. And a good bounce through to the keeper. Danza Hat Jr. having absolutely no clue to those two. You would think think that after beating the edge, the captain would just gamble on a third slip, but still working just with 2 slips and a gully as Hay in the middle of a really decent over here. That, and again you can see the ball pitching and genuinely shaping away from the right-hander. This time Danza Hat Jr. wasn't anywhere close to it, kept the bat well inside the line of the ball. And it goes through to the keeper. Again, not the quickest of pitches. You could see that that didn't exactly rush through to the keeper. Here's Hay again. And this time Danzayat Jr. equal to the task. This one not about off stump, and he came forward, played it out into the offside. He remains on knot, and after 2 overs, St. Catherine batting first are 4 without loss. So Nicholson Gordon will continue. Conceded 1 run from his opening over. And here's he now to Carlos Brown. Brown drives out into the offside. That's a pleasant shot. In fact, out towards mid-on. And they're coming back for the second. Carlos Brown looks in good touch. Had one delightful punch through point for 3. And now coming forward and back down the ground. So early days yet, but the Jamaica opening batsman looks to be in pretty good touch. He's unbeaten on 6. And Nicholson Gordon will feel that that was a little bit too much up to the bat. Adjust a little bit, but look at that. Dead straight as Carlos Brown playing a check drive back down the pitch. Well stopped by Gordon, but Carlos Brown already beginning to look real ominous here. 6 without loss, all 6 to Brown. And certainly looking in really, really good nick at the moment. Gordon to Brown. Down the leg side. And Carlos Brown would suggest he didn't quite play at that. Just kept the bat in line. And the keeper again running away to his left. As the 2 batsmen meet in mid-pitch again. Nicholson Gordon not yet quite operating at full throttle. Maybe just easing himself into his work. And here is Carlos Brown again. Again, he's forward, pushing out towards mid-wicket, gets a single. And gets a smattering of applause from his teammates. Goes to 7. It's 7 without loss. Brings Hyatt Jr. on strike. Hyatt Jr. is not yet off the mark, having faced some 7 deliveries. And let's see how he goes from here. So brings Danza Hat Jr. on strike. Hasn't scored from the 7 deliveries he's faced. It's always nice when a batsman gets off the mark. He won't get off the mark with that. That one was just back of a length, and he just eased it back towards the bowler. Full control, but still can't get off the mark. The score remains 7 without loss. We are in over number 3 of the Michael Hoden Senior Cup 2-day final. St. Catherine winning the toss and batting. Gordon bowls, and Hyatt there not quite middling that. Was coming down on the delivery again, back of a length. Managed to get it out towards shortish mid wicket. Shortish mid on, take your pick. At the end of the over, 7 without loss. Hyatt Junior still can't get off the mark after 9 deliveries. It's going to be Hay again. So now we're hearing that it is Kensington that won the toss and decided to bowl. All right, so I was misleading all along because that is not what we were told. All right, so Kensington did win the toss, in fact, and inserted St. Catherine into bat. Jamie Hay will continue. And again, 2 steps gully, point, cover, a deepish mid-off. And then there's a short mid-on, a man at mid-wicket, and a man all the way back at backward square. Look again, Carlos Brown certainly middling everything at the moment. And that one wasn't hit with much venom, but it really rushed towards the man at extra cover. And if his first 10 deliveries are anything to go by, they need to get Carlos Brown out. He really, really looks in really good nick on a pitch that doesn't appear to have too many devils in it. It's going to be Hay again to bowl to Carlos Brown. Wide off the stumps. And well taken by the keeper. We saw Jamie Hay in his first over managing to pitch the ball just on about off and getting the ball to deviate from the right-hander. And this time around it was much too wide to influence a stroke. And again, a little mid-pitch conference between Hay and Carlos Brown. Not quite sure what would have been said. But Carlos Brown will go into his stance once more to face up to the bustling Hay. That one is, wow, that was a wicked Yorker length delivery. They started the appeal, must have gotten some inside edge on that, because they started to appeal and then cut that appeal short, but that was a really wicked in-swinging Yorker. And Carlos Brown, as good as he has looked all morning, really had very little clue about that, but lucky to have gotten an inside edge. So good delivery that from Jamie Hay. And let's see what he follows up with here. And this one just back of a length, and Carlos Brown in behind it, plays out into the offside, can't score. What they would call a hard length that from Jamie Hay. He's not quick by any means, but he does hit the surface really hard. He's a big mountain of a man. Look at the shoulders and look at the chest. Not the kind of man that you'd want to run into a brawl within a bar. He does get the ball to deviate a little bit. This one down the leg side. Just as we were saying, he gets it to deviate off the seam. Lost his radar down the leg side, and again well taken by the keeper. Still 7 without loss. And the Kensington team, having inserted their position, they'll want to make some early breakthroughs. But so far, the 2 opening batsmen for St. Catherine have managed to keep them at bay. Carlos Brown just doing a recheck of his guard. And you can sense that he wants to just dig in a little bit, dig in, set his stalls out to bat all day. Here's Hay again. And that's punched off the back foot, square of the offside. Lovely shot. And that's the first 4 of the day. That one was short. Carlos Brown just basically timed it square of the wicket. Didn't hit it with any venom. Just off the back foot and square driving out towards backward point. Gets his first boundary. And that takes St. Catherine to 11 without loss. And Carlos Brown looking more and more assured as the innings go by. Again, another mid-pitch conference between Hyatt and Brown. And it's going to be the start of Nicholson's third over. Hyatt not yet off the mark. Will want to come off the dreaded duck anytime now. He's again playing and missing. Ball outside the off stump. And trying to steer that one just in front of point. Didn't make any contact. And the ball through to the keeper, no run. So Hyatt Jr. now has faced 10 deliveries. Can't score. While Carlos Brown at the other end has faced 15 and has gone 11. So Hyatt Jr. is finding it a little difficult at the moment to get off the mark. Here is Gordon. And an inside edge onto pad. Well, it's a no ball signaled. Maybe coming off an inside edge and rushing onto the pad. And again, there's another mid-pitch conference. I'm not sure what Carlos Brown will be saying to his junior partner. If I could judge from that signal, maybe just telling him that maybe could just be working that one out towards backward square. But Hyatt still scoreless after 11 deliveries. Outside off this time, not influenced the play as Nicholson Gordon has lost the radar a little bit. 12 without loss with that no ball, by the way. Gordon in his third over, 2.2 overs, none for 5 at this stage. You'd say it's a mixed bag here from the former Jamaican opening pace. Has bowled 1 or 2 good deliveries. Hasn't forced enough stroke play. That was a good delivery, but now Hyatt is off the mark. That one was right up. And Hyatt managing to work it through mid wicket. Gets his first run. And the total now 13 without loss. Always a relief when you get that first run under your belt. But at 13 without loss, you would think St. Catherine will be the happier of the two teams at the moment. And the impressive Carlos Brown will take strike from Gordon again. He's 11 from 15 is Carlos Brown. And look at that. Very composed, very assured, technically very efficient. And the ball just rolling out towards mid-off. He started quite well here as Carlos Brown. He's not looking to go charging at the bowling, but when the bowlers err, especially in length, he's certainly done well. That one is driven out towards mid-on. Didn't probably quite middle that. Doesn't get any run. Rehearses that maybe he could have just punched that over the top, but he's in cautious mode at the moment. And the total remains 13 without loss. 1 delivery to come in over number 5. And it's Nicholson Gordon to Carlos Brown. Leaves that one alone outside the off stump. Well bowled. And Carlos Brown wouldn't have anything to do with it. 13 without loss after 5 overs. Gordon has completed his third over. None for 6. And we expect to see Jamie Hay from, shall we say, the commentary end. If you know Ultimate well, it's the end where the jerk center is that Jamie Hay's been operating from. And he'll be bowling to, well, they are the bowling figures. Gordon, none for 6. Hay, none for 7 from his 2. And the score, batsmen not really running away with the score at the moment. But the bowling team who opted to insert the opposition, that's Kensington, will want a breakthrough soon to justify that decision. He bowls, and that is hit back at the bowler. Not with any real timing from Hyatt. Was coming forward to that. Fairly well pitched up. And patted it back to the bowler who held on to it in his follow through. 2 slips, a gully. Point, cover mid-off. Mid-on. A man at mid-wicket. And a man all the way back on the backward square fence. Slash a long leg. We haven't seen any really short balls yet. And that's edged and taken. That is the first wicket of the day. Fairly well pitched up. We've been saying that Jamie Hay has been getting the ball to deviate away from the right-handers. That one was fairly pitched up. And Hyatt attempting to drive through the offside only managed to get an edge, and that was well held by the man at gully. And St. Catherine has lost their first wicket. Hay goes out caught. The catcher was Daniel Griffiths. Took a relatively straightforward catch, so if there is any such thing as a straightforward catch when you're fielding at gully, can be a funny place to field. But he held it well, kept his calm. Ball coming at head height. And Hyatt has to trudge off. 1 from 14. Never really suggested any real permanence. And it's 13 for 1. Looks like Kennard Lewis, who will be walking at number 3. Known in local cricket as a man who can really put bat to ball. Just getting a word or two of advice from Carlos Brown. Here's the dismissal. No, well, that is Carlos Brown. That one was the 4 that he punched wide. So we're just seeing some highlights of the first half an hour of play or so. But now we're back live. That's Kennard Lewis, the man they call Bugu. I've known this youth since he was a youngster from my neck of the woods in the best parish in Jamaica, Westmoreland. Portland is the best parish. Oh, all right. Well, I think the parish that Kennard Lewis is from is the best parish. Just so happened that I'm from that parish as well. So he's about to face his first ball. It's 13 for 1. And Jamie Hay has some impressive figures now. 2.2 overs, 1 for 7. As Lewis takes strike. Can be quite explosive is Kennard Lewis. Let's see if he starts that way or will give himself a chance. Well, he does start that way. Off the back foot, punching out with not a straight bat. And an indication of the fear he drives in opposing bowlers. The fact that mid-off was pushed maybe 80% of the way back towards the boundary is an indication of the respect/fear that Lewis can generate. Gets off the mark immediately with a single. 14 for 1 it is, as Carlos Brown will come back on strike. Now they're asking the man at deep mid-off to come in 10 or 12 paces as Carlos Brown back on strike. Works this one. He was hoping to just work it out towards mid-wicket, or maybe just coming on a little bit quicker than he anticipated, and could only find the man at that shortish mid-on position. Still 14 for 1. And Hay in the middle of a decent spell here. 2.4 overs bowled, and is 1 for 8. That delivery that got Hyatt out was a little bit more pitched up than that. So probably there is the length that he'd want to be bowling at. And here's he again. Too short, and the batsman much very comfortable. When it's just short of a length, Carlos Brown has looked immaculate. And we saw with Lewis his first ball off the back foot as well. It seems as if when they're pitching on a length, there is just some movement there for the seam bowlers. And Jamie Hay may be telling himself 2 feet up more, just 2 feet up, hoping the batsman can be half driving, and those two slip and Gully could be in business again. Let's see where he pitches this one. Again, back of a length and worked out towards the mid-wicket region. Can't score. And end of another over from Jamie Hay. 1 for 8 from 3. And St. Catherine sent into bat after 6 overs. 14 for 1. And yeah, that's the replay. Guided out towards mid-wicket. For a split second there, you thought that a run-out possibility was on. I think Carlos Brown may have just made his way back. Nicholson Gordon will continue. Interesting, Nicholson Gordon is also from the Best Parish. These two are actually neighbors. Westmoreland, of course. And it's a lot of bragging rights between these two if the man called Stunner can get out the man Lewis. They live, I would think, half a mile from each other in Westmoreland. So there is absolute knowledge, bowler to batsman and the other way around as well. Gordon to Lewis. Good delivery right up. And Lewis just strokes it out towards extra cover. Can't score. That one was pitched right up by Nicholson Gordon. And Kenar Lewis just taps away. 14 for 1 is the score. Gordon bowls again. Oh, that's flicked away out towards him on that fine leg. And oh, that was careless. That was absolute shambles of a feeling. Did everything wrong there. May have gotten the ball spinning away from him. But that didn't look the most, the greatest effort. And let's just look at this again. Ball just on or about leg. And Lewis working it around. And that certainly the fielder at long leg should have done a little bit better with that. Lewis goes up to 5. 18 it is now for 1. And the ball not yet recovered. Now they are about to see it going. Name, by the way, is Orville Higgins, and your next commentator in another 20 minutes or so will be Stanford Davis, the principal at one of the more prominent high schools in rural Jamaica. I love the principals who are big on sports. And Mr. Davis is a cricket man through and through. He's the man you're going to be hearing next. 6.2 gone. Lewis is on 5. And let's see if Nicholson Gordon will adjust his line. He does, but that is worked away out towards long on, and that will go all the way for 6. Have you seen too many easier 6s than that? He barely wound up. Almost just caressed the ball over long on for 6. He's a big guy, is Kenar Lewis. And really just came forward and just eased that over long on. Let's take a look at this. Well, we're not quite ready for it, but that was as easy a 6 as you'll see. Hopefully we could get the replay. So Kenar Lewis rushes up to 11. Here it is. Just forward and just whipped it over long on for 6. Nicholson Gordon, how will you respond to your neighbor? He pitches up and driven back past the bowler, out towards the man at mid-off. Can't get to that. They will come back for the second. And already Kenar Lewis is showing that he means business. Kenar Lewis now 13. So we're just about to make an adjustment to the score. What's the score officially now, Mr. Scorer? 26 for 1. Lewis is trying to guide it and he's edging. Is he? They are appealing. They are very confident, but the umpire says absolutely not. That was a very confident appeal. They all went up. And it's impossible to tell whether there was an edge on that. Let's see if we could get anything from this. Ball just outside the off stump. Well, good luck in determining whether you thought that it was an edge on that. Can we get Snicko? Kennard Lewis playing a naughty shot though. And here's a replay again. This one was just outside off. And they were off appealing, but umpire says not out. This time he's punching off the back foot. Lovely shot. This could run all the way to the boundary. It's a very quick outfield, and that's 4 lovely runs that from Kennard Lewis. You can't pitch up, and you can't be back of a length to this man. He's already raced to, how much is that now for him? 17? He's 17 from just 7 deliveries. And he's not really looking to go berserk just yet. It's just that he's really taking advantage of deliveries that are either too much up or pitched too far back. It's now 30 for 1 from 7. And Jamie Hay will continue. St. Catherine 30 for 1. Carlos Brown will take strike. Carlos Brown 11 from 21. Kennard Lewis 17 from 7. He's always a no-nonsense character, is Lewis. Hay to Brown. Stylishly punched up towards extra cover. Knocked down. But you can see that Carlos Brown is timing the ball really, really well. Didn't overhit that, but the ball fairly rushed up to the man at that cover position. Certainly in good touch here. Not a bad delivery that though from here. That's just about where he wants to be in terms of line and length as he comes in again. And again, punch, this time out towards the deepish mid-off. And again, the ball fairly rushing up to the man at mid-off. That Carlos Brown, you could see by his body language that he's feeling quite good about himself. The ball hitting the middle of that very solid bat. And Hay will try again. Still 2 steps and a gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a man at long leg. All the way back. We haven't seen the man at long leg yet. That's a quick run to mid-wicket. This could be tight. Single taken. The man at mid-wicket couldn't hit the stumps. But Carlos Brown just worked it into the onside. Kennard Lewis was off immediately. And usually when there's no delay between striker and non-striker, more often than not, the single is taken. Now they're having a little conference in the middle. 31 for 1. Carlos Brown, by the way, goes up to 12. And the aggressive Lewis, 17 from 7, is about to take strike. Here is Hay. Probably wants to make hay while the sun is shining here. Bowles and Lewis is forward. Ball pitched on a good length because the mood that Lewis is in, if it's 2 feet further up, then the drive will come out. But that length was immaculate. Lewis couldn't drive through the line. And definitely not short enough for a horizontal bat shot either. So he will feel that he's won that temporary battle as he bowls to Lewis again. And that's down the leg side. Lewis trying to heave it over the onside. And that didn't get any touch. So out of your picture there's a man at the, as we look at this again. Yeah, we'll take a look down the leg side. Oh, well, not quite. So there's a man at out of your picture there at backward square, all the way back. But we haven't seen any real attempted bouncers as yet, and we are in over number 8. So you want to feel if there are no bouncers coming, then the man at deep backward square could well be closer range. This is, a booming drive from Kennard Lewis. Naughty there. The few shots that we have seen him play up to that point were fairly cultured strokes. That one, he was throwing the kitchen sink at that. Didn't make any contact. Through to the keeper, end of over number 8. It's 31 for 1. Now we'll see the replay. We're just having a little issue with the replay here, but that was a booming drive. And Lewis didn't get any touch. Brings Carlos Brown back on strike. Yeah, just being told that the wicketkeeper is Javari Francis. Certainly looked the part up to this point. Gordon. Gordon will continue. So after another 3 overs, we'll have Mr. Davis coming in. Gordon to Carlos Brown. Brown is, for once, putting a foot wrong, was intending to hit that back down the ground, getting an inside edge. Or an inside half going out towards the square leg region. And maybe the first time that the ball went where it wasn't intended. Carlos Brown goes up to 13. Brings that Lewis on strike. And let's see if Lewis will continue his over-attacking ways against Nicholson Gordon. You almost could put some money on it. Again, good length. These two, as I said, know each other well. Gordon knows that if it's up, it could be gone. And having the discipline and the skill to ensure that that wasn't quite up to the bat. Lewis apparently wants a change of bat. And a teammate running out with some options to the blade. Not sure why he would want to change, but batsmen nowadays have so many more options in terms of bats, in terms of blades than when I played. In fact, there are times when I played when 2 bats could serve for the whole team. So Gordon again, and again the challenge is he can't be too far up. That one was up, but that one was right up. Good ball that. Lewis had to be content with stroking it out towards the extra cover region. Remains on 17 is Lewis. He's only faced 12 deliveries. He's already passed Carlos Brown, who was there maybe half an hour before him. Gordon again to Kennard Lewis. Good delivery. Well played. And again, Lewis showing that although he's ultra aggressive, we know that, but he's still prepared to respect the good ball as well. That one was just on a good length. Gordon to continue. And that was an appeal. Looks to be going down the leg side as Lewis was trying to whip it over the mid-wicket region. Leg by signaled. Didn't get any touch. The appeal that time around was a little less convincing. And Carlos Brown comes back on strike. Brown is on 13 from 25. And here is Gordon. Driven and edged and will come down towards third man. Didn't quite carry to the gully fielder. This is into the boundary now. And that's 4 runs to Carlos Brown. He was intending to drive through the covers. The ball peeling off the outside edge. And the man called Ricketts at gully who took the catch. Griffiths couldn't knock that one down. And a fortuitous boundary there for Carlos Brown, but a boundary nevertheless. He gets 4. And 4 more runs to the St. Catherine total. I'll tell you what that is in a little bit. And there it is, 37 for 1. So Gordon has none for 27 from his 5. May have just now come to the end of his spell. And Jamie Hay, who is a lot more economical, 4 overs for 9 as he starts his 5th to bowl to Lewis. Lewis works this one nicely out into the mid-wicket region. Will they come back for a second? Probably not. That one was angled in towards leg. And Lewis just dropping it on the onside and takes off for a single. Carlos Brown comes back on strike. Is that 37 or is it 38 now for 1? It's 38 for 1. Just a little delay in play there as Lewis is asking for something from his teammates. Hay to Brown. Brown just temporarily has lost his timing. This is the 3rd ball in his last 3 or 4 deliveries where he isn't quite middling. Maybe just a little lapse in concentration. And he walks away, does Carlos Brown, willing himself to concentrate. He's on 17. But the last 3 or 4 deliveries hasn't seen him look as immaculate as he did at the start. And you can sense that maybe something will have to give here. Hay to Brown. Good delivery. Left alone outside the off stump. Carlos Brown just kind of taking an exploratory step or two just as the bowler is about to deliver. And let's see if he continues that. Just a step or two out of his crease just at the point of delivery. Maybe trying to ensure that he gets closer to the intended length. And let's just watch if he does that this time around as he runs in. Now he stays in his crease and hit that out towards the extra cover region. Shortish delivery. And Hay continues to be quite parsimonious. He's only conceded 10 from 4.4 overs. So he's gotten the wicket to fall, and he's also ensuring that he keeps the scoreline or the rate of scoring respectable. Here is Hay to Carlos Brown. Drive, square, that is 4. That one was too much up to Carlos Brown. And though we said he's lost his timing for a little bit, but that was asking to be hit. That one was well pitched up. And all he had to do was get bat on that. The outfield is lightning fast, by the way. And Carlos Brown, with that, goes up to 21. And the score now 42 for 1. Change of glove for Kennard Lewis as we speak. So he has had a change. This is the shot. Wide outside off. And Carlos Brown Really just slashing that pass point for 4. A little bit too full and a little bit too much room on offer from Hay, who may also be coming to the end of his spell. Last delivery of his 5th over, that is better. Better length, better line. And Carlos Brown studiously coming in behind it, easing it back towards mid-on. And doesn't score. The score after 10 overs, 42 for 1. And we are about to see the first bowling change of the afternoon. Ryan Francis, left-arm orthodox, is the new batsman. There's the scorecard. Carlos Brown not out, 21 from 31. Dan Zahat Jr. is the one batsman dismissed. Driving an out caught at gully to the bowling of Hay. And of course, Kennard Lewis is still there. So there's the bowlers. Gordon, none for 27 from 5. Jamie Hay, none. Well, Jamie Hay, 1 for 14 from 5. And we're going to see spin for the first time with Ryan Francis. And let's take a look at the field for Ryan Francis. There's a slip. There's a backward point. And there's a man at cover. There's a point all the way back, just forward of point. There's a long off, a long on, a man all the way back at mid-wicket. And there's a man just to the right of the square-leg umpire as well. Here's Lewis. How will he treat the left-arm spin of Francis? Inside edge onto pad. Well, never going to get out for that. Again, another stifled appeal as Lewis was forward. Ball coming off the inside edge onto pad, no run. And here's it again. Ball fairly pitched up. And Lewis maybe playing away with bat a little away from pad. Facing up again to Francis. And this time ensuring that the bat and pad were a lot closer. Not playing away from his body. A much better defensive effort. And again can't score. Francis again. And this time it's slapped over. Widest long on. Let's see where that has gone. It's gone for 6. And that's the power of the man. He just dragged that from outside the off stump. And when he hits them, as the old cliche says, they stay hit. That one was a little bit wider, and he really just carted it away over wide long on. Here it is again. Some muscle in those shoulders. And he deposited that over wideish long on for 6. Lewis goes to 24. And it's now 48 for 1. So St. Catherine now eyeing the 50. And that was a brutal shot that from Lewis. That's how you can describe that. The ball was well outside off. And he really just muscled it over wide long on. Once he winds up like that and it's anywhere near the middle, it's good night as far as the fielding team is concerned. Francis, how will you respond, sir? That's down the leg side, and that's swatted away. That is the 50 out towards the square leg region. And that's 4 more. That's the 50. Lewis goes up to 28. He's only faced 19 deliveries. And he's already putting the left arm spinner under pressure. Deposited over wide long on. And then swatted away through square leg. And Lewis is now on 28. The score 52 for 1. Francis being put to the sword here. Here he is again. And off the back foot comes Lewis, respecting that one. May have just kept a little low as well. But that was punched out nicely enough out towards extra cover. St. Catherine 52 for 1. It's the Senior Cup final. Lewis is getting a quicker one. Flatter, faster. And does well to keep that one out. It is 11 overs bowled. St. Catherine 52 for 1. Lewis is on 28. Carlos Brown is on 21. And after this over, you'll be hearing from Mr. Davis, my fellow commentator here. And let's see if there'll be a bowling change at the striker's end as well. No, he will continue. The partnership is 39 from 34, so these two are going quicker than a runner ball. He will continue. Really no surprises that the skipper will give an extended run to Hay. He's taken the 1 wicket. And he's reasonably economical as well. So this is the 6th over for Hay. 1 for 14 from 5. Carlos Brown takes strike. Good delivery. Pitch top and wow, oh my goodness. That one hit Brown in the back of his head. I don't think any harm was meant. The bowler was trying to effectuate the run out. But that is a nasty blow to the back of the helmet from Carlos Brown. You never ever want to see that. And just look at this. It all happens in the game. Nobody can blame the bowler for this, by the way. This one was pitched up. Carlos Brown just nursed. He was out of his crease. The bowler was trying to hit the wicket. Hit the batsman at the back of the head. And they are about to take the water break. We expect that this could be quite a delay. Carlos Brown looking reasonably okay, but I'm sure the ears would be ringing, maybe a small headache. And like I said, I don't think too many blame can be ascribed to the bowler. For that one, we have Mr. Davis here from the Mayday principal. He will take over fully in just a bit. We're just going to get Mr. Davis's opinion on the first hour so far. Morning, Mr. Davis, sir. How are you?
Good morning, Mr. Higgins. I'm great.
All right. Well, let's talk about that particular incident where Carlos Brown was hit in the back of the head. You don't blame the bowler, do you?
No, I do not blame him. He's trying to effect the run out, but you know, it's a very unfortunate situation because the back of your head is never a good place to get hit. I mean, no place on your head is good to get hit, but the back is worse because that part there, it's really unfortunate. And I hope he's okay.
Yeah, we hope. Well, I think there is icing the back of the head maybe.
Oh boy.
Anyway, it's 53 for 1. We're coming up close to the first hour's play. How do you see it so far?
I think it's pretty balanced. You know, when you put a team into bat, you want to get a few quick wickets. Hyatt was looking too good, and he got out. But since Lewis came, he has looked fairly good. Started very aggressively. I think he's settling in now, playing more defensive shots. But they're scoring quite quickly. And the next hour will be very crucial because if they bat like this without losing any more wickets for the next hour, they'll be in a good position. That's Kensington I'm talking. Yeah.
All right. So the water break is on the field.
St. Catherine. St.
Catherine. It's 50.
Kensington need to get a wicket or so before lunch.
Right.
I know Francis bowled well against Clarendon, so we expect great things from him. The wind is blowing across the ground, but Lewis is a powerful young man.
He is. All right. It's 52 for 1. The water break is on. Your next commentator when play resumes is Mr. Davis.
Morning, welcome back to the Ultimate Cricket Club here in St. Anne, and it is the finals of the Jamaica Cricket Association Senior Cup competition. That's the Michael Holden Senior Cup Cricket competition. The finals here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. It is Kensington CC, and they are playing against St. Catherine CC. And he bowls, and it hit through the offside, and it is 4 runs. That's a lovely shot showing no effect at all. Brown from the hit that he got, or perhaps he's taking revenge, but that was a lovely shot there. And the score goes up to 56 for 1. And I'm not sure, someone mentioned that the bowler might, be a little bit circumspect, give him something to make him feel good. An apology delivery, but the score is 56 for 1. 56 for 1. And remember, Kensington, they won the toss and they elected to field. And Carlos Brown is on 25 from 33, and Lewis on 28 from 21. And he now bowls to Brown, and he plays it onto the leg side. They think of a single, but it was fielded at square leg there, and there's no run. Score remains 56 for 1. St. Catherine CC with Carlos Brown and Kenner Lewis batting. They lost Danza Hyatt Jr. earlier. He only made 1. He was caught at gully off the bowling of Hay, and he didn't look too good at the wicket, but these two have been going on quite well. He bowls, and it's whipped on the leg side down towards long leg. They take 1. They're thinking of a second, and the return comes in only a single. Takes the score up to 57 for 1. 57 for 1. And Brown moves on to 26. And this brings Lewis into strike. 2 deliveries to go in this over. He so far has taken 1 for 19, and he's in over number 6. And the score is 57 for 1. And Hayden is 6th over now, getting ready. He bowls to Lewis, and he comes forward, pushes on the onside. Up to mid-on, there's no run. Score remains on 57 for 1. Fairly even a poise there, but the next hour will be crucial in this game as we go up to lunchtime. And St. Catherine, they are 57 for 1. Good partnership so far. They have looked well, and Brown got that hit on the back of his head, but not showing any effects from it. As he bowls to Lewis and is forward and hits him on the pad. There's an appeal, a stifled appeal for LBW, not outside the umpire. Might have been an inside edge. Let's see the replay. Okay, so could have been an inside edge, but was stifled appeal, not outside the umpire at the end of the over. So at the end of the over, that's his 6th over, Jamie Hay. He has taken 1 for 19, and the score is 57 for 1. That's St. Catherine CC. They are 57 for 1. 12 overs completed. We have 2 extras, and Gordon has bowled 5 overs, and he has taken none for 27. Jamie Hay 6 overs, 1 for 19, and Ryan Francis just 1 over, and he was harshly treated by Lewis. 10 runs from the 1 over. And Francis will continue. Ryan Francis from the northern end, and he'll be bowling to Carlos Brown. Left arm spinner. Bowls, and Brown is forward. Just push into the offside. Good length delivery. Francis again to Brown, and he's forward, pushing offside. Thinks about a single, but goes back quickly into his screen as it's fielded in the offside. and Francis again bowls full pitch delivery, and he drives it into the offside. Almost a replay of the previous delivery. And Francis getting through his over quite quickly. 3 deliveries completed. No runs so far. The score remains on 57 for 1. Brown on 26. Lewis on 28. Francis again bowls. And he's on the back foot and hits it in the offside. And it's half stop there. They take one. They're thinking of a second. It's close, but they're going to get it quite easily. 2 runs. And that takes Brown up to 28, and the score goes up to 59 for 1. As we watch the replay, it hit hard. The fielder half stopped it. So it's 59 for 1. Francis short and it's on the back foot. Punches it, but straight to the fielder. You could hear the frustration there. He should have done better with that one. It was short. He was on the back foot, and he had all the time in the world, but he hit it straight to the fielder, and you could hear the cry of anguish there from Brown. Francis bowls full pitch, plays it on the leg side. They think about a single. No, said Lewis, and there's no one. That's the end of the over. Fairly good over. It's 2 runs coming off the over. Over finishing quite quickly. At the end of over number 13, it is St. Catherine's CCU have been inserted to bat by Kensington. They are 59 for 1 with Lewis and Brown at the crease. And it's a partnership of 46 in 46 deliveries, 46 and in 46 deliveries. So they are scoring at a runner ball for this partnership. And Lewis has struck 2 sixes and 3 fours. Carlos Brown, he contributed 3 fours to that partnership. So it's 59 for 1. Kensington. And it seems as if he is going to continue. He's going to go in 7th over. Yeah, he's big and strong. And he's going for his 7th over. He has 1 for 19 so far. Lewis facing here, and he comes forward and just pushes back to the bowler, looking quite good there, showing that he has defense as much as he has attack. Big strong man, Jamie Hay. Both the big strong man, and he down the leg side flicks at it. It's a stifled appeal from the man at gully. Not sure what he saw from there, but there's no run. Okay, it was quite close to the bat, I guess. That's why he appealed. It's 59 for 1. Big, strong Jamie Hay. And, of course, he's bowling to the big, strong Kennard Lewis. And he bowls, and Lewis is forward. And that one jumps on him a little, and they go through for a quick single. He goes on to the onside, and that was a good delivery. He got a single, get away from the strike, and the score goes up to 60 for 1. And Lewis moves on to 29, 60 for 1. And that brings Brown into strike. Now, if you remember earlier, Brown was struck in the back of his head by Hay, and it wasn't from his bowling, but it was from his throwing. He was trying to effect a run out and hit him in the back of his head. He's looking quite comfortable with delivery. After that, he struck for 4. So let's see what he'll do now. As he bowls, and Brown is on the front foot, just pushes it to the outside, looking really, really elegant there. And that's a textbook forward defensive stroke, and he rehearses it a few times for the camera. The score remains on 60 for 1. And Brown there showing no effect at all from the hit that he got. and he's showing here that I am here to stay. But let us see what will happen. That's Jamie Hay. He bowls across, run as a short leave. He's on the back foot and hits it out towards the cover point boundary. They get a single, and that takes the score to 61. And Brown moves on to 29. Both batsmen on 29. And Kensington lost the 1 wicket of Danza Hyatt Jr., who was caught in the gully for 1. And they are now 61 for 1 with both batsmen on 29. Brown has faced 43 deliveries and Lewis only 26 deliveries. So he's striking at above a runner ball. That's Lewis, who faces here now. Short, and he thinks about hooking, then he changes his mind, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. And that's the end of the over. The end of over number 13. And 61 for 1 at the end of over number 14, that is. End of over number 14, it is 61 for 1. And that is St. Catherine CC being inserted to bat by Kensington. I think it's a good batting pitch. I'm not sure if I won the toss, I would have put the other team to bat. But I guess the captain has other ideas. So Kensington, they put St. Catherine CC into bat, and 61 for 1 at the end of over number 14. And it's Carlos Brown and Kenar Lewis who are at the crease, and Ryan Francis. I think Francis will continue from the northern end. And Brown will take strike. He was roughly treated by Lewis earlier, but Lewis haven't gotten strike from him since then. As he bowls to Brown, and he comes forward and pushing the offside, and there's no run. Might be a good idea for Brown to get a single to see what Lewis will do with Francis to get him off his line again. But it could also be bad because he's in good line and length now as Francis bowls, and Brown is on the back foot and pushes it into the offside. And there's no run. 61 for 1. We're in the 15th over. So 4.26 at this level is fairly brisk scoring. As Francis bowls now full pitch, and he drives it into the offside, and they take 1. They should get at least 2 here. And they go through for the second. And they get 2 runs, which takes Brown on to 31, and the score goes up to 63 for 1. As you watch the replay here, see, it was pleasantly struck. And Francis bowled a full pitch delivery, and he drives it into the offside, and they're going to get an easy single. Takes the score up to 64, and Brown moves up now to 32, and this brings Lewis into strike. The first over that Francis bowled, Lewis was harsh on him. So let's see what he'll do now. 4 deliveries so far. Brown have struck 3 fours. The partnership is 51. That's a 50 partnership between the two. Very good partnership. As Francis bowls, and he leaves it alone to be taken by the keeper. Showing some concentration here and not to be tempted. Let's see how long he'll keep this up. And Francis bowls again, and he sweeps this one, and it goes into the boundary down towards the fine leg boundary 4. And that's a lovely shot there by Lewis, and he's really looking good. And he's taking a liking to Francis. He really likes that bowling, and he moves on now to 33 from 29 deliveries. And the score is 68 for 1 at the end of over number 15. And I did say to you that Kenar Lewis enjoys Francis bowling, and Brown would be advised to get the single and let him face Francis so he can hit him out of the strike. So there's a bowling change, and it's Anthony Dakers who will be bowling from the southern end. That's Anthony Dakers coming into the attack for the first time today. And he's replacing Jamie Hay, who completed 7 overs. Yes, so it's Dakers, his right-arm pace bowler, and he's warming up there, getting ready. And Carlos Brown will be facing him for the first time, of course. It's his first over. 15 overs completed. And St. Catherine, they are 68 for 1. So Anthony Dakers bowling his first over from the southern end. And he'll be bowling to Brown. We have one slip, we have a gully. And there's a cover point, and mid off, long off, mid on. And there's a long leg and a square leg. Bowls, and Goodland is a loud appeal for caught behind, not outside the umpire. That was down the leg side, but it was an appeal, not outside the umpire. And the score remains on 68 for 1. As you watch the replay, that was some distance away from the bat. But it's always good to get a chance to appeal from your first delivery. And it's brilliant sunshine here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground. Because to Brown, and he hits it nicely into the outside, but it's well fielded and good feeling there. And there is no run. A no ball signal by the umpire. No ball signal, so Dakers, they're guilty of overstepping. And that will take the score up to 69 for 1. Yeah, overstepping there. Umpire signal right away, no ball. Good fielding. Dakers will try again. Bowling to Brown. And it's coming forward, pushing the outside, and you can see that one well timed, running off the bat very quickly. But no run, straight to the fielder. Score remains on 69 for 1. And we're in over number 16 with Dakers bowling his first over of the match. He has bowled two legitimate deliveries so far, bowled 3 deliveries but 1 no ball. And it is Carlos Brown who's facing. He's on 32 from 50 deliveries. Lewis is on 33 from 29. And Dakers again both run, and that's on the short side. It's nicely played to backward square, and they get an easy single. Yes, he got on top of that one and plays it all along the ground and gets an easy single. It's a no ball again. My goodness me. And it's becoming regular practice now for Dakers. Second no ball in his first over. The score goes up to 70 for 1. Brown is on 33 from 51 deliveries, and Lewis is also on 33 but from 29 deliveries. And Dakers having some trouble there with his run-up, overstepping twice. He has bowled 4 deliveries but only 2 legitimate. Only 2 legitimate deliveries so far from his 4. So this might be a long over. Okay, so it is Dakers. Goes again, hits it in the air, and that will go into the long one boundary. It goes into the boundary now. 4 runs. That's all power there. Muscle it into the boundary. 4 runs. So having bowled the previous no ball and now been struck for 4, it is not a very good start for Dakers here, and his captain will not be pleased. The score is 75 for 1, and St. Catherine CC is looking quite good with this partnership here between Lewis and Brown. They are 2 experienced players, played at the national level, and very experienced. So Kensington would want to get a wicket at this time, but of course St. Catherine has other ideas. Dacres ball again to his, and it's loud appeal for LBW, and he's giving out. He's out, LBW. My goodness me, that one beat him, and he is waving his hand, but the umpire's decision is final here. And that one kept a bit low. He came forward, and it moved to inside, a kind of movement inside, hit him on the pad. He's not very pleased, but he's given out LBW. Just at that moment when I said that Kensington needed to get a wicket, and Dacres, who was having all sorts of trouble, bowling no balls and been struck for 4, he got the wicket. And of course his captain and his team will be happy now, as St. Catherine, they are 75 for 2, and Kenner Lewis gone for 37 from 31 deliveries. As you watch the replay, let us see if we can see what happened. He's on the back foot, yes, and that one looks pretty adjacent to me. But of course, not many batsmen agree that they're out, LBW. So Lewis 37 from 31, and okay, so we had Hyatt Junior opening, and now we had Hyatt Senior coming in. So Danza Hyatt Senior, the veteran, is going out at the loss of Lewis' wicket. So 75 for 2, St. Catherine, and Lewis came out slowly, not very happy. But the new batsman is Danza Hyatt Senior, is the new batsman here. So 75 for 2, and if you have just joined us, to let you know that Kensington, they won the toss and decided to field, and St. Catherine CC 75 for 2, and they have lost their second wicket just now. That's Kenner Lewis, who was LBW to Dacres, and he made 39, and I think it's 29, and not very happy. We'll soon give you a score. Okay, Lewis made 37, and he was out LBW. New batsman is Danza Hyatt Senior, and the score is 75 for 2, and Kensington will be quite pleased with getting that wicket. Carlos Brown, has been there from the beginning, and he's still there. And Hyatt Senior now will take strike from Dacres, who's bowling a very long over. He has bowled 6 deliveries already, but he still has more to bowl. 2 more to go, but it's a successful over so far, as Dacres bowl to Hyatt Senior, and that's a good delivery, and goes towards the boundary, beats the keeper. It goes into the boundary, 4-run signal, so that was an edge, and it went for 4. Very lucky there, and a good delivery too, and Hyatt was in a spot of bother, but in the scorebook, you'll see 4 runs, and that all that matters. The score is now 79 for 2. Let me have a better look. Yes, it just somewhere off the glove and the handle of the bat went down to fine leg and went to boundary for 4. So it's 79 for 2. As Dacres bowls to Hyatt Senior and is on the front foot, pushing outside. He thinks about a single, never there, and that should be the end of the over, with the score on 79 for 2. A successful over, the first over from Dacres, and he has taken 1 for 11 with 2 fours coming off the over, 2 no balls, and of course the wicket, and that's what really matters. His captain will be quite pleased that he got the wicket, especially that he got the wicket of Lewis, who was looking very good and hitting Francis with ease. So this is really a good wicket for Kensington to get. That's the wicket of Kenner Lewis. He was looking real good on 37, and he was playing some good shots. Carlos Brown is not out on 33. Danza Hyatt Jr., he was out for 1. He was caught by Griffiths of the bowling of Hay for 1. And Kenner Lewis just LBW by Anthony Dacres for 37 from 31 deliveries. And Danza Hyatt Senior, he's not out on 4. And it's Francis now who bowls to Brown on the back foot, drives it back to the bowler. And there's no run. So the score is 79 for 2. Francis now bowls and on the back foot punch it into. There's no run. Score remains on 79 for 2. And he hits it one down to Ward's point and they get a single. And the score goes up to 80 for 2. And the spectators, players downstairs getting very noisy. Comes now, bowls and forward, push it on the outside, there's no run. So it's 80 for 2. As Francis now bowls and he's forward, just push it into the outside. There's no run. Francis now bowls and look at he swings at that. There's an appeal for. He's out, caught behind. My goodness me. What is happening here? And Kensington's coming back in the game, and St. Catherine now have lost their 3rd wicket. So they have lost their 3rd wicket now, and that's Hyatt Senior. They're a little better than the junior, but not much better. And he has lost his wicket, and he's gone for. So it's 80 for 3, and Hyatt was caught by the wicket keeper, and Hyatt made. And St. Catherine CC, they have lost their 3rd wicket. 2 wickets going on really quickly there, and was caught behind of the bowling of Francis, and of course that wicket of Lewis, told you made a difference, because guess what happened? He was looking good against Francis, and Francis was the destroyer against Clarendon, and here he is again, and he has gotten this wicket. So Hyatt is gone, Hyatt Senior. So the new batsman is Trevon Williams. So Trevon Williams, and the score is 80 for 3. 80 for 3. St. Catherine losing 2 quick wickets, and Dacus will continue. And he'll be bowling to the rock. The man Carlos Brown. Short, and he's on the back foot, just pushing the offside right in that one, get it right on top of it in textbook fashion. So the new batsman is Trevon Williams. He has not yet faced a delivery, but he is there because of the loss of Danza Hyatt Senior, who was caught behind by wicketkeeper is also Francis, and the bowler Francis. So it's a Francis connection. So it's Anthony Dacus, who got a wicket in his first over, bowled 2 no balls, was struck for 4 twice, and he comes in now to bowl to Carlos Brown, and he's hit it in the air. The fielder comes forward, dives, and it dropped just short of the fielder. My goodness me, that would have been a big loss there. The fielder dived forward. Let me see if we can get the replay there, and it bounced just in front of the fielder, and Dacus there really putting his 2 hands together and saying, wow, what could have been. But let's look at the replay. Fielder dive forward. Not seen much from there, but bounced just in front of him. And the score remains at 80 for 3. And I mean, to lose Carlos Brown would have been carnage for St. Catherine CC. Because he's there, he's on 34, was there from the beginning. He has faced 56 deliveries. So the score is 80 for 3, and Dacus Going to try his luck again to bowl to short, and he just leave that one. Just shoulders his arms and allows it to go through to the keeper. Okay. So he shoulders his arm, allowed it to go through to the keeper, and really a battle here between the two teams, and Kensington coming back, getting 2 quick wickets. And I did say the hour before lunch would make a big difference, and the score is 80 for 3, but those are runs on the board. And Carlos Brown is still there, and he's batting quite well. But Dacus now has different ideas. He has taken 1 for 11. 5th delivery of his over. Comes in bowls, and that's good delivery. Batsman just on his back foot, push it into the onside. There's no run. And it's interesting that this is a very good over from Dacus, better than the first over, but it was in the first over that he got his wicket. So you never can tell. That's cricket, the game of glorious uncertainty and the funny old game. So it is 80 for 3, St. Catherine CC. And we're in over number 18. We're in over number 18, and it is Dacus. We're going the final delivery. And he comes now and he bowls, and that's down the leg side, and the batsman leave it alone. Nicely taken by the keeper, who skips across and just takes it. And the score remains on 80 for 3. Okay, so the controversy here as the number of deliveries for the over, and the umpire now signals over, so that's the end of the over. And that's the end of the over. I know that Dacus had to bowl 8 in the first over, and perhaps the umpire didn't want him to bowl more than this one, but he bowled 6 legitimate deliveries. I think it was a very good over that he bowled there. Maiden over. 6 that was a maiden over there from Dacus. Very good over. Remember how he started with the no ball? Well, the first delivery bowled, he appealed for LBW. Then he bowled 2 no balls in the over, and he got the wicket of Kenar Lewis, LBW. So it's good bowling by Dacus, and Francis is going to continue. So 18 overs completed, and the score is 80 for 3, St. Catherine CC. And Francis continues now, and he bowls to the new batsman. That's Trevon Williams. First delivery, just push it back to the bowler. The score remains on 80 for 3. Bowl to Williams now, and he's forward. Just drops it right in front of him. And there's no run. Score remains on 80 for 3. Williams not yet off the mark. He has just faced 2 deliveries. Francis to Williams, full pitch in his forward. Just push it into the outside. He thought about a single for a second, then he changed his mind quickly. So the score remains on 80 for 3. So Trevon Williams, of course, former student of Taki High School, wicket keeper. Batsman, also played for Jamaica under 19. A powerful strike of the ball. Batting at number 5 for St. Catherine CC. And it's nice to see when they bring the young men into the game. So it's Francis to Williams, and he's on the front foot, just pushes it forward. Just in front of him, there's no run. Quiet over so far. 3 deliveries, 3 dot ball, and the over before that was a maiden. So a very quiet period here. And St. Catherine trying to consolidate. As he comes and Williams is forward, just push it back along the offside. There's no run. Having lost 2 quick wickets, St. Catherine there trying to consolidate. As Francis again bowls and it's forward, Williams push it in the offside. There's no run. And that's a good over there. 2 consecutive maidens bowled by Kensington. So the score remains on 80 for 3 at the end of over number 19. 80 for 3, 2 consecutive maiden overs. And you can see here that St. Catherine, they are trying to consolidate. They want to make sure they do not lose another wicket before lunch. So these 2 batsmen are ensuring that. And so far, Gordon, he bowled 5 overs and he 19 runs, no wicket. Jamie Hay, he took 1 for 32 from 7 overs and no maiden. Ryan Francis, 5 overs, 1 maiden, 20 runs, 1 wicket. And Anthony Dacres, 2 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, 1 wicket. And of course, Francis was roughly treated earlier by Kenner Lewis, but in the end he came back and he got the wicket of Danza Hyatt Sr., who was caught behind by also Francis. And Hyatt, I think he made 5. And Dacres will continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to Carlos Brown, who has been there for some time. From the beginning, he opened the innings and he has been the rock for St. Catherine so far. Dacres bowl, that's a good delivery. It's him on the pad and rolls onto the onside, just one short square leg, and the umpire will now signal leg by. Takes the score up to 81 for 3. And that brings William to face Dacres for the first time. Williams is still not yet off the mark. He has faced 6 deliveries, all those 6 deliveries from Francis spin. So let's see what he'll do with the pace. Of course, when you're batting, you don't feel good until you get off the mark. And Williams has faced 6 deliveries. Nice breeze going across, blowing across the ground here. And Dacres, he goes to Williams, short delivery. Williams just stands up straight and just roll the ball in front of him. Good delivery, that is from Dacres. And he has been bowling well. Apart from the first over where he bowled a few no balls, and he also was struck for 4 twice. Since then he has bowled quite well. And he did get a wicket in his first over. That's Kenner Lewis, LBW. There have been some talk about whether it was out or not, and persons talk about television. But in our game here, the umpire's decision is the only decision. So the score is 81 for 3. And Dacres bowls to Williams. He's forward, pushing the offside, and the no from Brown, as Williams was thinking about a single, trying to get off the mark. So it's 81 for 3. I'm not sure what's happening here. Look like umpire call signaling there for somebody from Brown is now feeling the effects of the injury that he got earlier, probably feeling dizzy or something. But this is the umpire calling frantically to the dressing room. Somebody come up with ice, and it's not sure what's happening, but Brown seems to be in some discomfort there. And of course, as my grandmother would say, the same day leaf drop in the water is rotten. But indeed, we're taking a water break here. So we just like to do a quick recap to say that Kensington, they won the toss and they elected to field. And St. Catherine CC, they're 81 for 3. 81 for 3. And we're in over number 20. We have a break here. Earlier, Carlos Brown was hitting the back of his head while just scrambling out of his crease, and Dakers throw the ball, hit him in the back of his head, and I'm not sure what's happening. Seems like he's feeling some effect from the ball that hit him, and the umpires called for a drinks break in the meantime while he gets some attention. And the batsmen that were out for St. Catherine so far, the first man to go was Danza Hyatt Jr. He was caught by Griffiths in the gully off the bowling of Jamie Hay. He made 1 from 15 deliveries. And the second wicket, Kenner Lewis, he was LBW to Anthony Dakers for 37. He faced 31 deliveries. And soon after, as the junior did, so did the senior. Danza Hyatt Sr., he was caught by the wicketkeeper off the bowling of Ryan Francis. Wicketkeeper is Javadi Francis. And of course, Hyatt made 4. So the score, 19.3 overs. And the Kensington, they have St. Catherine CC on 81 for 3 after electing to field. And the game is still quite balanced. I mean, that wicket of Hyatt was not a welcome one for St. Catherine, but Kensington will be quite pleased. So let's see what will happen in the next 19 or so minutes to lunch. But certainly St. Catherine would not want to lose another wicket here. And Dakers will be continuing, and he bowls into Trevor Williams, who is not yet off the mark. He bowls full pitch delivery, and that's down the leg side. He tries to play it, help it on, but with no contact. Well taken by the keeper. So the score remains on 81 for 3. Let's watch the replay. That seemed to be quite a quick delivery. Yeah, he was trying to flick it, and good take by wicketkeeper Francis. And Trevon, of course, is also a wicketkeeper. Williams. Dakers 1 for 11 in his third over. He goes to Williams and he's on the front foot, pushing the offside. They're thinking about a single, and there's no run. This is 3 consecutive overs where the only run we had scored is a leg by. So run off the bat for the last 3 overs, no run off the bat. Even though the balls have been hit in the middle of the bat, the batsmen are very cautious because they do not want to lose any wicket at this time, a crucial time before lunch. And if they were to lose a wicket now, that batsman might not get any lunch because the manager would not be pleased. But on the other hand, Kensington looking for another wicket. As Anthony Dakers bowls to Williams, and he's that's what we call the iron ball. He tries to hit it on the offside, and it trickles onto the onside. He tried to hit it to the offside, trickles onto the onside towards mid-wicket, and there's no run as it got the inner half of the bat. So the score remains on 81 for 3 at the end of over number 20. 81 for 3, St. Catherine CC. Oh, he was actually trying to hit it through the onside. I said offside. He was trying to hit it through mid-wicket. Got the inner half of the bat. So it's really a matter of St. Catherine consolidating, trying not to lose any more wicket before lunch. 81 for 3. And Francis will continue. He'll be bowling to Carlos Brown. He bowls on the back foot, hits it through the offside, and the fielder will not get it hit. It goes into the boundary, 4 runs. A lovely shot. And it's some time now that we have not gotten any run off the bat, but this one is a lovely shot by Carlos Brown, who looks in fine form. He was on the back foot and hits it to the cover point boundary, 4 runs, and the score goes up to 85. And the score goes up to 85 for 3. 85 for 3. Lovely shot there by Carlos Brown. So Francis 1 for 24 in his sixth over, 5.1 overs. He has also bowled a maiden. Francis again bowls to Brown and he's on the back foot. Just puts it back along the outside to the bowler. There's no run. 85 for 3. Just about 15 minutes before lunch. Francis now bowls and Brown on the back foot and hits it down towards long on, and they get an easy, they walk a single. I know they're trying to commit suicide, but they were sent back, just a single. No harm done. Score moves up to 86 for 3, and Trevon Williams will now face Francis. Francis now bowls to Williams and he's forward, pushing to the outside. There's no run. And of course, Francis is a happy man now that Lewis is not there because of what he was doing to him. Francis now to Williams, who's still not hit off the mark, and he's forward. Just push it into the outside, and Williams is quite content to stay there and to play each delivery on its merit. He knows that he has time. His first objective is to stay until lunchtime, and then to come back after lunch. Runs is not the objective right now for Williams. He's just trying to stay there as Francis. Bowles, he's on the back foot and hits it all along the ground back to the bowler. No run. And that's the end of the over. End of over number 21. And St. Catherine CC having been inserted to bat by Kensington. They're 86 for 3. 86 for 3 at the end of 21 overs. So Dacus will continue from the southern end, and Brown will be facing 86 for 3. Dacus to Brown, and that's a good delivery. A style with appeal, and they go through for a single. Let's wait on the umpire. Sounds like an inside edge. There are two sounds there. So it's a single, and Brown will now move on to 40, and the score goes up to 87 for 3. A number that the Australians don't like. So let us see if it will have any impact on St. Catherine CC. I think the good thing, I don't think the batsmen know that anyway. So the score is 87 for 3, and we are here at the ultimate cricket ground in St. Anne. Of course, you have the ultimate jerk center, and it's a lovely ground here with palm trees right around. Nice breeze blowing. You need to come on down. As Dacus now bowls to Williams, who's not yet off the mark, and he drives it. Oh my goodness me, that's a lovely shot, but straight to the fielder, and there's no run. It's interesting that Hyatt got off the mark with a little edge off his glove, or the bat of handle, and he got 4. And this lovely shot by Williams, no run. Real lovely shot there, well fielded, and of course there's no run. And that's the nature of the game that we call cricket. You make a lovely shot, no run, and you edge a ball, it goes for 4. Dacus goes to Williams, and he's on the back foot, just push it back to the bowler, no run. Williams have faced, 16 deliveries now? And he's not set off the mark. So 87 for 3. St. Catherine CC have been asked to bat by Kensington. They have lost 3 wickets so far. Hyatt Jr. and Hyatt Sr. and Kenner Lewis. 3 batsmen to go. Lewis made 37, Hyatt Jr. made 1, and Hyatt Sr. made 4. And Dacus bowls to Williams, and he puts on the onside. He should be off the mark now. Take a single. Let's wait on the umpire. Yes. Williams is off the mark, and he's on 1. Williams off the mark after 17 deliveries, and the score goes up to 88. 88 for 3, St. Catherine CC, with Trevor Williams getting off the mark there, riding that delivery. And this brings Brown into strike. Brown is on 40. He has faced 65 deliveries, and he's showing what it is to stay there, no matter what the circumstance. So 88 for 3, St. Catherine CC have been asked to bat by Kensington. And Dacus bowls to Brown, and he's on the back foot, just put into the onside. There's no run. The score remains on 88 for 3. Just about 10 minutes to go before lunch. We might get 3 overs, because Francis gets through his overs quite quickly, but at least 2 overs we should get through before lunch. Just 1 delivery to come in this over. And Anthony Dacus, so far he has bowled 3.5 overs. Of course, 1 maiden is taken 1 for 13. Dacus to Brown, and he's on the back foot, just drops the ball in front of him on the onside, and there's no run. That's the end of over number 22, and St. Catherine CC, they are 88 for 3, 88 for 3 at the end of over number 22. And if you do any maths in school or did any maths in school, you know that they're going at 4 per over, and still for a 2-day match, that is quite fine. Now St. Catherine CC will have to ensure that they do not lose any more wicket before lunch. And Kensington, they would love to get another wicket before lunch, especially the wicket of Carlos Brown. So Brown is on 40 from 67. Lewis, he made 37 from 31. Danza Hyatt Sr. made 4 from 5. Danza Hyatt Jr. 1 from 15 deliveries. As Francis now comes in and bowls to Williams, and he's forward. Push it back along the pitch to the bowler. There's no run. Score remains on 88 for 3. Francis to Trevor Williams on the back foot, hits it in the onside, and this time they get 1. They're thinking about it. They took the first one quickly, and they feel the fumbles, and they get 2 quite easily. And Williams now moves on to 3, and the score goes up to 90. It's 90 for 3. So St. Catherine CC, they're 90 for 3. We're in over number 23. Francis to Williams, and his forward player beaten outside the off stump, and the keeper misses that. Good delivery there, getting some bounce there, Francis. And you could see him walking back proudly to his mark, say, yes, I got it there. That delivery bounced, and of course, missed the bat. Keeper juggled it, went to first slip. He comes again, bowls, and he's beaten again outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. 2 very good deliveries there from Francis. And Williams didn't know much about those 2. He's on 3 from 21 deliveries as he gets his concentration back. Francis to Williams, and he's forward. And just push it into the offside. There's no run. 90 for 3. St. Catherine CC, 90 for 3. We're in over number 23. as Francis bowled to Williams and is forward. Push it into the offside. And that's the end of over number 23. The end of over number 23, St. Catherine CC. They are 90 for 3 with Carlos Brown on 40 not out, Trevon Williams on 3 not out, 3 from 23 deliveries and 40 from 67 deliveries. And as you see there, he was beaten by the 5th delivery. Keeper didn't take cleanly, and the 6th delivery was similar. Of course, both teams moving quite lazily as we get up towards lunchtime. It seems as if St. Catherine, well, Kensington doesn't want to bowl more than 1 over before lunch. It seems they're moving really lazily across the field, but the possibility exists that we might have another over. But let's wait and see as Dacus will continue. So Dacus will continue. And he bowls to Brown. Brown is on the front foot, just push it back to the bowler. There's no run. So it's 90 for 3. St. Catherine CC here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground in St. Anne. Of course, it is the Michael Holden Senior Cup Finals put on by the Jamaica Cricket Association. We're inviting you to come on down. This is the highest level of cricket played in the island. And this is where the cricketers showcase their talent. And we need the young people and the old to come out and watch some lovely cricket here. As this is a battle of attrition. Even the poise at this time with St. Catherine CC being asked about their 90 for 3 just on the stroke of lunch as Dacus comes in, bowls to Brown, and it's bowling. My goodness me, let me see that. I thought he had played it. Hold on. He played on, and oh my goodness me, Brown is down. I did say that St. Catherine cannot afford to lose another wicket before lunch, and St. Catherine, they have lost their 4th wicket. My goodness me. Let me see. He played on. Oh, my. And Dacus, he's cock-a-hoop. He has gotten his 2nd wicket just for 13 runs. And St. Catherine, they have lost their 4th wicket. And just about 3 minutes to go to lunch. This will definitely be the last over. As Brown, who did so well, he was there from the beginning, and just a few minutes to go, he made 40 from 69 deliveries, 5 fours, and just before lunch he tried to play an aggressive shot. I don't think the shot was on or necessary, and he was bold, and he took a long time to get up. And of course, the new batsman is Java Royal, another experienced batsman on the St. Catherine CC side. And of course, even though they have lost 4 wickets, they have good batsmen that are still there, 90 for 4. And definitely St. Catherine cannot afford to lose another wicket before lunch. I said that earlier and they did lose one. So let us wait and see. But certainly Kensington is really happy now that they have gotten 4 wickets before lunch here, having asked Kensington to bat. Earlier when it was just 1 wicket and they were going well, we thought it was probably not a good decision. But now we see they have really fought back. And Dacus goes to the new batsman and he just plays it on. Oh my goodness me. And Williams was halfway down the pitch thinking of a single. And he was sent back by Royal. So the score is 90 for 4. 3 deliveries to go. I would safely say 3 deliveries to go. I'm not sure what will happen in terms of the time, but I'm almost sure that this will be the final over before lunch, or the batsmen should ensure that anyway. 90 for 4. Royal not yet off the mark. Williams on 3. Dacus bowls and is beaten outside the off stump and taken by the wicket keeper. He knew nothing about that one. He was jumping and pushing and doing everything except playing the dead ball. And luckily for him, he did not get an edge. So it goes through. If you watch the replay now, that delivery outside off, and that kept a little low. And there was Royal dancing, and there is no run. All is well. That ends well. The score remains on 90 for 4. And Kensington, they've really come back. And you can look by the two batsmen on the crease, one on North and one on 3 from 23. And Dacus now. So Dacus taking some time. And I guess he knows it's the last over. And he'll bowl to Royal. And that's a good delivery. And Royal comes forward, pushes it on the offside. And there is no run. The score remains on 90 for 4. And we're in over number 24. Just one delivery to go in the 24th over. And of course, Seaman if we just get 24 overs for the 2 hours. And of course, Royal with his experience ensuring that this is the final over before lunch. He walks down, he taps the pitch and he walks around and it takes forever to get ready. And now he's ready. As Dacus. And goodness me, everybody's ensuring that it's lunchtime. Yes, batsman and bowler doing the same thing. So this is definitely the final delivery before lunch. Dacus with the final delivery before lunch, bowls to Royal, and good delivery, and Royal comes forward, pushes it back along the onside. It's fielded at mid-on. There's no run, and that's the end of the over. End of over number 24, and that is lunch as the umpire removed the bails, and the score is 90 for 4. St. Catherine CC, after being asked to bat by Kensington, they have lost 4 wickets. And with Carlos Brown, the top scorer so far, he made 40, Kenal Lewis 37, Danza Hyatt Jr. 1, Danza Hyatt Senior 4. And I think that's Kensington might be the happier of the two teams. So just quick recap. Kensington, they won the toss and they elected to field. St. Catherine CC started with Carlos Brown and Danza Hyatt Jr. The first wicket to go was Danza Hyatt Jr. He was caught by the Griffiths of the bowling of Jamie Hay, and he made 1 from 15 deliveries. The second wicket to go was Kenal Lewis. He was LBW to Anthony Dacus for 37 from 31 deliveries. And the third wicket to go was Danza Hyatt Senior. He was caught by Javard Francis, the wicket keeper of the bowling of Ryan Francis. He made 4 from 5 deliveries. And then, of course, Carlos Brown. He was bowled plain on, bowled by Anthony Dacus for 40 from 69 deliveries. So Brown and Lewis were the main scorers here for St. Catherine. So at lunch here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground, St. Catherine CC, having been asked to bat by Kensington, they are 90 for 4 at lunch. And we will return to you at 12:40 live and direct here from the Ultimate Cricket Ground. I want to thank you very much for joining us. I want to thank my fellow commentator, Mr. Orville Higgins, and we'll join you after lunch. Enjoy your lunch.
Session 2 on day 1 of the Michael Olin Senior Cup final between St. Catherine and Kensington. The game being played here at the Ultimate Ground in St. Anne. And at lunch, St. Catherine being asked about first. We're 90 for 4 in a game that you would think fairly evenly poised at the moment. There's the scorecard. Carlos Brown has been the chief run scorer so far with 40. Kennard Lewis got 37, but then the other two batsmen out, Danza Jr. and Senior, really didn't add much, 1 and 3 respectively. Javor Royal not, and Trev Williams 3 are the two not out batsmen at the moment. And we're about to witness play after lunch with Gordon coming back, and it's Trev Williams, the wicketkeeper, has looked fairly steady so far. Former under 19 player, looks fairly compact and capable with the bat, but his team would want him to stick around for as long as possible. The next half an hour, the next hour could determine which way the initiative swings. A few lusty blows could take the game away from Kensington, but a couple of early wickets right after lunch could ensure St. Catherine lose their way. Here's the first ball after lunch, well defended by Williams, out into the onside, no run. He remains 3. He's faced some 23 balls, so he's been there for a while. He's perfectly prepared to grind it out. As here is Gordon again. Gordon, whose first 5 overs cost him 27, was wicketless. This is driven. Lovely shot down towards extra cover. They can only get 1 though. You almost think that that shot deserved more than 1. Really nicely played out towards a wideish cover, but could only settle for 1. Brings Royal back on strike. Royal hasn't scored from the 4 deliveries he's faced. You know, Royal can be quite an aggressive customer. He's a very competitive character, and he's one man. The quicker you see the back of him, the better. Gordon to Royal. He's steering it nicely, square off the wicket, deliberately opening the face, and gets off the mark. The score now 92 for 4. Williams comes back on strike. Williams is pushing that one out towards mid-wicket. They come through for a single. So the fieldsman at mid-wicket there should have done a little bit better with that, but allowed Williams to add a single to his tally. And Williams is now 4. Now he's actually 5. It's now 93 for 4. And Royal doing some running repairs will do battle with Nicholson Gordon again. Here's Gordon to Royal. Drives back past the bowler. Williams was a little late in taking off. Royal was always sure there was a single on offer. And Royal goes to 2. It's now 94. And Gordon will continue. Gordon over the wicket. That's punched out towards the man at mid-wicket. Did very well getting a sharp bounce, but managing to prevent the ball getting past. End of another over. Just about 25 overs complete now, and it's 94 for 4. Look at this. Rather good stop. Yeah, certainly did well. Got a bad bounce, but kept his eyes on it, kept his composure. And it's 94 for 4. Is this going to be Francis coming back? Yeah, Ryan Francis with a change of ends was operating for the most part from the far end and not at the ultimate jerk center end. And Javo Royal is the man who will face. Royal 2 from 6. 94 for 4 is the total. Field generously spread. Deep mid wicket, long on, long off, deep cover. So healthy respect for the hitting power of Royal. As Francis starts from over, well, round the wicket, gets a single as Royal. And this is a careless overthrow. Clearly no need for that, absolutely. And Royal gets a second run that should not have been allowed. The field is so widely spread that he will look for a single, and that is what he should have been restricted to. Francis bowls and Royal is forward, plays it back up towards mid-off, doesn't score. Royal remains on 4, 96 for 4. Here's Ryan Francis again, left arm round. Oh, that stayed down a little bit. Royal on the back foot, punched out towards cover. For a split second, Francis may have thought he could be in business there. But in the end, fairly comfortable placed up towards cover. Brings Williams back on strike. Williams is on 5, has faced all of 27 deliveries. So hasn't been as fluent as he would like to be, but the important thing, he's still there, trying to help his team to carve out a decent first innings total. Francis to Williams, and he drives back at the bowler. Just a little bit on the offside of the pitch. And can't score. Francis again, and Williams showing that he knows how to play forward defense to the left arm spinner. That was picture perfect. Here's Francis again. Off the back foot, punched, and again Francis does some excellent work. He's very good generally in the field, and definitely good off his own bowling. End of another over, and St. Catherine 97 for 4. That was the last ball. Look at how he stuck the left arm out and managed to haul it in, and didn't concede any run from that, did the bowler. Gordon will continue. Royal who is on strike. There's a slip and a gully as the two attacking fieldsmen are forward squared just in front of the umpire. Nicholson bowls, and Royal is off the back foot. Ball just may have bounced a little bit more than he would have thought, and in the end steered it out towards gully but couldn't score. Gordon. Royal punches out towards mid-wicket. Maybe looking to hit it a little straighter than that. But the ball coming off the inside half and going out towards the man at mid-wicket. Javier Royal was very handy with a bat in hand. And a lot of the chances of St. Catherine getting a good first innings total may very well depend on this pair. Here is Gordon, and that slapped out towards the man at backward point as that Royal advanced a little bit at Gordon. Gordon definitely would have lost a yard or two of pace since 2 or so years ago. And look at how Royal is advancing and then steers it square on the offside. Let's see if Gordon will maybe just try to keep Royal back in his crease with a short ball or two. Driven back at the bowler. This is a lovely shot. They got one. This could be two. Won't get to the boundary. It does not. I think that's careless batting. They should have been back for a third. But Royal was ball watching. Maybe thought he had hit it well enough. 97 for 4. 99 for 4 now. So the 100 could be anytime now. As Royal continues to grow in confidence. He's on 7. And here's Gordon. And that's steered out towards the man at just forward of point. Wanted a single, sent back, wisely so. And they had to settle with the score on 99 for 4. So here's Royal once more. And this time he's forward, right back at the bowler. And a little shy back at the stumps. No damage done. The ball was never going to hit the stumps, and even if it did, Royal would well have been truly back. So after 26 overs, it's 99 for 4. St. Catherine batting first. Well, they were asked about first by Kensington. This is the last ball. Look how Gordon picked up. Just had a quiet little shy. Didn't want to overthrow it. 27 overs gone. And Gordon, none for 33 from 7. He 1 for 21. Ryan Francis 1 for 30. And Anthony Dackers has picked up 2 wickets. This is steered out towards the leg side. Good run. Very, very well run. Ball just trickling out into the leg side of the bat of Trev Williams. But Javo Royal, realizing that the man at mid-wicket was a little way back, called his partner through for a single. It's now exactly 100 for 4. And here is Royal just pushing out into the offside and can't score. Francis to Royal. Royal is hit on the pad, clearly going down leg side. It should be criminal to appeal for that. Suppose the fieldsmen are saying they aren't dying wondering. Let's take a look at this. Definitely going well down the leg side. Here's Francis to bowl to Royal. Royal is cutting at it. May have just chopped the ball into the ground, which meant that the ball stayed down a touch. Didn't get the full face of the bat on it. And it's Francis to continue. Francis and Royal down the track and punches out towards long off. This could get close. No, the long off fielder did well. But that was very, very nicely played. Good use of the feet. And some batsmen feel that once you get down to the pitch like that, you have to hit over the top. But Royal was disciplined enough and tactically astute enough and technically sound enough to advance at the spinner all along the ground out towards long off. Decent shot. struck on the pad. And but going down leg side. So Mr. Francis, well, that one clearly down the leg side. No real appeal. So the score remains 101 for 4 with Royal on 8, Williams on 6. And these two are trying just to stabilize the contest. At the moment, it's difficult to say who has the advantage. Maybe Kensington may very well feel that a breakthrough here, and if they are not on top now, then they would certainly feel that they are on top then. Advancing is Royal, but Gordon would have seen him coming and just adjusted in length, and Royal stroking it out towards the covers and can't score. So Gordon has taken none for 33 from his 7.1 into Royal, and that's caught over the slips. That's gone down to third man for 4. It was deliberately played. Ball was short outside off stump, and Royal deliberately chopped it over the top. Goes down towards third man. He goes on to 12, and it's now 105 for 4. So here is Royal with that cock stand. He drives back at the bowler. You don't want to get back in his crease here. Well, Gordon didn't have a shy, but that was a nice shot. But straight back at the bowler. Didn't score. So it's Gordon again to Royal from over the wicket, and that's a cut shot, but this time picked out the man at gully. That was again deliberately played from a not overly quick delivery. Like I said, Nicholson Gordon would have lost some pace since the last time I saw him, and Royal trying to guide it past the man at gully. Couldn't do that, picked him out, and has to settle for being 12 from 23 deliveries, as Gordon to Royal again. Advancing and whips this over mid-wicket. What a lovely shot that was. It has gone all the way for 4. That was really nicely played. Advancing at Gordon, and just whipped it over mid-wicket and out into the boundary for 4. Let's take a look at this. Look at the little advance as Gordon was in his delivery stride. And he certainly picked this one up and deposited it over mid-wicket for 4. He's 16, and the total now 109 for 4. Gordon hasn't been the best I've seen of him. He's now none for 41 is Nicholson Gordon in his 8th over. Again an advance, and this time Gordon didn't like it and does hit the mud, as they say. A short ball, but it was ill-directed. But you could see that Gordon wasn't happy that Royal was coming down the wicket at him, but the short ball was ill-directed. Take a look at this. A little advance, short ball, dug in with some venom, but down the leg side. And again, keeper Francis, comfortable take behind the stumps. 109 is it for 4. And that's the latest score here in the Michael Holding final. St. Catherine batting after being asked to do so by Kensington. Carlos Brown 40, Kenar Lewis 37, the 2 main run scorers so far. Here is Francis, and off the back foot comes Williams. Back at the bowler though, and can't score. Here's Francis again. Round the wicket. Left arm spin. And sturdy defensive effort. Williams has scored 6 from 32 deliveries. He's middled most of them. Just not been able to keep the scoreboard ticking off the back foot. And again, right off the middle of the bat, but again picks out the fieldsman. And I've always been big on the theory that if you're on the back foot to the spinner, you should be able to hit the gap maybe 2 out of every 5 times. But that one went straight enough. And that's forward comes Williams. And can't score. 109 for 4. We're almost at the 30 over mark, so the scoring rate would have dropped a little bit. Francis bowls and Williams is driving. But the man at mid-on was trying to knock it down, but it trickles out to the long-on fieldsman. One more to Williams. He's on 7. It's 110 for 4. Francis to Royal. Royal gets a quicker one, punches it out towards the cover. You could see that he was slightly deceived by the quicker delivery there. But in the end, came down on it nicely and punched it out towards cover, but can't score. Good bowling that. You'd have to say good batting as well. As St. Catherine 110 for 4. So Gordon will continue. Gordon has not been at his best in this particular game. His pace has been down and he struggled to maintain rhythm. He's bowled, 8 overs, none for 41. So going at just over 5. And truth be told, has not really troubled the St. Catherine batsmen. This is a ball off the back foot and slapped out towards cover. Williams wanted to go a little bit squarer than that. And Royal calls him through for the meeting. He was looking to hit that maybe to the left of the man at cover. Maybe the ball not quite coming on as he would have anticipated. He's now 7 from 38 deliveries is Williams, so not really putting the ball away. And there we go again, hitting the ball directly to the man at cover. So it's not a case of him not getting the ball in the middle, but he's managing to virtually pick out the fieldsman every single time. And again, Royal meets him halfway and have a little chat. Maybe the instruction is rather than hit that hard, just drop it and let's come through for a single. Here is Gordon to Williams. This time he's over the top. Maybe that was the message from Royal. This time, rather than hitting to the fieldsman, he hit over the infield out towards Lagan. And that's a lovely shot that from Williams. He goes to 11. And we'll just take a look at that. He was hitting the fieldsman for the most part. This one was fairly pitched up. And you could see the high front elbow as that one was sent careening out towards Lagan. 4 to Williams. Rather confident looking shot. Now 114 for 4. Gordon after that. Short of a length. Compensating to the point where he says, I'm not pitching up again. But Williams was solidly in behind it. Couldn't score, but good defensive shot out towards mid-on. So Williams 11 from 41. He looks compact, looks fairly sound. You may say that he's scoring relatively slowly, but it's not because he's not hitting the middle of the bat. Another bumper, and this time Williams plays an uppercut 5 seconds after the ball was through, as if saying, not this time, Mr. Gordon, not this time. Williams 11 from 42. He's really hitting the ball in the middle for most of his innings so far, but not being able to hit in between fieldsmen. Now forward of square is sent all the way back to square leg. Could this be the bluff where Gordon wants Williams to think the short one is coming and then gets a full delivery? Or could this be the bumper? Gordon from over. Well, it is the bumper off. Oh my goodness. Didn't quite carry to the man at gully. And Williams should not have been surprised unless he thought that it was a bluff. The man at square leg sent all the way back. Then the short one came. And then Williams ended up looking a bit surprised. He should have expected that. It was a good bumper though, over the off stump. And Williams was a little bit uncomfortable with that. He remains though. It's 114 for 4 after 31 overs. Francis will continue. And the field spreads for Royal. Long on, long off, deep cover. Here Francis bowls down the track and drives. Lovely shot. And again, Royal, who is a big hitter in his own right, but managing to keep the discipline to chip at the bowler and still hit it all along the ground. So he's aggressive as usual, but playing with some degree of common sense as well. 115 for 4. Royal goes up to 17. Here's Williams off the back foot, punches, and again, right back at the bowler. Now there's maybe 15 yards between bowler and extra cover. You're on the back foot to the spinner. You should be able to hit that gap more often than not. Off the back foot, and guess what? Straight to the man at mid-on. Can't be great batting this. Mid-on is the only man within on the leg side. Any other piece of real estate, he'd get runs. This time we understand that. He's on the front foot defending. So 11 from 45. But one of the things that young Williams has to learn is how not to pick out fieldsmen, especially against spinners and especially on the back foot. This time he hits it. Guess to who? Exactly to the man at mid-on. And can't score. He's on 11 from 47. I can see coach, well, that seems to be the arm ball. Didn't spin away, and that is the end of the over. Mr. Davis, sir, I know that as a man who follows cricket intently, you wouldn't want a batsman to be just hitting the ball directly at the fielders all the time, especially off the back foot. So many gaps on the field. So we'll just have my co-commentator here that's talking us through a couple of deliveries. It's 115 for 4. 115 for 4. At lunch it was what was it? 90 for 4. 90 for 4. So a little repair job here being done by the St. Catherine batsman. What do you think of what's happening?
Yes, I think they have done a good repair job. However, I think they could have gotten some more singles. Picking the gaps and getting singles is not just about boundaries, but the gaps are there. Spinner bowling, you're on the back foot, you have the space, you're hitting it to the fielder. And I think Williams, he's young, but he'll have to improve in that area. And he's hitting the balls in the middle of the bat, so you just need to place it properly.
All right, so Mr. Davis will take you through for the next half an hour or so.
Thank you very much. It's a changing bowler. It's Hay who was one of the opening bowlers this morning, and he has replaced Gordon, and he will be bowling to Williams. For in the air, and he's out caught. Oh my goodness me, that's Royal. He just pushed it into the fielder's hand and say, let me see if you can catch in practice. And that was Gordon who said he bowled this morning. I think he never had any luck this morning, getting his first wicket now, first delivery. And oh, Gordon took the catch. Oh, it's Hay the bowler. Okay, it's Hayes the bowler. Gordon took the catch. He's involved this time, but Hayes getting his it should be second wicket for Hay because he got Kenal Lewis LBW earlier today from the other end. So the score is now 115 for 5. That's St. Catherine CC. And I think that Royal, he was on 17, he was looking good. And I think that was a tame shot there from Royal. He just pushed it into the fielder's hand and saying, giving him catching practice, and the fielder was elated. So Royal is gone, and he made 17 from 28. Williams is still there on 11 from 48. And every time you think St. Catherine is getting ahead, they lose a wicket, and Kensington stays in the game. 115 for 5. 115 for 5, and the new batsman is Dwayne Bennett. So it's 115 for 5, 32.1 over. And indeed, it's a very intriguing match here. But as the saying go, runs on the board is runs on the board. But really, that was a tame shot from Royal. A man of his experience, I wouldn't expect at this time. He was the one going down to talk to Williams. And in the end, he went. And he was angry with himself, rightly so. But he's gone. And St. Catherine will now have to look to the batsmen who are there. That's Dwayne Bennett and Trevon Williams. Trevon Williams have been there for some time now, faced 48 deliveries on 11. As Bennett faces here, and he's on the back foot. And this time he finds a gap the first delivery. Take one, they should get a second quite easily as it goes down towards the backward point boundary. Squares third man, and they get 2 runs. So Bennett is off the mark with 2. And the score goes up to 117 for 5. We're in over number 33. And we are here at the Ultimate Oval in St. Anne. And it's a little bit overcast, not much. The sun, we have lost the sunshine for a little, but still having strong breeze blowing across the ground. As he bowls the Bennett, and he hits it out towards mid-wicket. The fielder's coming around. He stops it, and they get 2 runs. Was in the air for some time, and the fielder thought he was in business for a moment, and they got 2 runs, and Bennett seems he's not here to waste time at all. He's on 4 from 2 deliveries. If you watch the replay, it was in the air for a long time. The fielder came around, still did not make it to the boundary, so Bennett would want to be careful here. He just came to the wicket as he bowls the full pitch, and he hits it. It's in the air again, and it going towards, it's just 2 runs. It was in the air for a long time. Thought it was going to the boundary. It did not, but Bennett seemed to be here not to waste time, but he's hitting the ball in the air. He's now moves on to 6 from 3, and he has to be careful. He's a little man, not much flesh on his bones, but he seemed to be very aggressive. He's on 6 from 3, and he's really launching into Hay. Was taken 2 for 27 so far, and he's in his 8th over. Bennett settles now when we Dwayne Bennett, that is. Jamie Hay bowls to him, and that's a good delivery. Digs it out. A very good delivery, and for a batsman who just came to the crease, seeing the ball quite well. But that was a real good delivery there from Hay. Yorker, and he dug it out down towards Gully, and there's no run. The score remains 121 for 5. This is the final delivery in over number 33. At lunch, they were 90 for 4, and they have moved on to 121, and they're losing the wicket of Javier Royal. as he comes in and bowls, and he fishes at it outside the off stump, and it's taken by the keeper. No run there. The end of over number 33. St. Catherine CC having been inserted to bat by Kensington. They are 121 for 5 at the end of 33 overs. And if you remember earlier on, they were scoring at above 4.5 for over. The rate has gone down now to 3.67, and that's what happened when you lose wickets. Then the run rate goes down. So these two will have to consolidate and to stay there to get their team in a comfortable position, because remember, this match is for 2 days, and you don't want to lose first innings because you never can tell what will happen. So first innings is critical in a game like this. And if you remember the match with Clarendon and Kensington, Kensington were less than 100 for 7, and they went on to make a big score, and Clarendon could not reach it, and the first innings was what decided the match. But it's Francis now. Ryan Francis was taken 1 for 34, and he comes from the southern end now, and he bowls to Williams, and he hits it through the offside. The fielder comes around, and they get just 1. And Williams moves on to 12. The score goes up to 122 for 5. Williams have been striking the ball quite well, but he has been very, very good at finding the fielders. And if he was to get a medal for finding fielders, then he will be really, really rich by now. He's really good at finding fielders. He will have to start picking the gaps. I think he could have scored about 10 or so more runs had he found the gap from those shots that he played. But he's still there. He's on 12 from 49. And Dwayne Bennett, he's there now, just 5 deliveries. He's on 6. Very busy little player. Let's see how he plays against the spin. He was very aggressive against the pace. As Francis bowls to him, flighted, and he hits it in the air. The fielder is coming around. He should take the catch. He's out. He's caught down in the deep on the mid wicket. The first delivery of spin, and I said he was very aggressive from the moment he came out. Didn't look like he wanted to stay long. Most of the shots he played were played in the air, and he's caught on the mid wicket boundary. He's caught by Jones, Xavier Jones caught, and that was a comfortable, simple catch. He came in. He had to wait some time for the ball to come, and he's hanging in the breeze, and he took a simple catch. And Bennett, he didn't stay long. He made 6 from 6 deliveries, I think, yes, and he's gone. So Francis gets his second wicket, and that was the first ball of spin. He did not even look at it. The first delivery, he was trying to hit him out of the ground. So the score is now St. Catherine in a spot of bother. They are 122 for 6. 122 for 6. And I don't know if I am the luck or the bad luck, but since I came on, they have lost 2 wickets for about 6 or so runs. So St. Catherine would much prefer if Orville comes back. So it's 122 for 6, and they are, I think that Kensington is in a good position now, but you never can tell. New batsman. Okay, Vital Laws is a new batsman for St. Catherine, and he will be facing Francis, who has now taken 2 for 35. So St. Catherine, they're in a spot of bother. They have lost 2 wickets since lunch. At lunch, they were 90 for 4, and they have since added 32 runs, and they have lost 2 wickets. And the score in over number 34, St. Catherine 122 for 6. And their first aim here will be to try and get it over 150 and move up to 200, because you need a big first inning score, because it's 2 days, and it's 2 innings in 2 days. At this level, that is not so easy for the innings to be completed. So first innings is vital in this match. It's a final, and here comes Francis bowling to Laws, and he's forward, pushes it onto the onside, and there is no run. That's Vital Laws. And he has to play a vital innings for St. Catherine here, and so we are looking towards him. His name is there, and he's going to play it by the law, as he comes now, bowls and leaves it outside the house, goes through to the keeper, who fumbles, but no harm done. 122 for 6. So he has a good name, Vital Laws, and let's see if he plays a vital innings and go by the law of cricket, as Francis bowls him is on the back foot and puts it on the offside. There's no run. Williams is still there. He has been there for 49 deliveries, and a lot rests on his shoulder now, having lost most of their senior batsmen. As Francis now bowls to Laws and is on the back foot, puts it into the offside. He was a little bit hurried on that shot. Seemed as if he was slightly beaten, and he hurries and pushes it into the offside. There's no run. That's the end of over number 34. And St. Catherine CC having been inserted to bat by Kensington at the end of over number 34. They are 122 for 6, with Laws, who just came in, not yet off the mark, and Williams, who has been there for some time now. He's on 12 from 49 deliveries. And the last batsman out was Dwayne Bennett. He was caught by Savio Jones of the bowling of Ryan Francis. He made 6 from 6. And the new batsman, Vital Laws, is there on 0 from 4. And Williams is still there. And Williams will have to stay there if Kensington is to get a good score. 12 from 49 deliveries. And this delivery will be the half century of deliveries for him. He would much prefer if it was the runs. So he has faced now. Good stop by the keeper down the leg side there. And Williams has now faced 50 deliveries. He's on 12. And I know he'd have preferred if it was the other way around. But he's still there. And that delivery, as we watch the replay, was down the leg side. And the keeper came across, dived, and used his left hand to stop it. Or it's Hay. Jamie Hay. He comes in now, bowls, and that's a good delivery, and he digs it out. If that was a new batsman, can you imagine what would have happened? But Williams have been there for some time now, seen the ball big, and he was able to dig it out. So that was Trevor Williams. I don't know what Laws would have done with that one, but I think he's happy that he's at the non-striker's end. That was a very good delivery from Hay. He has bowled quite well. He's in his 9th over. He has taken 2 for 27. So it's Jamie Hay from the northern end. And he bowls to Williams. Full pitch delivery, and he hits it. And this one going towards the mid-wicket boundary. The fielder comes around. He gives up now. The ball goes into the boundary. 4 runs. And I love the shot there by Williams to take the score up to 126, and he moves on to 16. And now Williams needs to stamp his class and authority. He has been there for more than 50 deliveries, and that was a good shot. So Jamie Hay rubs the balls on his flannels now. And that ball is now in his 35th over. So less movement at this time as he comes in. Bowls to Williams, full pitch delivery, and he hits this one high and hard. And that is going, and it's gone. And it's signaled about now by the umpire, 6 runs. And yes, Williams, he has stayed there long, and now he's seen the ball as big as a breadfruit. And he hits that one for 6, and he goes up to 22. And the score now goes up to 132 for 6. And Williams has gotten the message now. It is time to go. And he has stayed there for a long time. He has been middling the ball, finding the fielders. And now he has upped the ante. And he has moved on to 22 from 53. 132 for 6, St. Catherine CC. And they are searching for that ball. It has gone into the woods. They might have to get another one because these people are not really from country. So it might be a difficult thing for them to find the ball when it goes in the bushes. But they should really have some ball boys here to look for the ball, because I can't see persons from Kensington searching for ball in the bushes. Okay, so they have found the ball, and I've been informed they have bush in Kingston too. Yes. I think, yes, they have. I'm not sure. Where is it? On the waterfront? Down at the waterfront? Okay, Warwick Hills. Okay, fine. Yeah, they have Bush in Warwick Hills. So Williams now looking to score some runs and to up the run rate. As he bowls to him, and that one is a back up a length, and he's on the back foot, puts it back to the bowler. And he's seen the ball quite big now, and St. Catherine CC will be relying on Williams to put on a good partnership here with Laws, and Laws will have to play a vital innings, as I said before. It's important to his team. Jamie Hay now, 2 for 37. Bowles and Williams, oh my goodness me, that is what we call the iron ball. And he tries to hit that one and it rolls past the stump. Prior to this over, his figure were looking very good, still looking good, 2 for 37. Before it was 2 for 27, so 10 coming off the over. As Williams got a little bit aggressive there. And that's the end of over number 35, 132 for 6. St. Catherine CC, 132 for 6 at the end of over number 35, with Trevor Williams on 22 not out from 55 deliveries, and Vital Laws is on not from 4 deliveries. Francis will continue his marathon spell. I think he will bowl for the rest of the day until the inning is finished. And Laws will now face us. Vital Laws will face Francis. Bowls to Laws, full pitch delivery on outside the off stump, and he comes across, watches it carefully as it goes through to be taken by the keeper. As Francis bowls to Laws, and he leaves it again outside the off stump, allows it to go through to be taken by the keeper. Seems to be much more watchful than Bennett, who came down and was very aggressive and didn't last long. As Francis again bowls, and that one is down the leg side, hits it down towards backwards square. They take one there, thinking of a second. That was a good shot there, but he's off the mark with one. That's Laws. He waited for the opportunity, and the loose delivery was bowled. He played it well, and they got a single to take the score up to 133 for 6, and it brings Trevor Williams into strike, and he'll be facing Francis, who has bowled so far 12.3 overs, 2 for 36. And it's a lovely day here at the Ultimate Oval, and a nice shade at this time, and breeze blowing across to cool you down. As Francis bowls to Williams on the back foot and finds the fielder, but the fielder wasn't too pleased, so he kicked it away, allowing him to get a single, and takes the score to 134. And if you should ask the fielder now why he did that, you'd say he wants the new batsman to be on strike. So 133 for 6. Williams on 22, Laws on 1, 134 for 6. Left-handed Laws to face the left-handed Francis. They have something about matchups. Let's see what happened here. Left hand to left hand, and he's forward. Let's push it into the offside. And I was saying that the fielder allowed the batsman to get the single, the new batsman, but if you look at the field that is set for this new batsman, it's so many persons on the boundary. Mid-wicket, backward square, long on, all on the boundary. As Francis now bowls to Laws, and Laws is just forward and push it into the offside. And of course, I do believe those fielders are there so they can get a rest. Right, so that's the end of the over. And Laws was placed under no pressure at all. Was able to just push forward. He's on 1 from 9. So at the end of over number 36, the score is 134 for 6.
All right, so I'll just stay here with the illustrious Mr. Davis for about another over. I don't like to see cricket that makes no sense. Here is Laws, who is by nature in this level of cricket a rather stodgy middle order batsman. Why do you have long on, mid wicket, deep backward square? Shouldn't he have to start scoring first and then you back the field up?
Right. New batsmen come to the crease. I mean, they have lost 6 wickets. You have gotten some wickets after lunch, and you want to press home the advantage. And here it is, you give him a chance by placing all of these fielders on the boundary. Perhaps they know him more than we do.
No, I can understand you relaxing the field now for Williams. You have a fine leg, a mid wicket, a square leg, a longer. I can understand that, but certainly for the younger and more inexperienced Laws, they should have been applying more pressure, I think.
Okay. There's a bowling change. It's Dakers coming back. He's from the other end now, and he bowls, and William hits it into the onside. They take one. They're thinking of a second, and Laws is running without his bat. Of course, he runs much faster without it, so they get 2 runs. And Williams goes up to 25. 1 short. Oh, my goodness. All of that for nothing. 1 short, so just 1 run for him. And the square leg signal 1 short. Okay, so that was a vital move there. I think what happened to Laws, the bat fell out of his hand and perhaps went to the crease while he was not touching the bat. And then he went for the second. Dakers now pulls to Williams, full pitch, and he hits it on the onside. And this time he takes 1. And this time they're only thinking of a second, but the spectators, his teammates, are telling them what to do. So they get a single. And it would be a cardinal sin to be run out at this time, as the score goes up to 135 for 6. Williams is now on 24. There's still a fairly good innings from Williams. He has stayed there, hitting the ball well, not finding the gaps, but he's on 24 from 57. From 58, 24 from 58. And the left-handed Laws now. I think the fielders are in now. Let me see. Yes. Okay. Because they believe he can't hit the pace bowler. There's a deep fine leg. He's going around to, yes, his deep fine leg. And they settle now. That looked like a slip and a gully. Or it's 2 slips. 3. Okay, so 2 slip and a gully as Dakers comes in on both to Laws. He jumps on the back foot and it hits him on his pad, and he tries for a quick single. The keeper comes around and shies at the stump, misses it by a mile. And the Laws there seem to be a little suspect against the pace. I think he'd rather to be bowling. Doesn't look too comfortable against the pace. He was jumping back. Let's see what happens now. 2 slips and a gully. And Dakers. He has bowled well too. 2 for 15. As he comes in now and bowls to Laws, and he comes forward and pushes this one into the offside. Not looking very comfortable, but he was able to play it as that was a full pitch delivery. And you remember earlier today, Dakers, apart from bowling a few no balls and was hit for 2 fours, since then he has bowled quite well, and he has taken 2 for 15, and he's in over number 6. So he's quite economical, and at the same time he's getting wickets. And this time he's from the northern end. Earlier he was bowling from the southern end. As he hops a little bit and comes in, getting to his work and bowls. And he flicks it through the onside in front of square. He goes into the boundary now, 4 runs. My apologies, Mr. Laws. That was a beautiful shot. And the pace bowler, he flicks it and 4 runs. And by the way, Dakers remind me a little bit of this gentleman from that played for Western. What's his name again? We call him Jimmy. What's his? Soon tell you his name. Brathwaite. Oh. Craig Brathwaite. Yeah. Not Craig. Carlos Brathwaite in his run-up. A little bit like him in his run-up.
A lot built like him as well.
Yeah. Yes. So it's 140 now for 6. And Laws is looking a little more comfortable. But let's see as Dakers comes in now and bowls short, and he's on the back foot, pushing the outside. And I think he's a little bit suspect in the shorter delivery. That's the end of the over. He looks quite happy that it has ended. And the score is 140 for 6. And I think that St. Catherine can still think of playing at least 200.
All right, so Mr. Davis will make way. We'll be together on commentary for the final hour, people. People are listening to the broadcast and wants to know if we can do a stint together, Sir Davis. So
okay, sir,
we'll
no
do
problem.
that for the final hour.
Okay, no
so that
problem.
we can put a cap on things.
Okay.
Or we'll continue with half an hour until then.
Okay, sir.
All right.
So over to Mr. Higgins.
Yes, sir. And at 140, what's that? 140 for 6. It's a very close game. In Senior Cup scores, you would think that maybe 200, 220 is a par score. It's a decent batting wicket with a lightning fast outfield, so I'm sure St. Catherine would have been a little disappointed if they get anything under 250. It's that kind of surface and that kind of outfield, so you would think at the moment Kensington slightly ahead. This one is punched off the back foot. Back at Francis. And can't score. Williams is 25 from 58. Ryan Francis now in his 14th over, 2 for 37. As Williams, who is looking to be a little bit more positive in his approach, he is playing forward and steering it. You could see him opening the face a little bit out towards gully. And can't score. So clearly the onus is on Williams now to do the bulk of the scoring. The more senior partner is up forward as the left arm spin of Francis keeps him in check. Still 140 for 6 with Williams on 25. Williams is also the wicket keeper here for this St. Catherine team, so quite a useful member of the party. Round the wicket, and he's on the back foot and punches. And yep, he's learning how not to hit the man. Maybe 6-7 overs ago, he would have picked out extra cover, but he hit it to the right of extra cover, out to long off, and gets a single. Now, this is what I don't understand, ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking on. Vital Laws has not lifted a batting anger all innings. Yet we have a mid-wicket all the way back, a square leg all the way back, and a long on all the way back. For a batsman who is pretty much shown that he's there just to maybe just do that. Now, why on earth would you have 3 people out on the leg side? Certainly, he has to be coming at me first. Let him take that risk. As it is, there's an easy single backward of square. There's a leg slip, by the way, but clearly this can't be the tactic. That is what he's there to do. Just to block up an end, keep the partnership going. Somebody needs to tell me if I'm seeing it wrong. There should be at least one man in front of the bat, either side. So one of those deep fieldsmen should be up close, just to put a little more pressure on the youngster. Still a high school youngster. Not sure I understand this tactic at all. Do you agree, Mr. Scorer? The scorer agrees. It's much too easy. Now for Williams, you can understand the field being relaxed a little bit. He's now gone on, seeing the ball fairly well. And the bowler is still Dakers. It's now one step on a gully as Dakers charges in. And you're right, you know, Mr. Davis. He looks the dead stamp of Carlos Brathwaite as he trudges in. They get one, a pull shot out towards mid-wicket. I wasn't noticing it before, but for those of you who have seen the man who we were supposed to remember the name as with those 4 sixes in that 2016 tournament, T20. Now, they are going to be, well, they are asking for the helmet. Somebody's going to go under the bat of Vital Laws. So somebody must have been hearing what I was saying from this distance. They are listening to the streaming. Yes, maybe I should get commission. But he's still not close enough. And clearly there should be at least one more slip. One of those fieldsmen on the inside should be applying a little bit more pressure. The youngster is not inclined at the moment to be going at the bowling. And why would you be under the helmet without going up close? He's still at maybe a leg gully, you could call it. But at least they are trying to be a little bit more aggressive at the young laws. Here is the Carlos Brathwaite look-alike. Oh, that is it. Now they have learned a bumper, and he fended it to the man at backward short leg. They should pay me, Mr. Davis. I would say, why the field all over the place? You have to put the pressure on the youngster. Who took the? Daniel Griffiths took the catch. That was a serious bumper, but I think that they would have dropped the ball before that. He's slapping his pad in disgust. But that was good tactic. Call for the helmet, get under the bat, apply the bumper, and that will work more often than not against a schoolboy. As you heard Mr. Davis saying, wasn't looking all that comfortable against the new ball. Let's look at this delivery from around the wicket. It was short, directed at the body. He was in no position to play that. And that was good captaincy. Man with the helmet coming at leg gully. And the next delivery having a ball fended at him. So that is wicket number 7. So 142 for 7. And now 200 is looking some distance away. New batsman is Raleigh Thomas, also another schoolboy from St. Jago. Yes. From what I remember of Raleigh, a nice little stroke player at the schoolboy level. But this is a different level. 142 for 7 as they pause for the water break. So here's another look at the delivery that got Laws out. From around the wicket, it was a steep bouncer, but he there you go. All right, so people have been saying that they want to hear Mr. Davis and I together. But what do you think of that captaincy? To wait so long before putting on some pressure on the youngster, Mr. Davis?
Yeah, he waited a long time, but it paid off. In the end, he could have done it earlier, or should have done it earlier. But in the end, he got it. This runs is still not much on the board. 142 for 7. I think that Kensington there in the driver's seat. But you never can tell, those are runs on the board. And the first inning is going to be critical, but the lower the first inning score is, the higher the possibility of an outright game.
There you go. And again, so there's a new batsman. And it's clear that this could be another attempt at body line. We are seeing a backward short leg, a man at leg slip, a man at short mid wicket, and only one slip. So clearly the aim is
he's going to pepper him, but yes, right. And he's a schoolboy too, so he doesn't look too big either.
No. So we expect it to be short and rearing at the body. Oh, that's the bluff.
Oh, yes.
Stroked out the cover.
He really looked like Carlos Brathwaite, though.
He certainly does. Certainly does.
Can't see much from there. It's not see much. Okay.
So do you agree that there should only be one slip here, Mr. Davis, or should there be at least a second slip?
I think that one slip there's a vacant place there. It might entice him more if you have one slip. So let's see.
Here is, that was short and coming. And Raleigh Thomas swayed out of the way. So they are employing the short ball to the lower order here of the St. Catherine team. Well bowled.
Yeah, well bowled. I think that's why they didn't put a second slip, because they're going to be bowling short.
Right. And you want the second slip if you intend to pitch up for the drive.
Right. I don't think he has any plan to pitch up anything.
Anthony Dacres 3 for 20, so he's certainly been the pick of the bowlers for Kensington.
Definitely. Oh, yeah,
That's short again. You could hear the grunt with the effort. Do you follow any other sport, Mr. Davis? You remember Monica Seles in tennis?
Yes,
that
I do.
Monica
Yes,
Seles grunt?
Yes.
Heard it a while ago from Dacres. So the youngster Raleigh Thomas is wondering, what have I got myself into at the schoolboy level? A nice little stroke player, but he's now playing against big men, and certainly the short ball is being used quite effectively here. Here we go again. This time it's up, and it's driven and dropped that short leg, was it? Inside edge, he was looking to hit towards cover, and the ball peeling off the inside edge. The man at short leg
I think he got up too early.
couldn't hold on. And that 2 for Thomas.
It was struck at some speed though, and he was up.
Here's the replay. Thomas not quite getting behind it at all. Ball peeling off inside half and going out towards mid-wicket for 2. It's now 142 for 7. Thomas is that 144? 144 with Thomas on 2. And Williams, who has to be the mainstay of his team, is batting from here on in.
I think he's going to attack on this over though.
Yeah, you think he's going to take on the left-arm spin of Ryan Francis? Well, let's see what happens from round the wicket. And he's forward. Got a good delivery there. 144 for 7. Williams is on 27. He's looked quite assured, except for his tendency to hit the ball to the fieldsman earlier on his innings. He's, to a large extent, improved on that. Down the track and heaves that. And dropped by the man at long off. The ball just went through his hands, but you call it right, Mr. Davis. He would be coming at the left-arm spinner.
Yes.
But the man at long off should have done much better with that.
Better. And that's 6 runs.
He went down the pitch, and let's just look at this. Down the track, boom!
Yeah.
Not sure if you can see it. Yeah, the man at long off. Ball
still finding the fielders.
Still finding the fielders, indeed. Bursting through his hands. And to add,
it was powerfully struck. The wind is blowing that way, in that direction, so the wind helped it, and the field, I think, misjudged it.
Certainly did, and the captain did the right thing. A very tall man at long off, which is what you want.
Right.
Maybe the tallest man on the field.
Who's that, gent? Who's the fielder?
David Dwyer. Couldn't hold on.
Oh, okay, that's David from Excelsior. Yeah, okay.
Tall, imposing, left-handed batsman. I remember him now. It's 150 up, by the way. Down the track, bangs it out towards long on. And Williams means business.
Well, there are quite a number of schoolboys involved in this competition.
Yes.
That must be commended.
All right, so it's Raleigh Thomas who will be back on strike. 2 from 4. Williams on 34, by the way. And yes, the field closing in on him a little bit. The man at cover coming in closer. There's a man at slim it off under the lid, as they say. And the youngster is forward. Plays it out towards extra cover. Can't score. 151 for 7 from 39.4.
He looks more comfortable against the spin.
Yes, certainly does. I saw him in the Sunlight final. And he looks fairly composed. He looks to have a calm head and doesn't give away his wicket cheaply, from what I remember.
Okay.
You have to get him out.
Well, that the person is so close to him, man.
All right, so here's Francis again, and Thomas is steering that out towards cover and can't score. But you can see what I was talking about. Nice, composed.
Right. I think the fielder at Silimidov there is just there to try and get him off. I don't think he's there to take catch.
Nah, just to unsettle him a little bit.
And unsettle him, yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
151 for 7 from 40. And that's with Kensington.
You think 220 is still on?
No. Unless we get a really impressive innings from Williams, but from what we're seeing of the batsman at the other end.
Okay. Williams will have to take full control of the game.
There you go. There you go.
And he needs to make use of every delivery that is bowled to him.
They are certainly giving him the single on the leg side, Mr. Davis. Nobody within in the circle.
They're setting him up. But
there's nobody on the leg side preventing one. So they are saying to Williams, we are giving you a single.
But he could play with soft hands and get two. Right.
But they are certainly saying, we prefer you off strike, and we're certainly prepared to give you a single anywhere on the leg side.
Right.
Dakers. That's driven out towards the offside. He'll
they
take
should
one.
Get two.
And they'll come back for a second. That's good running.
Right, very good running there.
Good running. And Dakers
the
back.
keeper got hurt.
Yeah, the return came through. The keeper didn't gather properly. The ball fell in front of him. And if there's anything you hate as a wicket keeper, Mr. Davis, is when the return with the ball bouncing in front of you.
Oh my!
It's never the nicest thing to happen. Here's the return. There was the misfield on the replay.
He seems to be okay. He's still touching his chest. Like, yes.
Yeah, sometimes those bump up at you in the face. In the chest, you can take it for a bit. But Williams back on strike. He's on 36. Certainly playing a very important innings here. He'll have to not just score, but you may think that he will want to farm the strike a little bit. Do you think so, Mr. Davis? Or should he take whatever is on offer?
I think he should farm the strike because 7 wickets down.
Boy, that was a dangerous bumper there.
Delivery. He put everything into that.
You could hear the grunt from here. That was quick.
My goodness me.
Look at this on the replay from Dakers. Boo! That was quick. It really was. And Williams had to hustle out of the way.
Dakers has bowled really well, though.
Yeah. He's 3 for 24, and we're in his 8th over. So he's certainly been the pick of the Kensington bowlers. Here's Ito Williams, who pulls in the air. Nobody will get to that. And that's one time when it's an advantage not to have middled the ball.
Oh, yes.
Because had he middled that, either long on or mid-wicket could have been in business.
Right. The one time he didn't find the fielder. One run.
One run. Didn't find the fielder at that time. No.
He could have gotten 2 for that. They were watching the ball.
Yeah. No. He was watching the ball while it was in the air. Yeah, you're right. Now a little bit more aggressive field. A forward shot leg, a leg gully for the young schoolboy. Is it going to be another searing bumper?
It's going to go in the air and the outside. No one will catch it.
Let's see. It's a bluff. No slip. Out towards third man. Oh, well, only one slip. If you're going to pitch them that much up, you've got to have at least 2, I think.
Definitely.
Maybe that still wouldn't have gone where a second slip would have been.
No.
So. But it's obvious that young Raleigh Thomas is not that comfortable with the Pacers. Yes, you want to bump him out, but I think that you probably could add another slip as well. The question is, where would you take him from?
Not sure if the long leg, backward square leg is necessary. Not sure.
Well, there you go. The man at backward square he's not going to hook the backward square.
No.
Maybe closer, maybe the backward square should be
beside the umpire.
Beside the umpire.
Right.
Young Thomas will not hook that deep.
And
here's Dakers. Wait, that's another good delivery,
man.
quick. Finding the edge, and the man at slip looks to be Lug. Or may have just hit him in the shin.
No one is looking at him, though.
He's a big lad. And maybe they feel the captain would be okay. Yeah, but you made a good point there, Mr. Davis. That man at backward square certainly young Raleigh Thomas is not going to hook that far. He's just a rather slimly built, rather petite young man. So that man could be brought in to a catching position somewhere. He's driving a full pitch delivery. That's a lovely shot.
Yes,
Could cut to the boundary. It does not. Pulled up just inside, but they'll be coming back for 3. Wasn't the greatest of balls, a half volley or a full toss from where I sit, but you still have to get back to ball. Well played by the youngster.
And I think the fielder made a hash of it. Should have been 2.
It's now 158 for 7, and we've completed over number 41 with Williams on 37 and Raleigh Thomas on 9. Now, Tamari Redwood here, Mr. Davis, if you followed first-class cricket this year, he was the frontline leg spinner for the senior team.
Yes.
He's from Excelsior.
Right.
Are you a little bit surprised that he's only coming on after 41 overs?
Definitely. Definitely, I'm wondering why he's just coming on now, because
he's your national leg spinner for the senior team.
Perhaps Kensington is so good. It must be.
I don't know. I can't agree with this.
There's no way they would wait so long to put him on. 7 wickets down.
Yep.
They're saying to us they have a strong bowling team, but still, you have bowlers bowling twice before.
Yes.
And some of them bowled twice before.
Redwood, yeah. So here is the national leg spinner played this year in first-class cricket. Well, his first delivery swept around towards backward square. Maybe that's why they weren't bringing him on. Well played, Leslie. Not Leslie, Raleigh.
Yes, and
it's
Raleigh looked comfortable against the spin.
165 for 7.
Yeah, Raleigh is more comfortable against the spin for now. And he's probably happy that his spinner is on. And
sometimes, as you would know, Mr. Davis, sometimes it's not so much what is bowling as who is bowling. He's going to think it's another schoolboy just like me. So I'm not going to fear him.
That's it. So let us see. I do believe that they can't find the ball. Oh, they found it. Okay.
No, it's back. It's back.
Okay.
So.
Well, that's just a loose now. Let's see what will happen.
Yeah. Tamari Redwood. Belatedly brought into the attack here.
After how many overs?
Well, we are in the 42nd over now.
Wow.
Oh, that one was the proper leg break.
I tell you.
Pitching and bouncing and turning and leaving. Well bowled.
When he bowls for Jamaica, does he have to wait so long?
No. Well, sometimes. Look at that. That one certainly spun and bounced. Beat the keeper short and pulled away in the air. What a miss. That's gone for 4. Oh, goodness me.
So you have noticed a different approach for the batsman since the schoolboy come on?
Yes.
It's more comfortable to be aggressive.
When you're that age, you don't want another schoolboy to have the wood on you. So he went for it. But the man at the backward square fence should have done better with that.
Definitely should have done better. The ball went through the fence?
Not sure. Is that last ball? Having a little difficulty finding the ball. But that is what leg spinners will do. They'll bowl a proper delivery like the one that Raleigh played for and missed. And then that one was dragged down.
Definitely.
Yes. Spectator suggesting that the square leg fielder knows where the ball is, but embarrassed a little bit by the drop catch.
Okay, so now that we've seen Thomas getting a little aggressive. I believe they can still make 200, 220.
Well, yes, it's looking a little bit more likely now. It's we're not seeing the score at the moment. So we'll tell you what this. We'll tell you what the score is in just a little bit, but we're going to see the resumption of battle between the top leg spinner in schoolboy cricket and one of the young stroke players in schoolboy cricket playing for Kensington and St. Catherine respectively. Oh, full toss. Should have done better.
Should have done better with that one. Straight to the fielder. I hope he's not learning from Williams to hit it to the fielder.
It was really, and that's one of the criticisms that they have of young Tamari. Does bowl world-class deliveries, but bowls too many bad balls as well. That's short. And in big man cricket, he wouldn't get away with that either, Mr. Davis. That would have been punished.
And that shot that he played, though, was he didn't play it under his eyes, so the bat was pushing out in front of him.
So here is Redwood, and this one is steered out towards that short third man. They get one. They will be coming back for two. And Raleigh Thomas gets his second. We're not seeing the scores at the moment, Mr. Scorer. But we'll get to that in a little bit. Two more runs to Thomas. 171 for 7.
Oh yes, much scorer to the closer to 200 now. 171, 7. What's the partnership now?
Well, 29 the partnership in pretty quick time as well. I could tell. How many balls for the partnership? 22.
Oh,
so
yes.
fairly brisk going with the partnership.
Important partnership here for St. Catherine, and if they could put on the next 20, 30 runs, you never can tell what will happen.
And we've seen Dakers bowling well.
Has been quite aggressive.
I think they would want Williams off strike to get at Thomas.
And they're giving him acres of space on the onside for the single.
What kind of so everybody on the leg side is all the way back. A long leg, a backward square, a mid wicket, a little bit straight, and a long on. So the 4 fieldsmen on the leg side are right back on the ropes.
Oh, they're putting someone.
And there's somebody now in a mid wicket position. So the ideal ball now, maybe just a.
But that put a little gap in third man here.
Right. Maybe they'd want to just get something on his hip for him to work it into the onside. Like that. Well, no, he plays a nice defensive shot. Can't score.
How many overs Dakers has bowled now?
This is his 9th.
Okay.
I'm going to pick your brain a little bit, Mr. Davis, as tactically here. Do you encourage the bowlers to get Williams a single, or are you saying I'm not even giving you a single, you have to earn it? Which way would you go? We have the Mayday principle addressing that after this delivery. Do you get him a single, or do you say not even? Well, he gets a single now. Is that what you encourage the bowler to do, or you're tied to everybody?
Well, every run in cricket counts, and sometimes you can come to one run could cause you the game, and 7 wickets down. It's not like 9 wickets. It's 7 wickets down. You have to bowl to the batsmen, and you have to bowl to each batsman on their merit. And I think that Dakers, he has the ability to bowl to any batsman.
So
and
you
think about it, if they were to get Williams now,
right,
or to get Thomas, which one would be better for them?
They prefer to get Williams.
Right.
So you think the field was a little bit too deep?
Right, definitely.
Maybe we should have added another man.
Well, let us see, because now Thomas is in strike.
Yeah. They have a man all the way back at backward square. I don't understand why he's not going to hit that deep.
It's better they come to third man, I tell you.
Or another slip.
Or block it, yeah.
That. He
Wow.
will drive you. He's not going to hook
and
you
he can't get
one
the edge.
bound.
And
Yes.
but that's a waste of fielder there. Or probably he's resting. Who is that fielder down there?
Who's the one at deep backward square? Well, we'll learn a little bit. The scores are not visible at the moment. What's the score, Mr. Scorer? They're working on it. 171 for 7. How much is?
They put a second fielder there.
Yes, but I think the backward square is out of the game.
That's a very strange field there. But he's bluffing, okay.
Oh, it's Redwood at backward square. He should be at least closer to the umpire.
Right.
Prevent the one.
They told him down there.
I can deal with.
Nobody at square leg. Well, beside the umpire. Short.
Right.
They're all in the boundary. So Thomas is a powerful man.
And what you really want is for the youngster to stay on strike. So you don't want him to knock it around the corner for a single. Here's Dakers. And that is exactly where he should be.
That's it.
We know a thing or two about the game here.
I
Mr.
tell
Davis.
you, they think they're a magician.
There should be no single here.
Definitely not.
Nah. Now for Williams.
Who's the captain for Kensington?
I think it's Lug at first slip.
Okay.
Leroy Lug, the Jamaica opening batsman.
He's a powerful hitter of the ball too.
Yes. Oh, the captain is Hines. Oh, Alex Hines,
oh.
yes. I think Lug would have captained some games this season.
But Hines is a young man.
I understand Hines is captaining today, yes.
Okay.
So Williams back on strike, and again, we can't see the scores. We know that it's 172 for 7. We'll tell you the individual scores in a bit. That's well played. Bang on target. And end of the over. We're struggling to see the scores, Mr. Scorer. That 172?
It's 172 for.
What are the individual
7.
scores, Mr. Scorer? All right, they're going to be telling us now why. What we can tell you is that St. Catherine are 172 for 7.
Yes, 172 for 7. And Redwood is going to continue.
Which of the two teams do you think would be happier at this point?
I still think Kensington might be happier, but anything over 180, 190, you never can tell.
Never can tell indeed. Here is Redwood now. And again, another poor delivery.
But he's lucky.
That's punched deep out onto the offside.
And it brings
no
Williams
ball,
into strike.
yeah, for one over the waist.
Oh.
On the full.
So it's 174 now, or thereabouts.
How do you get the young leg spinner to be tighter and bowl less bad balls? I'm putting you in the coach's hat at the moment.
When it comes to leg spin, even at the international level, you're going to get 1 and 2, but it comes with practice, and also the muscles have to become strong, because what happens, you get tired.
There you go.
So
and look at the difference with that ball.
Right.
Fairly well pitched, spinning away.
Right.
But
So
then
it's
he'll
practice.
just, yeah.
It's really practice.
Look at that.
And
better ball.
Right.
Just about the length and the line you wanted, having the batsman half forward.
Right.
Can't
So
score.
there are many times it's leg spin. It's a difficult art to really get good. We have quite a number of young leg spinners in Jamaica at this time, but it's really, you have to give them time, and playing in matches is important, match practice.
Yeah.
So they have to let him bowl.
That's another good delivery, and Williams forced to just punch it out towards cover. Can't score.
There's a little one from Homewood. I don't know if you've seen him. Fleming.
I'm not sure. I doubt it.
Yeah, he's a very good leg spinner.
Oh, that's the lap sweep, you could call it. Out towards fine leg. This could run. No, won't get to the boundary. But that's well played by Williams. He's showing there, Sir Davis, that he doesn't have to be just boofed down the ground.
Right.
He has a little dexterity to him as well.
Oh, yes. I remember when he played for Taki, played against Mayday, made a century around Mayday.
For Williams.
In the semi-finals when we beat them, but yes, it was.
All right, that's leg
was a
spinner
very good
spinning
match.
away from Williams. And again, just bear with us a little bit that you're not seeing individual scores. It's 176, I make it.
Yes,
What?
approximately should be.
176, Mr. Scorer. 177 for 7, as this one is Well, they attempted drivers
they
out
should
towards
get
cover,
two.
peeling off the inside half, and they
Okay.
won't come back for the second. I think,
I think it's the end of the over, and that's why Williams didn't. take
yeah,
the
they
second.
wasn't forced to come back for the
Right,
second. He wants a
to.
strike.
Right. Very, very good thinking there by Williams.
All right, so now we can get some individual scores. How much is Williams? 38 for Williams, and Williams on 43. And Raleigh Thomas on
Whoa,
19. And
he's
the
doing
score,
well.
the score 178. 178 for
Okay,
7.
so now we're on par. 178. It's 178 for 7. A very good partnership here.
Yeah, and they, for the most part, playing their roles. Williams, certainly to the Pacers, being the
Right.
aggressor.
And little Raleigh not to be left out against the spin.
Yes, Raleigh is saying, I'll take the
he's on
spinners
19.
Yes. The truth is, though, he's been served up some bad balls, which,
Oh, yes.
which hasn't hurt him. But let's see,
Definitely
as
not.
Williams from Dakers, let's see if Dakers will continue the short ball barrage or really pitch up a few. That's short and pulled imperiously in front of square for 4.
My goodness me. That was a lovely shot by Williams, and he's in a Jamaica saying in his hockey.
I tell you, sometimes when you can hook, well, Dakers is not express pace by any means,
Right.
but he bowls. If you don't understand cricket, you may not understand the term. I don't know how to explain, but he bowls a heavy ball.
Right.
He doesn't float them up at you. He hits the pitch.
Right.
When you
By
can
the way,
pull
that's
him.
what they say about Carlos Brathwaite.
There you go. There you go. But that was a good shot. When you can hit the pace bowler in front of square, it
that's
says,
it.
I am
Yes,
in
authority.
control. Yes,
Yes.
indeed. He's 1 away from 50, is he?
No, 2,
Oh, it's 2.
3. He's
Oh, it's 47. All right.
But he's the top scorer so far.
Yes. 37 to Lewis and 40 to Carlos Brown.
Right.
Those are the other 2 top scorers. Oh, he wanted to work. He's
Oh,
upset with himself.
Yeah, because the space is there to get the single.
He was thinking 2, I think.
Okay, yes, because behind the umpire could easily get 2.
He was thinking that he could get back on the strike with that little work, so he was livid with
Move on to
himself.
49 and need a single, yeah.
I think maybe a little pace, it got onto him a little bit quicker maybe.
Certainly wasn't pleased.
Nah, he wanted to get batting it and work it around to backward square.
Well, there's no change to the field, so let's see.
No change, no change. Dakers, again, looks so much like Carlos Brown. This one is worked.
Brathwaite,
He won't get more than
just
one.
There's a single.
Carlos Brathwaite, I say Carlos
Right,
Brown.
Right.
Only get a single. No signal from the umpire, so it's 48. And again, they're trying to work out the scores so that you can start seeing it on your screen here. But we made that 179. 183.
183, man,
Oh,
hit the
yes,
score.
because there was a 4
Right.
out to mid wicket. So 183 for 7. My bad, listeners. Brings Raleigh Thomas. And they have done away with the leg gully and the leg slip. So which
Showing
means
respect
that
for him now.
yeah, which means that you expect the line now to be more orthodox outside off.
Right.
Well,
Ooh, well, we're wrong.
not quite.
Wide signal.
Wide
by the,
signal.
Wide signal by the umpire. So that was an effort ball.
Yeah,
Are they getting frustrated with the young man staying there so long?
probably. That one though, almost tennis bounce like, which means
Right.
it was walked in. It really didn't.
Yes.
You know,
It's loop-like.
it didn't elevate from a length.
No.
Hitting it almost walked with anger into the pitch.
Let's see what he'll do now.
And here's a youngster, maybe heart pumping as he faces. He slashes that out towards cover and can't score.
I think he's a brave little young man.
Yeah, certainly is. He's not backing off.
No.
He's certainly
If you notice, when the bowler is coming up, he actually comes across with the back foot.
yes.
Not flinching.
So some resistance been shown here by St. Catherine.
Definitely.
The lower middle order. I'm saying we're gonna stick around for as long as we can. Here's Dakers.
Full
And that's
pitch.
driven. Lovely shot out towards cover. And gets a single.
think he moves on to 20 now.
It was a nice shot because the previous ball was a searing bouncer,
Right.
and then some youngsters wouldn't be pushing out
would be on
the
the
next
back
one.
foot,
They would
yeah.
be on the back
Yes.
foot. So
Brave little young man.
yeah, certainly showing some courage here. $185, is it? 185 for 7. Williams on. How much is Williams now? 48 is Williams. Could see the 50 from this one. Dakers to Williams. And they work a single. Oh, that's poor cricket. The man in the circle at mid-wicket.
And
Well,
they're
that's
going
the
for
50.
second.
That man in the in close in on the mid-wicket
Right.
there, shouldn't have allowed a single.
No,
You are
and
there
they
for
got two.
precisely that. And in the end,
Oh
they
my
got 2.
God. That's a good 50 though.
But that's 54 Williams. What do you make of his innings?
I think it's a very good 50, and we criticize him for finding the fielders. It could have been more than 50, but it's a good innings. Most of the balls were on in the middle of the bat, and for his team, it's a very, very good innings for his team, and he's has been the backbone. Apart from Carlos Brown, Lewis made a quick 37. Brown was the backbone up until just before lunch, and he got out, and Williams stayed there, which is critical for his team, and he has stayed there. I think it's a very, very good half century in the finals of the Michael Holden Senior Cup, and this inning might just make a big difference in the game.
Yeah, it's certainly an important innings, and there are times when a 50 assumes greater importance than another 50. But with the way the game was going, they needed somebody to shepherd the lower order and get them closer to that 200
Right,
total.
and by the way, he's not done yet.
No, there's still more to come.
Oh, yes.
Tamara Redwood now to bowl to, well, that one was hit straight at the fielder from Thomas.
Well, he's hard.
Hit hard as well.
He's a little man with some power there.
Yeah. Raleigh Thomas, though. I mean, young Tamara Redwood, though. Bowling too much bad balls here.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Either
And probably that's why they
over-pitching,
waited so long. They probably know his form so
Yes.
recently.
over-pitched. Hit back at him for a single. Out towards long off. Can't get a second.
No, one is fine. It's not like Thomas seems to be in any trouble to the spinners.
Right, so Williams doesn't have to come rushing back.
No. And the worst thing would be a run out at this time.
No, you don't want that. Score now is 189, so the
Whoa,
200
that's
definitely
very
on the
good.
cards, Mr.
Oh, yes.
Davis.
The 220s
Could
now
be
on the cards.
thinking somewhere close to that. That's a better delivery. Not over pitch, not too short, and well
Well
stroked.
played.
Yes,
And I think Thomas is growing in confidence.
certainly is. Certainly is. Certainly against the spinners, or certainly against the spinner of Redwood, he's definitely having a right time of it. Full toss, another bad delivery. Can't do that, young man. They could be
Well,
coming back for a
yeah,
second. So
because
the bowling wasn't great, and the fielding
was
probably
worse.
worse.
Yes, yes. And Kensington seems to be in a little shatters right now. They're not bowling well or feeling well at this time. They had the juggler at one point, but I think they're easing down a little bit.
Yeah, quite strangely here, Mr. Davis, their shoulders have dropped. The opposition team is not yet 200,
Right.
and you have 7 wickets down. There should be greater energy
Definitely.
in the field. Do you agree with me?
Definitely.
It seems to be just a little dispirited at the moment, which is a little strange. Redwood bowls and Leslie, oh, that's a waft.
Oh my goodness.
Bowling him.
Mhm. He's bowled?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
It was
me.
just a horrible shot. Just a airy-fairy waft at a ball.
And he was doing so well.
Yes. Let's take a look at this one, and then you can describe it on the replay here, Mr. Davis.
It's true.
It was a very loose shot as the replay comes up. The end of Leslie stuck around, did his part, but I think he would be disappointed at the way he
did
got
the
out.
hard work and was just about to move on.
But
And
that is what
he's-
we were discussing about the leg spinner. Doesn't always have to bowl great balls to get people out.
Right. But yes, he was.
We'll catch the replay in a minute.
Doesn't seem so.
Could it have been the Google here? We want to see the replay. So maybe Raleigh was
it would have
opening
to
up
be the it
to
would have
cut,
to be the googly
and
because
the one
it
the
was
Google came
pitched
back.
outside our stump. Right.
Are we gonna
And
get the replay?
Doesn't seem so.
The machine giving some issues, so we're probably going to be struggling to get the replay.
So the score, I mean, Raleigh Thomas is gone. I think he made 20. Good innings. He stayed there. And I think that for that.
There it is. There it is.
Now.
Let's see that again.
Yes.
And then have Mr. David.
He could. Yes, it was. It was definitely the googly.
The googly came back.
Pitched outside the off stump, yes, and came back. He swung at it. He should have been defensive though, because Williams is at the other end. There's no need for him to play a shot like that.
Right.
And
did he get an inside edge as well?
Doesn't seem so.
Doesn't seem so.
I think it was just the googly.
Just the googly that came back through the gate. Yes.
And it was a good delivery. And you spoke about leg spinners bowling deliveries that are, slip bad deliveries, 2 or 3. You seem to be bowling, and then you have a very good one. Yes, and that one gets wicket.
Renford what? Or who?
Renford is the last name?
Renford is driving and missing. Huh? What's his Raekwon Renford.
Okay, Raekwon Renford.
You notice Williams did not take the single as that one went down towards fine leg.
Right, because now he knows exactly what to do.
Right.
Because he has to stay there, and he has to get some runs, some more runs, and he might just have to be aggressive.
191 for 8. How much did Raleigh make?
120.
We're checking Raleigh's score. 23.
Okay.
And Williams is not out. What is that? 53 at the moment. 51.
51 for Williams.
Williams, who refused to take the single in the last ball of the previous over. Let's see if he will take the single here. Alex Hines
will be bowling.
Will be bowling for the first time.
Yes. And he's the skipper for this game.
Yeah, and really needs no introduction. The son of former West Indies batsman Wavell. Yeah, I saw him earlier.
Right.
Saw him earlier. Again, a little surprised that he is getting the ball so late because he's fairly useful.
Well, he's a captain.
Through and around. Well, yeah. So, oh, what a delivery that was.
Yes, I remember when he played for Wolmer's. Yes.
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 That was a good delivery, though.
Yes, it was.
Pitching, maybe just back of a length, but it came under the arm.
His twin brother, yes.
It's Alex Hines, and Williams is trying to cut. And immediately we can see he's sliding them on, Mr. David. Not spinning, but just rushing them through with the arm.
Yeah, that's how he usually bowls when he was in high school.
Right. Careful how you cut. Because he's not throwing them up.
And he usually bowls a good line and length.
Was that a drop catch?
The bowler, this reaction of the bowler seemed as if yes, the reaction of the bowler seemed as if it was a chance.
He's upset. And Williams walks away. Williams seems to be suggesting that maybe I got a chance there. Here's Hines from round the wicket. Off the back foot, punched out towards the man at long off for a single. Goes to 52. I think the score now 192 for 8.
Yes, 192 for 8. And Williams on 52.
Brings Renford on strike. Raekwon Winford. What does he do for the under-19 team? I understand he's an under-19 fast bowler.
Yes. The under-19 team has some good bowlers in it, but
his last year at
that's the left-arm pace bowler. The left-arm pace bowler.
Yes, okay.
Yes. Good bowler he is. But now he's asked to bat, so let's see what he does.
Well, his role clearly is to stay with Williams. Let's see if he has the skill and the temperament.
They're from the same school.
Oh, yes, indeed. Being encouraged to just stay there and play straight. Well, he's certainly trying to do that. And you can tell he's not the most efficient batsman. You could tell from that.
Yes,
maybe not quite a rabbit, but not the most not the most skilled number 10 you'd ever see. Here's Hines now, and Renford leaves alone.
Yes, and that's the end of the over.
Good cricket from the youngster. He knows his role.
Oh, yes. But he plays for Taki. I think I don't think he and Williams played together because I think he was coming from another school. and had to wait out a year. So by the time he played this year, then Williams would
how
have
long
been
have you been at
Mayday
Mayday?
since 2009.
Mm.
Right.
Where were you before?
Newell High School.
Newell.
And before that, I was at Raymond Gardner High School in Turks and Caicos.
Oh.
And before that, I was at Bel Air High School. It was a private school.
Okay.
That's where I started.
I'll get a little your cricketing resume in a little bit. For a man who talks the game quite well, let's see if you were a good player. This is short and punched out towards long on. Williams takes a single. He wanted two. Doesn't get two. Are you surprised that he took the single off the first ball?
I think he was planning for two in his mind, but two definitely was not on. It would have been dangerous. But it was a bad delivery, though. It almost bounced twice before it reached him. And he should have done better with it.
Yeah. So did you play cricket, Mr. Davis?
I played a little bit, yes. I played in those days we had concrete pitch. I played for Manchester High School.
Okay, great. Great.
And then, of course, I played for...
Oh, they're appealing, but that was much too high.
College of Arts, Science and Technology.
What did you do?
Bat and wicket keep.
Oh, you were a keeper batsman. Were
Opening
you
batsman. That would be left for the spectators, but I understand that I was.
You understand that you were decent?
Yes, based on the... I played with people like Collis Simmet and Salesman.
Yes, I know the names.
That's the time I played.
Redwood to Gordon, who drives outside the off stump. That's a lovely shot. That they will not get.
They'll get two.
Four.
They could think of third.
And they're back. Well, they take two. And are you surprised that Williams has allowed the young Renford to get back for two?
Well, he seems to have some confidence in him, and because Redwood has a tendency to bowl some bad deliveries, but I think he should not have. He should have taken 3 or 1.
Yeah.
But let us see. That was a good shot, sir. Perhaps they say, "Well, you look like no rabbit, so let's see what you can do."
I like that shot. When you can punch the leg spinner through the offside against the spin,
it means that you have some
there's something about
skills.
Yes.
So let us see.
And got the foot right out to smother whatever spin was there.
Right.
And hit against the spin. This time, one just pushed across him.
Yeah,
and
2 deliveries to go. Right.
195 now for 8.
Okay, so 200 definitely on
200
the cards.
on the cards. That's at least the first hurdle that they'll want to cross. This one is a good delivery. He was at sea to that was Renford. And when he gets them right, he can be quite a customer, this Tobias Redwood guy. I've seen him bamboozle senior players this year in first-class cricket.
Right. With time, he's going to be really
Once
good.
he learns how not to bowl bad balls.
Right.
Look at that. That was properly flighted, spun. The batsman was completely at sea.
Yes, and that's the
look at it. Describe this one for us, coach. Mr. Principal.
Whoa. My goodness me, he had him completely beaten. I think he misread the flight of the ball, and he was beating all ends up, and lucky he wasn't bowled. He was there down on his haunches and wondering what just happened. But as you know, he's not really a batsman of any reputation. He's a bowler, and his job is to stay there, and that he did. He was able to negotiate the last few deliveries of the over and gives Williams a chance to take his team to over 200 in this over.
Right, so Alex Hines now to Williams. Williams is... that's
it in the helmet?
That's the helmet. And there are 1 or 2, I don't call those appeals, 1 or 2 inquiries.
Right, but the regulation is they have to do the concussion check.
Yeah, they're calling on.
I mean, he's fine, and he's a tough young man.
Do you have to call on concussion when you're hit by spinners as well?
Yes, sir. Once it hit the helmet. Wow. It's just it's formality, but they have to do it.
Honestly,
I was him, where are you?
Yeah.
And he might say that I'm in St. Mary. Never can tell.
Yeah.
But it's really a rule that they have come up with. Let me ask a question, though. Like on the international scene where if you have the concussion rule, they can have a replacement person who actually bats. Does that apply to our local situation?
I would think so.
That's the umpire.
Mr. Umpire, are the concussion substitutes allowed in these games?
They can bat.
Like for like.
Like for like. Okay,
So
wonderful.
Williams is the wicketkeeper batsman. So what if you didn't travel with a reserve wicketkeeper?
Yeah. A batsman.
Wouldn't be like for like.
Batsman.
Right. And you may only travel with one of those. Next thing you know, yeah. Oh, oh.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's what
All
you
right,
mean.
understand. So you could put it. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. And they usually do, right? Here's Hines to Williams. Williams is hitting over the top, inside out. That's gone.
And that's the end of that ball.
Wow. Certainly got
And
the
that brings up
treatment.
a 200.
That's the 200.
Yes, yes. That's what I was talking about.
Yeah. That was inside out, hitting with the angle or hitting with a
They found
spin.
the ball. Okay. And the umpire will check the ball to see if it's the same ball or if it's in good condition.
Nice shot though, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes. Lovely shot. And because what he did before was not necessary. You do that when your team is on 500
Right.
or you're playing T20.
Certainly that one was less risky. Off the back foot punch is square on the offside. Can't beat the man at that squarish cover. And I think this may very well be the last over or so before tea. Tea's at 2:40. So we're coming
Might
up
have
to the
another one
tea
after
break.
this.
Maybe another one after.
Right.
And now it's a very even game here in terms of both teams feeling that they would have done pretty well. They are appealing, not
Whoa,
out.
it is dropped.
Dropped again.
Let me see it. Let's look at the replay. The reaction from the bowler, but bowlers always react that way.
Well, let's take a look at this. Yeah,
Difficult to
looks
tell.
like a drop
Seems
catch.
so, no? Yes, because the keeper is disappointed. The batsman looks.
That's the second drop catch, is it?
Hmm.
Hines bowls and Williams is working it out towards the square leg umpire region.
Hines will not be pleased because he was dropped and he was hit for 6 and dropped again.
And dropped again, indeed.
Yes, and
Score now, Mr. Scorer, 202. 202
for
for 8. How
Yes,
much? How many is Williams now? 60.
very
You may-
good innings.
You may well be thinking of a
Yes, well,
century.
and
You know,
since
Mr.
he's
Davis.
and he can ride his luck now that he's been dropped, he can do what he wants. So, but wicket keeper to wicket keeper, you never can tell.
There you go. Renford it is. Who will face up to Hines and well, he was trying to drive, but really didn't
Yes,
didn't make
yes,
any contact.
batting is not his best attribute.
Spectators are saying that Renford is playing too many shots. Well, I wouldn't say he's playing too many shots. I would say he's attempting to play too many shots.
Oh,
because
yes.
He's certainly not getting back to ball.
Definitely. But he's still there. And this should be, if it's a spinner, it could still have 2 overs. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm banking. Well, if the fielding side is smart, they should make this the last over before tea.
Okay.
I mean, if the batting
batting-
side is
Well, the
smart.
fielders are running to their
Yeah,
positions.
because they want an additional over.
Right. They probably want to wrap it up now.
Were I Williams, I would be content with going to tea after this over. He's on 60 as we speak.
Right.
And Redwood to Williams. He pulls that out towards the man at that mid-wicket boundary. Didn't run.
Did not take the single.
What do you think about that?
I think it makes sense, but if he's bowled the next delivery, might change your mind. But
Very
you-
diplomatically said, Mr. Davis. Here's Redwood again. And he pulls that in the air. Could this be out caught? Well, he is. What do you make of this?
That's what I was talking about.
Oh,
But,
Williams will be upset because that was
oh, yes,
short.
he-
The ball was there.
It was there for the taking. But there's something in cricket. Just before tea, any interval, just before, you have to be careful. And sometimes you're actually too careful because perhaps he was in 2 minds and didn't hit it as hard as he could. And He was thinking why he didn't take the single. He was thinking that if he took the single since it's the last over, he didn't want Brentford to get out. So, but he ended up getting out. And I did say that if the next delivery got him out, we'd say something different. But he was trying to be the person in charge, and he took it, and he took the risk, and he got out. But he made a good innings for his team.
That 60 certainly helped his team
definitely
to the 200
and I think
mark.
he played out of character.
Yes.
Because he's usually a very aggressive batsman, and he saw the condition that his team was in, this, and he decided that he had to stay there, and I think he did well. Unfortunate when he got out just before tea, but still a very good innings, and he took his team to over 200 runs.
Yeah,
and I think 200 runs on this wicket with the bowling attack that they have, I think it's a good score.
I think they will play half an hour. I think that's the regulation, is it, Mr. Umpire?
If 9 wickets gone?
Now that 9 wickets are down and there's a possibility of bowled out, they'll extend tea by half an hour.
Half an hour.
All right, who's the new batsman? Wendell Bailey? Wendell Bailey is the new batsman. Well, Wendell Bailey is showing that...
Bailey can play...
Wendell Bailey,
bat, but okay.
Wendell Bailey may not be the new batsman. Right. Wendell Bailey may be the number 11. Maybe we shouldn't use batsman and Wendell Bailey in the same sentence. Another under 19 player.
Yes. What does he bowl? Pace bowler.
Pace bowler from
Homewood. Yes, I know him. Okay.
Here is Wendell Bailey sweeping. They're appealing, but that was
they
never ever going to be given out. Should they come back for the second? No. Let's see the signal.
So.
Leg by will be signaled, I think. Yes. But that was way outside leg.
Definitely way outside leg.
So now Renford is on strike. 203 the score.
Right, so that's about where they would want to be. Well, they would have a little bit disappointed. They could have played 250 or thereabout.
Yeah, 203.
Still have to be satisfied that they ended up over 200 after the collapse in the middle where they lost a number of wickets quickly.
200 in Senior Cup is usually the kind of score that I like to see. It means that the game is wide open.
Yes, yes.
Nobody gets 350 in the first innings.
Right, and the game is
and
dead
kill it off.
Oh, wow.
That's a swipe.
Oh, wow. That was a big, they call it the cow swipe.
He was intended to hit the ball out onto the main.
They might get another over. Let's watch the square leg. He's walking. She's walking slowly. Just about. Yes, we should get another over.
Yeah, Renford was trying to hit that somewhere on the main road between Ocho Rios and Montego
Bay. It's 9 wickets, so you never can tell. They might just continue.
They might play the half an hour. There you go.
I think they should.
Wendell Bailey is the...
They might not need to. Let's see what happens.
Well, you never know.
The Hines have been bowling well, you know.
It's been unlucky.
Very unlucky.
Drop catches, yeah. So this is the number 11 for St. Catherine, Wendell Bailey, opening pace bowler. In fact, the two at the crease now are the opening fast bowlers for this.
Right, and they can use this for the warm-up. Yes.
Yes.
Well, the way Renford swung at the ball before, he must be warming up.
Like I said, he wanted to hit on the main road 120 yards away.
Somebody telling the umpire to take tea.
Nah,
they don't know much about the game.
Right. They are calling for extra helmet for an extra man close in, and that's good cricket, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah. And the field as is.
Though, if you were the captain, would you, instead of bowling the spin, bring back the pace bowler? You'd stay with the spin.
Could be. You know, not a bad decision because these two, you don't see them getting behind too many deliveries from the fast bowlers at all. But Hines will feel that he's had 2 drop catches in his 3 overs. So he will feel that it's not his fault why he isn't in the wicket column as well.
Okay, let's see.
Round the wicket to Bailey. Bailey struck on the pad. This is tight. He's
yes,
gone.
And it's all bit of a gone. That's the first delivery. That's it. So,
that looked close.
As I said,
yes,
there's no necessity for the extra half an hour. So that is it. St. Catherine CC all out for
203 all out.
203 all out. Yes, they made it 200.
A 64 Williams, 44
Brown.
Carlos Brown, and Kenan
37.
Lewis, 37.
Those were the main scores. And not to forget Thomas, he made 23.
And Thomas got 23
Right.
as well. So 203 all out. St. Catherine will feel that they fell short maybe by 40, 50 runs here,
Yes,
Mr. Davis.
definitely. 40, 50. And Kensington will feel good that they were the ones who inserted St. Catherine to bat, and they were able to bowl them out before tea.
Right.
Or by tea, which is something good. And we have, I think it's game on here.
I think so. I think it's game
But
on
those
as
are
well.
runs on the board. And
All right.
we have to wait and see the batting
So
of
Mr. Davis,
Kensington, if you remember.
all right, Mr. Davison and I will be back for the final session.
All right, take care.
All right, very good afternoon and welcome to the Kensington reply to the first inning score by St. Catherine of 203. And of course, this is the Michael Holding Senior Cup final. And St. Catherine, who were asked to bat, scored 203. And you would think that they will feel slightly disappointed not to have gotten maybe another 30, 40 runs and get closer to 250. But 203 is already on the board. And they say runs on the board is runs on the board. It's Leroy Logg who will face. And we'll tell you who the opening bowler is in a second. That one was down the leg side. Renford is the opening pace. And that's the first delivery down the leg side. So Kensington needs to get 204 for first innings points. And that delivery was speared down the leg side. Leroy Logg, who generally speaking is very good through the onside. You want to be away from his pads. 2 steps and a gully, a point, cover. But there's a man at long on, interestingly enough. A man all the way back at the backward square boundary and a long on. Not too often you'll find an opening pace starting the attack with a long on, as this is punched through the offside by Leroy Logg. Ball short, he was on the back foot and slashing it away. And they come back for the second run. So Kensington are on their way with Leroy Logg opening his account with a punch off the back foot square of the wicket for 2. And here's Logg. He's a no-nonsense opening batsman. Reminds me a lot of Philo Wallace in his time, for those watching who would have remembered the former Barbadian opening batsman. Renford bowls, and he's trying to whip this one over the onside. Can't score. Didn't make contact. And the keeper fumbles. But Renford has not yet found the radar. That's his second delivery. Down the leg side. And he is rather lucky not to have paid the price for those 2 ill-directed deliveries. So here's a Logg, 2 without loss. Kensington in reply to St. Catherine's 203. And Logg is attempting to drive through the offside. The ball must have just come back slightly through the gate. But that was a loose drive from Logg. Ball really wasn't pitched up enough. But Logg, he lives and dies by his ultra-aggressive method. And on his day, he can be a really deadly opening batsman, especially at this level. Renford to Logg. Drives up towards long on. And gone. It is for 6. So I was wondering, why start with a long on to an opening pace, left arm across the right-hander? Well, Logg is showing that long on could very well have been in business. The left-arm fast bowler was spanked over long on for 6. And it's now 8 without loss. Logg, as he always does, will not die wondering. If it's up, it's gone. So the young left-arm fast bowler may just be thinking, that could have been. And there's a little break in play here. As is that a second ball on the field? Yeah. But Renford it is now who will bowl delivery number 6. As Logg is coming at him. And Logg in local circles, when he's on the go, is one of the more deadly opening batsmen. This time he gets a full toss and punches out to mid-off. Can't score. End of the first over. And Kensington already off to a brisk start. They are 8 without loss. Kennard Lewis. Kennard Lewis is the opening bowler from, shall we say, the commentary box end. Corey Hines is the other opening batsman, the left-handed son of the former West Indies batsman Wavell Hines. As here is Kennard Lewis from over the wicket. And that one through to the keeper. And no run. Lewis does have the ability to get the ball to do a little bit with the new ball. One of the few persons who would have kept the wicket, bowled, and batted for Jamaica. Apparently can do everything. I can't think of too many. Richard Aston. Here is Lewis to Hines. And again, badly directed, this time down the leg side. So this is what you get from Lewis. You can get a mixed bag, but does have the ability to bowl some wicket-taking deliveries as well. There's 2 slips on a gully, a point, a cover mid-off. Rather orthodox field with a mid-on, a man in front of square and a man on the long leg boundary. Here's Lewis, wants to get it a little bit more towards the offside, but that is too far. Corey Hines not influenced the play. No run. Score still without loss. Hines hasn't scored. You could say Hines hasn't had the opportunity to score, not really forced to play. And the St. Catherine team will know that a good opening burst here could be crucial to their chances. First innings could well decide the contest. Here's Lewis. And again, too wide down the leg side. And the keeper has to do well to tumble away to his right. That's Williams. And a rather poor start with the new ball here from Lewis. So Lewis taking a little bit of time to get his radar going. He definitely wants to have young Corey Hines at least playing from over the wicket. And that's a better delivery, but Hines will tell you that he had the measure of that, kept his bat inside the line. And it died on its way to the keeper as well, but that's a better delivery. Hitting better areas, but did not influence Corey Hines to offer a shot. And Kennard Lewis here, you would say disappointing first over. Here is Lewis now to Hines from over the wicket. And again, down the leg side. And Lewis will feel quite disappointed with his efforts here in this over. Too many deliveries, either down the leg side or too wide of off. It's a maiden, but not what you'd call a desirable maiden if you're the fielding side. Still 8 without loss. So Renford will continue. The left arm pace would have already represented Jamaica at the under-19 level. Here's he over the wicket to bowl to Log, and Log is driving out towards long off. That is a lovely shot. That's gone for 4, you know. That was some shot. Leroy Log, normally known to be a batsman, very strong through the onside, but he got that one pitched up on the off stump. And the young under-19 pacer felt that he was much too up, and that was a pleasantly executed off drive by Log. If he bats until close, then his team would have eaten away a lot of what they have to chase. Renford bowls, and Log is driving again out towards the offside. He didn't even bother to move. That's 4 more runs. Again, overpitched. And Log doesn't need too many invitations, even at the best of times. That's a lovely cover drive. That's gone for 4. The total now 16 without loss, with Log scoring all 16. And the youngster must realize you can't be that far up. And let's see if he'll adjust. And if he will overcompensate by bowling too short, because that may not help him either. But Log has certainly driven very well here. So 16 without loss with Leroy Log on the go here. Here is Renford again over the wicket. And Log is driving again. This time finds him on a cover. Sir Royalty in the house. Sir Harris. And Log will feel that he should have gotten that to the left or to the right of the fielder at cover. So Leroy Log, in his own inimitable style, really on the go. And here is Renford to Log, and this time down the leg side, and the keeper doing well. Log showing that if you are up, he can be deadly on the front foot, but he can also be a brutal hooker and puller of the ball. We're seeing a man all the way back at backward square. We're seeing a man at long leg as well. Haven't yet seen the short ball being employed. And here is Requain Renford again from over the wicket to bowl to Log, and he's cutting. This is 4 more. You can't pitch up, and if you're short like that, they can be punished off the back foot as well. That was slashed past the man at wideish point. And Leroy Log is 20. His team is 20. And usually a very brutal player through the onside, but Leroy Log demonstrating this afternoon that he's certainly improved on his offside game. He's reeled off 2 exquisite cover drives, and we're seeing that he's quite efficient on the cut as well. So Renford is under pressure. The young under-19 pacer may very well be feeling the heat. From over the wicket again to Log, and Log is driving up towards long on this time. And looks quite ominous here is Leroy Log. His driving is good. The timing is great. He's cutting. And it's only a matter of time before he unfurls the pull or the hook as well, because I don't see him just coming on the front foot and driving without being tested on the short ball. So Log is on 21. The score is 21. So Leroy Log has been the only scorer of the 2, brings young Corey Hines on strike. No, Log keeps the strike. It's the start of another over. And it's Kenan Lewis who will continue. Lewis's first over, which wasn't particularly impressive. It was a maiden. But quite a few of the deliveries, the batsmen were not influenced to play. And Kenan Lewis to bowl now to Leroy Lugg. Maybe these two are arguably, Jamaica's most dominant opening batsman. One is now bowling to the other, though. In modern times, in the last 5 years. Well, here is Lewis to Lugg down the leg side. And again, Lewis is not finding the radar. He was down the leg side to the left-handed batsman. I know that the right-hander is batting. He's down the leg side as well. That may have been a decent enough delivery to the left-handed batsman. But maybe 4 or 5 of his 7 deliveries so far have been speared down the leg side. Maybe trying to bowl a touch too quickly. He's operating with 2 slips and a gully. Needs to find the radar. Here is he. Much better. But still not close enough to influence Lugg. Maybe a little word exchange as well. And Lewis not short of a word or two. He will feel disappointed if he doesn't carry at least 1 with the new ball here. He says at the top he'll bowl maybe 4 at maximum. Says he usually has a scalp in those 4 overs. But let's see. Over the wicket to Lugg, and Lugg is, you could see the intent. Can you see intent even in a leave alone? You could see him coming. But he realized that it was not pitched up enough, and the line was definitely too wide of off stump. But he planted that front foot with intent, as if he's saying to Lewis, get it close. I dare you, Mr. Lewis, get it close. And a little chattering, you can hear people like Danza Hayat even from here as Lewis now. And that's worked away. That's an appeal that they will never get. Ball always sliding away down to the leg side. Let's see the signal. It's a leg by. And again, Kenan Lewis's radar is not where he wants it to be. 22 now without loss. It's 90 overs a day, right? What time is play scheduled to end? 5 o'clock. But if the 90 overs are not bowled, they could go up to 5:30. We have an umpire here beside the scorers, by the way. So it's Corey Hines now facing up to Lewis. And we used to call that wasting the new ball. He's not influencing enough shots. The batsmen are either finding the ball speared too wide of off, as on that occasion, or too many down the leg side. So Kenan Lewis certainly not doing his captain any justice here with the new ball. And as a man who usually quite competitive and wants to be in the game, he wouldn't be too pleased at his efforts here with the new ball. But all that can change pretty quickly. They're geeing him up as he runs away from the commentary box end. And again, much too wide. The pace is good. There is some outward movement. Ball carrying nicely through to the keeper, but the line is all wrong. And again, Lewis not influencing the batsman to play. 22 without loss after 4. So the new bowler, we've already seen a bowling change. Xavier Royal will get the new ball from the far end. And the general school of thought is that if Lugg has any weaknesses, it's against spinners as opposed to pace. The pace bowler only given 2 overs. That's the young Renford, who was harshly treated by Leroy Logg, the captain, saying, well, we've seen enough. Let's see how you look against the left-arm orthodox spin of Royal. They're being quite meticulous about the field. There's a slip. There's a point. There's a man all the way back at cover. There's a catching extra cover and a wideish mid-off. And then there's a mid-wicket deep, a man 10 yards to the right of the square leg umpire. Here's Royal to Logg, and Logg is on the back foot and punches back to the bowler, no run. Different challenge, but Logg is not likely to be kept in check. He likes to have a go, but Royal can be quite a difficult customer to get away from round the wicket. Logg is, for once, looking fairly circumspect. That one he was fairly solid in behind that. But even in those defensive shots, you can see where he's coming hard at the ball. He bats the way he's built, strong. He's driving out towards extra cover. And you can see he's in some touch. All balls hitting the middle of his blade. Royal just wipes the palm on the ground to get some kind of grip. Logg is driving out towards Langan. There was no violence about the shot. Easing it down towards Langan for a single. Goes to 21. And it's now 23 without loss. 23. Logg goes to 22. The score is 23. So that is how dominant he has been. And it brings Hines on strike. Corey Hines is not yet off the mark. And the youngster has faced some 8 deliveries. And when you're faced 8 deliveries and not yet off the mark, can just be hovering at the back of your mind. You want to get off the mark. Left-hander to left-hander, he's forward. And plays it out towards Medan, can't score. 23 without loss. Kensington making a decent start. Here is Royal, and this one is steered out towards the widest point. They should be coming back for 2. And that's 2 runs to the young Hines, who is prepared to bide his time, steering that one to the wide of point. And getting 2, the total now 25 without loss. As Kensington makes a reasonably good start here against this St. Catherine team. Lewis will come back. He's bowled 2 overs, but hasn't really impressed. Hasn't really forced the batsman to play. He's bowling at good pace, getting the ball to carry nicely through to the keeper. But by and large hasn't gotten the batsman to play the way he would have liked. And again, another interesting field. There's a man right back on the fence at Langan. They know what Logg is capable of doing. They know he can drag deliveries from outside off towards Langan. Lewis to Logg drives back at the bowler. And Lewis in his follow-through cocks the arms, runs towards the batsman as if saying, be careful, be careful. You know not what you do when you hit it back at me like that. All in good fun, though. Lewis is competitive, but off the field is such a friendly and easygoing young man. They have taken the fielder from mid-wicket to cover. So the length and line you expect to be just outside off on a length. There it is. Well, you pick the man from the leg side, and then the next delivery is 2 straight. Worked out towards mid-wicket, though. Logg looking in good touch. Goes to 23, and it's 26. 26 without loss. Hines, who is on 2, comes back on strike. 26 without loss from 5.2. Log is on 23. Log has faced 22 deliveries for those 23. He's scoring at a runner ball, while Corey Hines is on 2 from 10. Ah, how did that not bowl him? They're appealing. No, the umpire says no. Lewis wanted it. I think Lewis was trying to influence everybody to agree that it was out. Lewis was trying to convince all and sundry that there was some kind of edge on that, but in the end, that looked more like a Hollywood act than a genuine appeal. Maybe Lewis was appealing more for the fact that he's finally bowled a good delivery. He's finally got one where he wants one to be, and was maybe as excited at that than the fact that he thought there was a genuine edge. He'll want a few more roundabout in that area. And here is, there he goes again, too wide. And I can't influence a stroke. 26 without loss. Lewis operating with 2 slips and a gully in his third over. As I said, he usually bowls 4, and he's always disappointed if he can't carry at least 1 in those 4. Over the wicket to Hines. Guess what? Down the leg side again. It has not been the most impressive opening spell. He's only conceded 1 run so far from 17 balls bowled. So it's not a case as if he's giving away too many runs. But he's not forcing the batsman to play, which is a cardinal error with that new ball. You want to get the batsman playing. And by and large, Lewis has not influenced too many stroke play. Can he correct that on this one? This time from round the wicket. Better. But the batsman, again, was not forced to play. End of Lewis's third over. He's bowled 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for none. And the total after 6 is 26 without loss, with Log on 23 and Corey Hines on 2. And for the next half an hour or so, the erudite, Mr. Davis.
Thank you very much, Orville. And a very good start by Kensington. They have not lost the wicket, and Log is looking very good, playing some elegant shots, and Corey staying there, leaving most of the deliveries whenever they get a chance. And a good start here by Kensington. They were able to get St. Catherine out for 203, and they are presently 26 without loss. And so far there seems to be not much venom in the bowling of the St. Catherine CC team. Renfred, who started, didn't look good. And Lewis, he has been bowling some deliveries wide off the leg, some outside and leg side. 1 and 2 good delivery. And now we have Royal, who is coming for his second over. 3 runs scored off him so far. And Log will be facing in over number 7 as Log bowls. And Royal bowls. Log comes forward, push it into the offside. There's no run. Log looking quite comfortable at this time and timing the ball very well. And he might be in for a big score, but you never can tell. As Royal, who is a very good bowler, left arm spinner bowls, and Log is forward. Just put it on the onside. Log is content just to play each delivery from Royal on its merit. And we are going to wait to see if Lewis will be coming back or they will bring on another bowler. Laws are one of them, as Royal bowls and is forward. Push it into the outside. Good delivery, well played. 26 without loss. 3 deliveries so far, all dot balls. As Royal bowls, and he drives it, and well, he half stops it, and it goes down to long on, and they get an easy single, which takes Log on to 24, and the score goes up to 27 without loss. 27 without loss here. Kensington in response to 203 made by St. Catherine CC. And you know, the first inning in this match is very important. And so far, Kensington looking real good in their batting at this time. As well, balls to Hines, and he's forward. Just push it on the offsides. That's Corey Hines. He's on 2 from 14 deliveries. Log is on 24 from 26. 27 without loss. Cool afternoon here. Well, Royal goes to Hines, and he's forward. And just push it into the offside. No run. That's the end of the over. End of over number 28. Sorry, number 7. Score is 27. End of over number 7, and the score is 27. 27 without loss. And a steady start here by Kensington, not losing any wickets. And Renford, 2 overs, none for 21. He was roughly treated. And Kennard Lewis, 3 overs, 2 middens, and 1 run, no wicket. And Royal, 2 overs for 4 runs. And Lewis will continue from the southern end. Not much score off him, but I think he has been bowling too wide and not a consistent line. He needs to get the balls on a more consistent line. He has bowled some down the leg side, some outside the off stump. Need to be more consistent, but not much scored off him, and he will continue from the southern end with the score 27 without loss. As Lewis now comes in, bowls to Log, and he's on the back foot, push it into the offside. And you can see the ball from Log just rushing off the bat. His timing has been so good, and he has been looking so good. He's on 24 from 27, but really looking good here, Leroy Log. And St. Catherine CC will have to get this man if they are to get first inning, because he's looking in fine form. But cricket is a funny old game. He might be batting very well and make 1 error. But here, Lewis now bowls to Log, and he plays it on the leg side down towards backward square. They take 1, and that's all they'll be. The score goes up to 28 without loss. Move with this, and Log moves on to 25. 25 from just 28 deliveries. And Corey Hines comes into strike. He's on 2 from 16. And his first task is to stay there with Log and to probably needs to get some singles, but he has been leaving the deliveries, which is also a sign of a good opening batsman. If you don't have to play, then you don't play. You have time. And Lewis bowls, and he's coming forward, plays it on the onside. Fielded there, indicate there's no run. Score remains on 28 without loss. And we're in over number 8, 7.2 overs so far. 7.3 overs, 28 runs, no wickets. 3 deliveries so far in this over. And we have still 2 slips and a gully, a cover. As Lewis bowls to Hines, and a good delivery, left it alone to be taken by the keeper. And Corey Hines here seems to be a model of concentration. He's not playing unless he has to. And this over so far has been a fairly good over by Lewis. More online than the previous overs. But the batsman is still not playing. And I think that is good. It's really a good attribute by an opening batsman when you can leave and judge deliveries and leave them whenever you get a chance. As Lewis now bowls to Hines, full pitch delivery, and he drives it through the offside, and it's going to go into the boundary now. That's a lovely shot there, And the first time that he comes up to him and he drives it through the offside, that's a lovely shot by Hines. 4 runs. And his father would be very proud of him. And that's one look close to what his father would have played. He just, let's watch a replay. He just came for and just push it. Not much power, just timing and placement. And it goes into the boundary for 4. And that's what I was talking about earlier, placing the ball. Williams played a good inning, but he was not placing the balls as much as he could. He should. He was middling, but that was a lovely shot by Hines as Lewis bowls again. And that's a shot, and that's the first error he made, playing at that one, which he should have left. And fortunately for him, he went through to the keeper, no touch. And that force seemed to have given him the sweetness to say, yes, I can go after the bowling. But the score goes up. It's 32 without loss at the end of over number 8. They're scoring at 4 per over, which is a good rate at this time. Remember, they're chasing 203. They need 204 to get first inning point. And in this game, first innings is really golden. Royal is going to continue from another end. And Leroy Lugg, who has looked very good, is going to be facing. Royal has so far bowled 2 overs for 4 runs. And he's coming for his 3rd over to bowl to Leroy Lugg, who has been timing the ball very well as he bowls now full pitch and his forward hits it on the side. Lovely shot there all along the carpet, and they take an easy single. And the fielder make a hush of it. My goodness me, what is happening there? Let us wait and see. Let's have the replay. Let's look at the replay to see what happened. No signal from the umpire, so it's 2 runs. But that should have been 1. And the fielder was really struggling. Royal bowls and Lugg just puts it for an easy single in the onside. He's looking so good, making it look easy, make batting look easy here at the ultimate oval. He really makes it look easy. And he goes on to 28. The score is 35 without loss, and that brings the left-handed Corey Hines to face left-handed Jabba Royal. 35 without loss. Ultimate over here. And Royal bowls Hines, and he's forward. Just push it back to the bowler. There's no run. And so far, I've not really seen any penetration from the bowlers from St. Catherine. Nothing to write home about so far. But Royal comes in and he bowls. And Hines just step back and leave it alone to be taken by the keeper. Not much in terms of the bowling from St. Catherine so far. And Kensington is looking real good. They're on 35 without loss as Royal bowls. And Hines drives it through the offside. Not much power, but timing. They take 1 and they come back for 2. And Hines now moves on to 8. And the score goes up to 37 without loss. And these two have given a very good start to Kensington. And Royal will continue bowling to Hines. And that's a better delivery. Corey was beaten outside the off stump and went through to be taken by the keeper. He gave the impression he was leaving it alone, but I think he was beaten. And that's the end of over number 9. And it is Kensington. They are 37 without loss in response to 203 all-out made by St. Catherine. And you would say at this time that Kensington is in a good position. But you never can tell in cricket because a wicket here might make a big difference as we have a new bowler coming on. New bowler coming on, and the young man, that's Wendell Bailey. I think he's under 19. Plays under 19 for Jamaica. Okay, Wendell Bailey, young man. And slim built, pace bowler. And he's taking over from Kenar Lewis, who opened the bowling. But so far, not much penetration from the St. Catherine CC bowlers. Let us see if Bailey will bring something different to the table. He's a schoolboy, and Lug is there licking his lips to see what will happen. So, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelt and let's get ready as Bailey now. Wendell Bailey to Leroy Lug. He bowls full pitch, and Lug flicks it on the leg side down towards the fine leg fielder, who almost went the wrong way, but he stops it, and they get one elegant stroke there. You don't bowl on his legs like that. And the score goes up to 38 without loss. We're in over number 10. And the umpire and the field changes over for the left-handed Corey Hines, who will be facing Bailey for the first time. He remarks his run-up. So it is 38 without loss, chasing 203. And these two have done a good job so far for Kensington. Real good job so far, with Lug being the aggressor. He's on 29 from 31 deliveries. Hines, he has faced 24 deliveries for his 8 runs, but he did play a lovely shot through the offside as Wendell Bailey bowls to Hines, and he's just on the front foot, just push it back along the pitch. There's no run. And Hines looking quite solid there. And apart from one rush shot in the previous over where a short delivery where he fished at it, apart from that, he has looked quite good. So it is 38 without loss. Kensington in response to 203 made by St. Catherine CC. Remember, Kensington won the toss and they elected to field. And they'll feel that they made the right decision as Bailey now bowls to Hines, and he's on the back foot, just push it into the offside. No run. Steady over so far from Bailey. Not much pace, but bowling quite accurately at this time. Nothing loose so far. And, well, the first delivery was a bit on the leg side and was flicked away for a single. Since then, he has bowled 2 good deliveries, and the score is 38 without loss. And we still have 2 slips and a gully in place as Bailey bowls to Hines short, and he's on the back foot, plays it into the offside where it is fielded at point. There's no run. 38 without loss. And this game now is one that Kensington needs to ensure that they don't lose any wicket right now, and St. Catherine CC, they will have to come at Kensington, and they look quite, I would say, quite calm on the field. No real urgency, but some kind of expectation as Bailey. Now, bowls to Corey Hines. Let's hit him on the pad. There's a stifled appeal, more from the persons who are square on than those who are straight in front. Optimistic appeal there. And not out, says umpire Foster. Yeah, that was certainly missing leg. But of course, they were happy to hit the pad. So therefore, the shot went up 38 without loss. Kensington looking quite good here as young Bailey. So far, 5 deliveries for 1 run. A good over so far as he is getting ready to bowl to his young counterpart, Hines. And he bowls, and it's a good delivery. And Hines is forward, push it into the outside, textbook style. Well played. Good cricket here. 38 without loss at the end of over number 10. And they're going at 3.8 per over. And remember that earlier in the day, Kensington, they won the toss and they inserted St. Catherine to bat. St. Catherine, they made 203 all out. Top score coming from Williams, and he made 60, followed by Brown, who made 40, and Lewis, who made 37, Thomas 23. And so far, the bowling not very penetrative at all, but the score is 38 without losses after 7 overs. After 10 overs, sorry, after 10 overs. And Royal will continue. Full pitch delivery. Comes forward. Gets some inside edge. Run down to backward square. They take one. They're thinking of a second, but Log refuse. And it's just a single to take the score up to 39. And Log moves up to 30 from 32 deliveries. So the score is 39 without loss. Good start here by Kensington. They'll be quite pleased with their performance so far today. And St. Catherine can see the Slips and everybody trying to get them upbeat as Royal comes in bowls. And it seemed like it's a mischance there, but it's more taking evasive action, and he was knocked down. It's feeling right under the bat. So let us look at the replay. Royal ball to Corey, and it fixed it quite quickly. And the fielder at forward short leg there. The ball went so quickly, hit him somewhere in the shin, but he should be okay. Okay, let's watch the replay. That one was too fast for him. His reaction time was too slow to get that one, and it never went into his hands. Yeah, this the easiest place to take those catches is in the pavilion here. But when you're out there, it's a different story. But he's getting some attention, so we can just quickly, let's watch the replay again. And that went quickly. As a matter of fact, he moved after he got hit. So that will go down as a chance, and that's such is the game of cricket. Ball went in the air to you, and if you take a hit on your foot, you should just hold it onto your foot, because there's no point in getting hurt and not getting the wicket. So the score is 38 without loss. Yes, 39 without loss, and the fielder there at forward short leg. Oh, it's Hyatt Jr. Hyatt Jr. was feeling there at forward short leg. I think they should put the older one there, but because he has lived his life already. So it's Hyatt Jr. who got hit, and he's still there as Royal. Bowls to Hines, and he's forward. Let's push it into the offside and towards the backward point, and there's no run. Score remains 39. Bowls again, and it's always an appeal, but it's beaten, goes through to be taken by the keeper, and Royal is bowling well. 39 without loss. Royal, experienced Royal to the young Corey Hines. And he bowls now, and he's forward and plays it behind square, and they take one. They could get a second if they are so inclined. And of course, Lug is just jogging through, but that's an easy two, and it takes Hines up to 10. He's in double figures now. He's 10, and the score goes up to 41. 41 without loss. And I think this has been a very good start by Kensington, and they're stamping their authority on this game so far. As Royal bowls, and Hines pushes it into the offside. Comes forward and drives it into the offside, and there's no run. That's the end of the over. And the score remains on 41 without loss. And Royal, he has now completed his fourth over, none for 12, 41 without loss here at the Ultimate Cricket Ground in St. Anne. It's the Michael Holden Senior Cup put on by the JCA, the Jamaica Cricket Association, and it's the finals that we have here at the Ultimate Cricket Park right here in St. Anne. Right at the roadside, you can stop by and watch a few deliveries, as it's the young Bailey who is going to continue from the southern end, and he will be bowling to Leroy Lugg, who is in spanking form, and timing the ball very well. As Bailey bowls to Lugg, and he's on the back foot and punch it in the outside. The fielder is coming around. The ball is slowing up. They take one and they get two quite easily. So that 2 runs to take the score up now to 43. 43 without loss. And it's Bailey. So Wendell Bailey bowling that one short, and Lugg was quickly on the back foot. It wasn't well timed like the previous delivery, so it slowed up in the field, and the fielder was able to get around to it. So 2 runs as he bowls now, and he flicks in the outside. It's in the air for a while, and they take a quick single. Well, it's actually an easy single, and the score goes up to 44 without loss. Hines now moves on to 11, and Lugg is on 32. And it's young Wendell Bailey from the southern end. So it's 44 without loss. As young Bailey comes in now and bowls to Hines, and he's forward, just push it back along the onside, and there's no run. The score remains 44 without loss, and I dare say it has been a very good start by Kensington after inserting St. Catherine CC to bat and bowling them out for 203. They are 44 without loss in response. We're in over number 12. They're scoring at about 3.83 per over. But the important thing here is for them to stay there and to really work away at this score. 44 without loss. As Bailey comes in the one bowl short, and he's on the back foot and just push it back along the onside. There's no run. The score remains on 44 without loss. Kensington. Corey Hines on 10 from 35, and Leroy Lugg on 33 from 34. And Bailey's in his second over. 1.4 overs, none for 4 so far. And this pitch does not seem to have any devil in it. It's playing quite well. I can see lots of runs in it. And I believe that St. Catherine was 40, 50 runs short. They could have played more, could have done better. But kudos to Kensington, who bowled well. And he comes full pitch delivery. He drives it into the offside. The fielder comes around, fumbles, and Corey is trying to commit suicide, but he failed in his attempt to do so. And he was running down the wicket, and the fielder threw the ball in, and Corey was able to turn back. At no point was Lugg interested in that single, and the fielder seemed to have hurt himself. He is winching and he's in pain. The umpire is looking at him, but he's getting up back slowly. And he's back up. Something happened to him. Not sure what it is, but he will be okay at some point. So the score is 44 without loss. And there I saw Corey. He was running down the pitch like a rush of blood. He wanted that single. And Leroy Lugg was not interested at all. And he was saying no, no. And Corey Hines had to turn back. And he had enough time to turn back. And there was no challenge at all. The score remains on 44 without loss. And we're in over number 12 as Bailey turns now. Bailey, and he bowls to Corey down the leg side, taken by the keeper, no run. The end of over number 12. And after 12 overs, Kensington chasing 203 made by St. Catherine CC. There are 44 without loss with Leroy Lugg on 33 from 34 deliveries. Corey Hines on 10 from 38 deliveries. And we are at the Ultimate Cricket Park in St. Anne. And it's the Michael Holden JCA Senior Cup finals here right in St. Anne. So the score is 44 without loss. And Renford 2 overs, none for 21. Lewis 4 overs, none for 6. Royal 4 overs, none for 12. And Bailey 2 overs, none for 4. 44 without loss. And Royal is going to continue from a northern end, and he will be bowling to Leroy Lugg. And Lugg is on 33. And Royal bowls to Lugg and is forward and push it into the offside. The fielder rushes in, and there's no run. 44 without loss. Good batting here by Kensington. 1 half chance at forward short leg, which rushed to the fielder. Hind Junior as Royal comes in, and Lugg just puts it back on the offside. And Lugg is playing a very responsible inning here today. He has mixed aggression with defense, and you can see that he's bent, he's concentrating his bent and playing a big score here today. So 44 without loss. And we have a long way to go today if the light holds. But for the afternoon it has been overcast. I understand that in Runaway Bay you have rain, but no threat of rain here. So it's 44 without loss. And Royal continues. And he bowls to Lugg, and he just comes forward and push it on the offside. You can see that Lugg is content to just play Royal on his merit, and whenever he gets a loose delivery, he will pounce on it, and he really has plans for a big score this afternoon. Okay, and he drives it into the offside, and there is no run. The score remains on 44 without loss, and good going here by Kensington. No rush. Just playing its delivery on its merit. And they're on their merry way. They know that first inning is critical in this match. And it's just 2 days. As Royal comes in and bowls. And he sweeps his loud appeal. And it goes down towards short. Fine leg. Let's wait and see. Leg by signal by the umpire. And when Mr. Higgins come and ask him what he feels about the fact that schoolboy cricket, they have 3 days, and senior cup is 2 days.
You want to get me in trouble for my response, Mr. Davis, sir? It's a good question. I think the schoolboys, the answer to that is that the schoolboys don't work.
Okay.
So they can get 3 weekdays.
Okay.
I don't know how many of these senior players, their employer would allow them a Friday
I'm
off.
talking for the finals. It's one match.
Even for the final, they start on a Friday, eh?
Yes.
It's a fair question.
I mean, everybody's entitled to a day off.
Yeah.
I have 12 for the year.
Were I a teacher in your school and I say I want the Friday off for cricket purposes, you wouldn't give me too much of a hard time, would you?
I would say let it take 2.
These are the kind of principles we need. All right, so as of now, as we get down to close of play, we'll do some 5 over spells till maybe the last half an hour, when you'll hear Mr. Davis and I again. So, has been a long day, hasn't it?
Well, that's what the nature of cricket.
Yeah. Every time I commentate a game like now, I have renewed sympathy for players, because when I was playing, the cricket never felt as hard.
Okay. Well, I guess when you're commentating, you have to concentrate on every delivery.
I tell people that when I commentate, at the end of the day, I feel like I was playing. You know?
Yes, it is.
Yes. Umpires, they get good pay.
My goodness me, that was a good delivery. And that was a Yorker, and he dug it out.
I'm liking the approach from Leroy Lugg. Usually he's a shutter ball
Yes.
player.
He has played very well.
But he's gone 33 from 39 deliveries, and it's not often that you see Leroy Lugg batting more deliveries than runs scored. He's playing a very responsible knock.
This is the final.
He's not really gone after the bowling. He's put away the ones that he's comfortable with, but by and large, like that, he's kept himself in shape. He hasn't gone swinging, and even those drives, you could see he's keeping the bat upright. He's playing straight.
He's batting very well, and he's
batting responsible.
timing the balls very well too. Timing them, you can see the ball rushing off the bat, and he's playing very straight. And you can see he went out with a plan.
All right, so I'm being told by somebody who watches local cricket, a man from, is a coach, one of the coaches at Kennedy, that it's not unusual for Lugg to play this kind of responsible knock.
Okay.
He can do it. So Hines, 10 from 39. What about Hines now? Is this his typical inning? Just grafts his way through. Okay. So does he have the ability to change gear? Does Hines? He does. All right. All right, so we're being told by one of the Kensington coaching staff that Hines can up a gear if he feels like it, Mr. Davis. But he's saying with Lugg going reasonably well at the other end, what they would want is to come on, well, to come not out at the close of play.
Right.
Even if they add only another 10 runs,
Right,
60 without loss, they'd feel they'd have the game in control.
Yes. And of course, they have all of tomorrow. And remember, the first innings, that's what matters.
Right.
So there will be no rush. They know how many runs they have to play. And probably that's why they did not bat first, because they want to know what they have to play with. And now that they've seen it, they're going to stay there. They're going to bat for long. And I think that's the plan that Kensington has.
Truth be told, I'm not overly impressed with the St. Catherine bowling. They have caused very few alarms, really. And
well, I'm still waiting for their strike bowler to come on.
Vittel Laws, we understand, could be a string up their bow.
Okay. Oh, he still bowl it.
Not sure what happened there.
He was going to about his run, and he just changed his man and bowled it. The ball from a step or two after running up, stopping.
Yeah.
Let's see it again.
Wendell Bailey, you thought, that got the run-up wrong.
Right, and then he said, oh my, can't bother to bowl two more for this over.
So Hines going along at his own pace, but he's still there as Wendell Bailey from over the wicket. And this is driven out square to the man on the
if you remember
cover.
The innings that Williams played, he did similar to what Hines is doing. He stayed there for a long time, and then he started to accelerate. And he didn't know what the score would be, but here Hines knows that he needs 204 to get first innings, and they're going to bat and bat and bat. And St. Catherine will have to come after them.
Yeah, Royal will continue.
But to be honest, I have not seen anything so far from the St. Catherine CC to write home about in terms of their bowling.
No, people felt that they came into this final as favorites, but they haven't looked overly imposing, St. Catherine.
Definitely not.
Royal has bowled, 5 overs, none for 12, so he's been quite
steady,
economical.
Yes. That one is close. That one
gone.
Is very close.
And
he's gone. That is gone.
Lugg is suggesting that there may have been some inside edge on it.
Yeah, that one looks plumb, but the batsman, like Lewis, they don't like to get out.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
He's not going to do it. He's just playing.
Let
us see the replay.
Lugg is suggesting that maybe he got an inside edge. I thought I may have heard two sounds.
Let's see.
So not that. That's not the replay we want to see.
It's from the other end, yeah.
It is from the other end. Lugg isn't happy.
Lewis wasn't happy. Lugg is not happy. Two big, strong men. Both of them LBW.
Yes. Lewis was suggesting that his would would angle away down the leg side. Log is suggesting that there was an inside edge on that.
Okay. But
Difficult
both of them
to
are
tell.
gone. But where am I cannot tell you. The umpire is much closer to the action. And having watched cricket for many years and seeing replays and international umpires, and sometimes you see umpires at the international level, they make a decision, and then they have a DRS, and you see it's different. And the thing about it is that we believe in a DRS, but is it really the truth? We don't know.
That again. David Dwyer is the new batsman. Saw this youngster opening the batting for
He's a very good batsman.
Excelsior.
Yes. When they played against Manchester in the T20 finals, he made a century. 135 in the T20.
Yes. Can't see a replay yet, just yet. Are we going to see a replay? Not quite. So David Dwyer.
Batsman said it play, but umpire said after it hit the pad. We never can tell.
Here is Dwyer with his first, well, I almost said his first delivery, but he wasn't.
And
Royal
if Kensington is going to be in trouble, it's going to be because of Royal. He's the one who looks fairly well so far, bowling based on his experience. He has been tight. That probably was the best delivery he bowled, the one that he got the wicket. But he has been steady, keeping his line and length.
Here's Royal now, and Dwyer is forward, plays it out towards mid-wicket, can't score. And the game is delicately balanced here. Both sides, the next half an hour will be crucial. If Kensington can go into stumps without losing another wicket, they'll feel they have the advantage, irrespective of the scoreline.
Right, that's it. They just need not to lose another wicket. But, of course, St. Catherine has other ideas. And that young man there, Royal, is a very dangerous customer when he gets going. Can be quite difficult to play.
Yeah, left-arm spinners are usually tight, and he is. This is driven out towards cover. That's gone. That's 4. This youngster Dwyer, as you said, Mr. Davis, can be quite dangerous.
Yes, he is. He's
He's
powerful.
very busy, very powerful, and he's not afraid to put bat to ball. That was
Definitely
a nice shot.
not.
Let's take a look again. This was fairly pitched up, half volley length. And really
for a
hit
new
it
batsman
crisply.
at the crease, he just went into it. 3 deliveries so far.
I like the look of him when I saw him in that Sunlight final. I think he got a big score in that as well. He
loves big scores.
Yeah. And he's not afraid to impose himself on opposing bowlers. There he goes again. And again, this could run halfway back. They definitely will get 2. And they could turn for the 3rd as well. 1 for the throw, as we used to say.
Well done. Good running.
Yeah, we are being told by the Kensington coaching staff that these two have good understanding in terms of running between the wickets. But you could tell from that shot that he's in good form. He didn't overhit it. The first one, he really blasted it. This one, he was almost coaxing the ball past the man
and
at cover.
they bring up the 50.
They bring up the 50. It's now 53 for 1 from
15 overs.
50.
And that's 15 overs. And do you think your team is the underdog? Okay, and so far you think you've got it. Ready? Ready? Who's going to bowl that?
New bowler is Raleigh Thomas.
Oh, it's Thomas. I was expecting Laws is who? Raleigh Thomas is a bowler.
Yeah,
Okay,
Raleigh
and
Thomas. Attend St. Jago. Bowls are a reasonable off spin, usually fairly economical. But I've only seen him against his own schoolboy peers. It's a little
Well,
higher
it's
step
schoolboy
up.
is going to be bowling to now. So
Well,
let's
there
see.
you go. You have a point. To be bowling to David Dewar.
Right, but Dua is a powerful cricketer, trust me.
Here's Raleigh Thomas to Dewar. Well, not yet. Thomas. Dewar is off the back foot and punched out towards cover. Does hit the ball up far away, but his technique is fairly orthodox as well. Is not like
Right.
he's a dasher.
Right.
That is what
my
a drop
goodness
catch that was.
me. That was straight
That
to
should
the
have been
field.
taken.
And I saw the approach. I know he was going to drop it. He pushed the ball rather than just taking it in. Technique is a problem there. That looked like one of the younger ones.
Yeah, didn't allow the ball to come to him. He was
Right.
almost panicking. And that was a careless shot, though, from Dewar. Just threw the bat.
Yes.
They take two.
And St. Catherine will pay dearly for this. Well, let us see. Let's look at it again.
Just threw the bat at it. The ball came at a, well, he didn't see it there, but it was not as difficult as the fielder made it out to be.
As a matter of fact, it probably came to him slower than he thought. I don't know. It wasn't really much timing.
Raleigh Thomas, the bowler, will be disappointed with that. What? Oh, dead ball. Batsman was definitely not ready.
Things getting hot out there.
That's the drop catch again. Just burst through the hands.
Umpire getting some stick there.
Yeah. Wouldn't be cricket if we didn't hear that. Not cricket in Jamaica at any rate. Thomas to Dewar, off the back foot, slaps it out towards Lewis. And he's a big man, but he's a good mover.
He
And did
also
well.
keeps wicket.
Yeah. He's one of, as I was saying, one of the few people that has kept wicket, batted, and bowled for Jamaica.
Right.
Dewar is forward, plays out towards mid wicket. Can't
Somebody
score.
was telling me that Renford Pinnock was one of them.
Brentford
Didn't know he bowled.
as well.
They
Didn't
say he
know that
bowled
either.
left and right hand too.
There you go. 55 for 1 from 15.3. Dewar facing up to Thomas. And Thomas punches out towards Medaf. Was a little disappointed with himself. There's acres of real estate between the man at Medaf and cover. Should have at least hit the gap with that.
That the war,
Off
yes.
the back foot, yeah. Well bowled. Well played. They will take two for sure. And Dewar, yes indeed, comes back for the second square down the leg side.
But this has been a good over.
Yes.
Brian Thomas, yes.
Yes.
Unlucky too.
Are they calling for the water break?
Yes, sir. And can you imagine if he had gotten that wicket, the difference it would have made?
All right. So Kensington, in reply to 203, are 57 for 1 at the moment. Dewar and Hines batting, and that's the scoring, that's the bowling card. The only successful bowler there is Royal with 1 for 19, the third bowler used. Nobody else was successful, Lewis and Bailey.
And Raleigh Thomas was unfortunate.
And Raleigh Thomas, as you said, unfortunate. We take a little break. We'll be back when the play resumes. All right, so new bowler in Carlos Brown.
That's a surprise to me
Yeah, why would you take Javier Royal off? Maybe
because he just got a wicket.
yeah, maybe because two left-handers at the crease.
Yeah.
They're
And
appealing.
maybe this is why.
And well,
Umpire unmoved.
they were more celebrating than appealing,
Right.
which is
That's a
something that you're
strategy.
told not to do. But I think that's more a
That's
Hollywood
how
act
Richard
than a
did
genuine
once.
appeal.
And they say it was intimidating the umpire. Because he was gone out celebrating long before the umpire put his finger up. Umpire had no choice.
I think the reason for the off spinner is because of the two left-handed batsmen as
Okay.
opposed to Royal.
So it's strategy as
The
opposed
fact that
to
he's now spinning across them as opposed to
Okay.
Royal will be coming in. So I think they feel
they have a better chance.
they have a better chance with the ball spinning away from the left-hander.
Right. But let's wait and see.
Hines, 10 from 43, is playing that one out into the leg side. So this is understandable captaincy for the off-spinner to be in operation against the two left-handers.
Who's the captain for St. Catherine? Is it Captain Bowling? Okay, you can't stop him then.
Carlos Brown starting quite well here.
Oh, yes.
Has been on target for every single delivery. This one is worked away through mid-wicket though.
They should get at least 2.
And they should be back for the second.
That's the end of the over, 2 of the over. Score goes up to 59 for 1. Almost set for 2. Forgot that he didn't take the chance.
Right. Hines is on 10. Is Hines 10 or 11? 12. Hines is on 12.
Okay, and the score is 59? It's 59. Okay.
59 for
that's
1.
Hines who got 2 for that. Okay. There's a school of thought that you can't drop a catch. Is that really true?
Well, somebody said that to me on the radio at one point.
It's
That
only
if
a
you-
catch when you take it. So it's a missed chance.
Right. That a catch is the complete act.
Right.
I tell you. So it's Raleigh Thomas who will continue.
He's short. He bowls well in the first. He bowls
No,
well
that's
in the
not
first.
Raleigh Thomas, is
That's
he?
who? That's
It is?
he was the one who bowled the previous over, right? Yes, it's him.
He looks a little bit like he would have
shorter, right?
grown
He's grown. Oh.
during the overs, but we are told it's still Raleigh Thomas. And Dwyer is forward, plays it back up the track, doesn't score.
Much more careful now than the previous over.
Thomas bowls, and this one is hit back up towards mid-on. They come through for an easy single. 60 for 1 with Dwyer now moving up to 12 with that.
12 from 12.
Brings Corey Hines on strike. Hines is 12 from 49. So he's in absolutely no rush whatsoever. But then it's not necessary. Ah, that's a good delivery. That's spinning across the right-hander, across the left-hander, which is why I'm suggesting that Carlos Brown took the ball. Because
Yes,
Raleigh
two
Thomas,
left-handers.
regulation of spinner against the two left-handers, sometimes that's the way to go. That was a good delivery. He did get that one to spin.
He has bowled quite well since he came on, and if you remember, the chance was
Single.
missed off his bowling.
Yes. So 61 for 1 with Kensington feeling as if they have got the measure of the St. Catherine bowling here, but cricket can be a funny old game.
Yes,
Dwyer
a
back on
wicket now
strike.
could make a big difference.
Good delivery and well played by Dwyer. End of the persistent Thomas. 2 overs for 6. And after 18, it's 61 for 1.
18. So 18 overs completed, 61 for 1. They're scoring at 3.42. And I don't think the run rate would matter at any point to Kensington at this time.
Not at all. Kensington wouldn't mind if they go into stumps at 62 for 1, even if they have to block the next 10 overs in a row.
Right, and this is an indication. St. Catherine, they have used 6 bowlers so far.
Yes. Which tells you that they're desperate for
Definitely in 18 overs.
Carlos Brown continues, and Hines is doing what he's done for 80% of the deliveries he's faced. Solid defensive effort.
And you can see he's working, he's playing to a plan.
Yeah. Brown and Hines is just a little careless, a little casual on that.
Yes, and you hear his teammates saying, don't get too casual.
I think that was great advice. Just looked a little casual on that shot. This time he's forward. That one spins. That one bounced. Yeah. Not a bad off spinner, you know, Carlos Brown, and he has quite a cricket brain. And sometimes spinners, sometimes the people with a cricketing mind, there's a quick single they throw. Sometimes bowlers with a high cricketing IQ will get wickets when other more quality bowlers don't.
Right.
Because what they do is they zoom in on weaknesses much quicker.
That's correct.
And sometimes we'll just say, oh, so he's not doing that. I'm going to do exactly that.
Right.
And
exactly.
they are sometimes useful for a wicket or two.
Definitely.
Brings Dwyer back on strike. That is edged past the man at slip. They are coming back for a second.
Did it touch the wicketkeeper's glove?
Appeared so. Would be interesting to see that. Yeah, this is a replay worth seeing. Let's see. Maybe did that carry? Maybe have bounced as well. So I'm not sure that was a catch. Here's Carlos Brown to Dwyer forward. And that one you could see that it was spinning across him because you could see the late adjustment of the bat as the ball was spinning across him. Another good Carlos Brown's over. He's none for 6 from 2. And his input in the bowling lineup, not a bad idea at all here, Sir D.
No, from what I've seen so far, he has bowled quite well. 2 overs, and he has really bowled well. And the batsmen are not too comfortable against him. And little Thomas here, he has been bowling well too.
Yeah, and the thing about it that the Carlos Brown and Thomas has in their favor, neither of these batsmen are prepared to go ultra aggressive at this point. It's clear that they are batting for stumps.
Right.
And because they are not prepared to go overly attacking,
then it's
you're more likely to get away with that bad ball. There you go. Like that.
Right. But based on time, though, they're supposed to go until what, 5 o'clock? Up to 5:30.
If you can get the 90 overs in.
Right, but how many overs they took the inning break out? No, the inning break was actually during tea. So
right. So we'll ask how many overs are left. Off the back foot comes Hines. Can't beat the man at cover. That's Lewis.
So how many overs so far for the day? About 70? What? Okay, that's a 78 over. Still have 20.
Yeah, we may have to go a little bit after 5 as Thomas bowls. And that was a careless shot.
Wow.
He was not cutting. He was not back punching. He was just groping at the delivery. Lucky not to get in it.
I think he was in 2 minds. I'm not sure.
Here's Thomas. And he's on the back foot. Steers it out towards Lewis at point. And can't get the single. Corey Hines here in the midst of a very long innings, 14 from 57. Well, now 58 actually.
Wow.
And this time he's punching, but can't beat Lewis.
And he can't afford to get out. No, he has stayed so long.
There you go.
He needs to stay to the close. But if you notice, everyone so far who stayed long, eventually, just before a break or after a break,
Hines was trying to drop and run, but can't get the single. And after 20 overs, it's 64 for 1. Hines on 14. Dewar is also on 14. And Kensington continues to make slow but very steady progress.
Oh, yes. The difference, Dewar is on 14 from 17 deliveries. Hines is on 14 from 60 deliveries.
Yeah, that tells a story. Both of them on 14, one from 17, one from 60. It tells you that Hines has set out his stall to be the sheet anchor, as they would say.
Definitely. And somebody asked, what's the better 14? And you'd say, what's the difference between a pound of feather and a pound of lead?
There you go. Both useful in the context of the game.
Definitely. Brown again, and he bowls too. Dewar is forward. Just push it into the offside.
Yeah, he plays forward. I like the look of this youngster. He's confident, has all the shots, but for now, he's just biding his time.
Oh, yes.
Trying to stay patient.
Not so easy for him, though.
No, it doesn't come natural. This time he steers it for 1. Well, he's coming back for a second. They're appealing, but not out. I don't think the second was on, Mr. Davis. I don't think I would have risked it.
Yes, but
but
you see, the way they took off, they couldn't turn back either. They were better chance because he turned quickly and he was running. The person going to the danger end was the next person had gone. Look at it again if you see. Right. Oh, well, they're showing the ball. Let's see now. It was picked up, thrown in.
We're not seeing the batsman while they are running.
Right.
It was a tight second, and I don't think you need to take.
There's no need
tight
for that
seconds.
now.
Right.
Okay, so.
Carlos Brown will continue. And this one is stroked up towards cover. No run and offer. Carlos Brown again, and Dewar is off the back foot and slashing it square. Gets 1, and they are coming back for the second.
They're taking some chances there. Risky second, but they're putting the field under pressure. And they are young men, you see. Yes, they got 2 for that. Risky 2, 68. That's what I love about cricket, the gamesmanship, you see?
Yes.
The fielder tie the lace, and he didn't tie the 2 put together. Yes, so, If it was football, probably that's what they'll do. Dewar is on 18 now.
That's
you
driven
can see
pleasantly out to cover.
Trying his best to keep play on the ground. It wouldn't be good for St. Catherine if he comes back tomorrow.
He can be a dangerous customer, yes, indeed.
They need to get him this afternoon.
That one was quicker, faster, flatter.
Dewar
equal to the task. No run. Still 68 for 1 from 21. Dewar 18. Hines 14. Kensington, in response to St. Catherine's 203, have made a steady start. Nothing overly explosive. They are scoring just over 3.2, which is not bad.
Not in a game like this. You're really fighting to get first innings, and then what happens after? Whatever happens after now, St. Catherine, they are the team who really have to push because they need to get Kensington out before they reach that 203. And I can tell you, whichever team gets that first innings, they are going to really put a strong hold on the game to ensure it doesn't go for the second innings. And that's why I was saying the question about the 2 days, and you mentioned about the work and so what. I still think they can look at having the 3 days.
I agree. If this could start on a Friday, it definitely would help.
But they might say costs and those who are working, pay them the day's pay.
All right, so Thomas will continue, and Hines very circumspect as he's been all innings. He's been like a rock at the top
Solid
of
rock.
the innings. This time he works this one out towards backward square for an easy single. And you have to admire the temperament of the young man. He's not tempted to do anything rash. He knows that him being there at the end is more important than the thrill of a few more extra runs. He knows
seem
how
to have a
important
good
it is
cricket
to come
brain.
back. Well, indeed.
Not going to mention his father. If you say he took it from him, it means the father wouldn't have his brain left. But he does have a good cricket brain, and there's a fielder right under the bat there before. He doesn't know Dua at all.
Dua,
You don't. You should never. I mean, it's dangerous to field there.
yeah. Work that one up towards Medan and couldn't score his Dua. Both batsmen looking very assured at the moment as we wind down towards close of play on day one. Dua off the back foot and clips this one out
Should get
towards
two. No,
fine leg now. Will not come back.
taking
for the
a
second.
chance this time. Should be 70. 70 for one.
Is that 70, Mr. Scorer? 70 for one. And Dwar is 19 or 20?
19.
19 for Dwar.
Hines is on 15.
Hines
From
15
63.
from 63, yeah.
Yes, he can stay there for Hines, but I don't trust to be there for Dua at all.
Dwar.
No. Dua is a powerful strike of the ball.
And Hines opens up the shoulders. Where did that come from? And that's
Four
gone
runs.
for 4.
That one came out of the blue. We never expected that. I think that the fielder coming in front of him probably incited that shot.
Yeah, almost if they were daring him
Right, to say
to pull out something out of the locker, and he says, well, I can. 4 runs, nice shot.
74 for one.
Temporary hydration relief.
And you think Kensington might reach about 100 this afternoon? Or 90 something?
Well, at what's the score now? It's 74 for 1. Overs 22. We need another maybe 17 overs, 18 overs left to be completed. Light permitting, we may say. You think at least they'll get in maybe 12 of that. With 12 overs, 26 more runs.
They should get that.
That's a little over 2 and over. You think that
Yes,
probably
yes.
is just on the cards.
Brown continuing.
And Dwyer is forward. Now, let's say they get to 100 for 1 at close of play. Now, Kensington will feel they have the edge. For 2, you probably still say Kensington.
Right.
Let's say for 3.
Evenly poised.
Even. I want it to be 100 for 3. I want to go home and saying,
Looking
we have
forward
a
to
cracker
tomorrow.
of a
Yes,
day
yes,
too.
definitely. But commendations to Kensington. I think they have played well. And they have read the game well.
They've gone about this chase in a very,
Responsible manner.
yes, they have not gone hell for leather. They have not allowed themselves to be overly bogged down. It's a delicate balancing act between those two.
Right.
And they've
So I think
certainly
they have
played
done
well.
well. And must be commended.
And Hines has epitomized that 19 from 66.
Oh, yes.
This time he's swinging over towards middle wicket. And that's gone for 4.
And he's
all of
opening
a
up
sudden,
now. Yes.
Hines, who has been Mr. Stodgy, now 2 of the last 4 deliveries, he's opened his shoulders and has found the boundary. Maybe he's
Yes.
realizing that there's not much to offer in the bowling.
Right,
And
so
he's saying, well, if it's there, I'm going to take it.
And as I said about Williams, he started slowly, and then as he got used to the pitch, he can now take risk because he understands the bounce and everything. And
this time it's 4 more. It's a glance that will
go
run
into the
fine leg boundary.
4 runs, huh?
That's 3 4s in his last 5 deliveries. What do you make of that?
Yes. And my goodness me, he has gone up to 27 now from 68.
Oh, this is Brian Lara-esque at the moment.
Right. The 100 I spoke about, very close now, 17. Yeah. At the rate he's going, the next 2 overs, he'd reach that.
Yeah, I think Carlos Brown's experiment to the left batsman will probably have to end.
Yeah,
this could be a run out.
He's out. He's run out. Oh, my goodness me. That's the only way they could get out at this time.
What a
And I was saying that was the wrong end, but let us see the
tragic
replay.
way to go.
My goodness me.
Let's look at this. Well, this is not the replay that we want to see. Here it is. Tragic way.
That was waste, that I mean.
Steered out towards cover. And it's a Royal who was going to throw at the non-striker's end. Ended up throwing at the striker's end. And Hines is disconsolate as he comes off. It's 83 now for 2.
Well, you said you wanted to be exciting for tomorrow.
Yes.
And you got it. They heard you. And Hines coming very dejected. Yes. Almost everything you have said today has come to pass. And he's walking very dejected, coming back to the pavilion to be run out after. It's interesting, you know, he stayed there for so long, batted so well, started to open up his shoulders, and none of those got him out. He decided it's run out that got him out.
There you go.
And
the new batsman.
That's the wicketkeeper. So the wicketkeeper, Francis, is going out to bat.
Yeah, Javardi Francis.
But running out people, I don't think it's strange to do all doing. I think for Excelsior, they have that reputation.
So it's 83 for 2 now.
And now that Kensington has given it a sniff to St. Catherine, you never can tell what will happen.
Yeah, cricket can be a very funny game.
Yes, yes. And Brown did not get the breakthrough with his bowling, but they run out. And I believe that would have been the last over for Brown. I think he has to bring back Royal.
So it's Francis taking guard as the new batsman.
Who's the new batsman? Oh, that's the end of the over.
Oh, it's
was the end
Dwar.
of the over, so Dwar will be facing. Francis, the wicketkeeper, Javardi Francis.
Is Vittel Laws.
Is Laws going to bowl now?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, that one is short, and he's lucky to get away with that one.
Laws is back of the hand, left arm wrist spin.
Right. That's not so popular in a bowling. It's
almost a lost art in Jamaica.
Yes, yes.
The wire facing.
Oh,
come on.
That's on the leg side. But the appeal came from the person who was furthest away, so you know right away that it's not out. He's just excited.
Yes.
Yes, yes. But this is going to be a good battle here. And we come close to closer play, but cricket is always so interesting, especially near closer play.
Laws to the wire, again short, and that was a little excitement, but the batsman was well and truly grounded.
So, Orville, you said that if they lose 3 wickets, then tomorrow will be more interesting, right? So you think we're going to get the next wicket before the close of play?
I think we very well could. You never know. Here's Laws. Dwyer punches. And you could tell how careful Dwyer has been. Three
Yes,
of
it
those
was-
4 deliveries
were
were dragged down.
phone, and he still-
Laws under normal conditions would be swinging for the hills. But he's keeping himself.
Especially he doesn't want to go out and face his captain.
There you go.
I guess he'd walk the other side. So yeah, he
Nice.
has to stay out there. I remember
Very-
this cricketer.
Yes.
He run out his captain and he batted for the whole day. I didn't want to go back to meet him.
That's probably not so bad thing to run your captain out then. Laws. And that's a good
Good delivery,
delivery
yes.
that is steered out into the offside. Can't score.
So do you think they're going to bring Royal back from the other end?
Highly possible now, but because Francis is right-handed, so far as I know. So they could very well bring Royal back. This time, it's a good delivery, and Dwyer is showing rock-solid defenses. 83 for 2 after 24.
83 for 2 after 24, and I think that Kensington still has the edge at this time, but you know with cricket, they say you should double the number of wickets and check the score and see what it looks like before you actually make a decision. And 83 for 2 could become 83 for 2, 3 or 4, and it would be a big difference. So we just have to wait and see the funny old game. And let's see, Royal is coming back. Who's that?
All right, that's the batting scorecard. Leroy Lugg was the mainstay. Corey Hines, 34 and 27 respectively. Dwyer is doing a good job,
On
20 from 33. And Javard Francis about to face his first ball.
Who's the bowler there? Is it Brown still? Okay.
Carlos will continue.
Yes, you think that he got that wicket? Brown wanted to, to do what happened to him this morning.
Yeah, he got hit in the head from a return.
Somebody
to
said,
the
fling
key-
it,
to
fling
the
it.
bowling end.
That was a good delivery. Actually,
Yeah.
square out the batsman. He had to react quickly in the end there. That's the wicketkeeper, Francis. Javard Francis, yes.
And this one is worked out towards mid-wicket. Will they take the second?
They're
They
afraid.
won't. And I don't blame them if
Yes, yes. Better to be safe than sorry.
yeah, at this stage you don't need another run out.
Oh, no. Can you imagine? They actually found a way to give St. Catherine a sniff back into this game by the run-out route.
Dwyer on strike. And slaps that out towards the man at deep point for a single. Now 85 for 2 with Dwyer now getting to 21. Been impressed with Dwyer. Certainly has looked the part.
Definitely. And I was saying earlier that St. Catherine would need to get to Dwyer, preferably this afternoon, because I know tomorrow is going to come out all guns blazing.
Francis steers that out towards third man. It's coming down. They're coming back for a very easy second.
Was that a steering or an edge?
Well, he would want to say that it was an educated edge.
Okay.
That he was probably looking to open the
say
bat, but
open
probably
the
not
face of
that
the bat
fine.
and run
Yes.
it down to third man. You never can tell. But it sounded a little edgy.
Yes, it did actually. Brown to Francis again. Good delivery. A little bit quicker, a little bit flatter. Francis was equal to it. Knocked it down. 87 for 2 now. Trail on first innings by 116. Whatever happens, Sir Davis, it will be an exciting final day tomorrow.
Oh, yes. Tomorrow
This
is going
St.
to be a
Catherine
cracker.
team will not give up easily.
No, no. So, you know, before lunch, tomorrow is going to be critical to the outcome of this game.
There you go. And Kensington
And we have
are also a very gritty team.
Is this a new bowler or the same bowler remarking his run?
This is
This is Laws.
this is Laws.
Yeah, he's just remarking his run.
The back of the hand, left arm
Left
spinner.
arm, yes. I think he's a rare commodity and must be cared for and treasured. Yes, yes. Okay, and the first name is Vital.
Last time we see one of this sort playing for Jamaica was playing
Don't
for
say.
JDF. Bulai,
Bulai.
Dennis
Oh,
Bulai.
okay, yes, yes.
We haven't seen a left-arm spinner, certainly not at the senior level for a while.
Mm.
And that one is coming off the outside half of the bat, out towards the man at the sweeper position. Dewar gets another single. It's now 88 for 2. Brings Francis on strike. How many overs are left in the day, Mr. Scorer, officially? Mr. Scorer, how many official overs are left? This one is worked into the mid-wicket region for one. They'll come back for a second. Nice shot by Francis.
13.
13 after this. Will we get them in, Mr. Umpire? Yes. What are you not worried about the light? I think that the umpires should call play and allow us to go home. This is Francis pushing right out, killing the spin.
Spectators wouldn't agree with you, Orville.
I know, but they are not. They are not working.
They're having fun.
90 for 2 from 25 and a half. We understand that 13 after this in terms of overs. Francis drives up towards the man at mid-on, knocked down by the bowler, and can't score. He's still 5 from 7.
What do you make of Francis? How he looks so far?
I like how he looks. He's positive all the way out when he's playing forward, but all the way back when he's defending. He's not caught in two minds.
Right.
Look at him on the
Very
defensive
positive.
shot. Well, not that. That was down the leg side. But I like his footwork.
Seems to be quite aggressive too.
I didn't get that, Mr. D.
I was saying he seemed to be quite an aggressive player too.
Yes, he's positive with his footwork, even in
Yes.
defense.
Right.
And sometimes you'll say that to a non-cricketer and they say, how can you be positive in defense? But people
Yes.
who understand know what I'm talking about. There's
Oh,
nothing
yes.
half measures, no
Yes,
if and
if
buts.
it's forward, is forward, is back,
there
is
you
back.
Go. There you go. The two batsmen hold a little mid-pitch conference again.
And they're saying, what should we do to get the light to get worse?
90 for 2. And is this Carlos Brown who will continue?
Seems so. He's a skipper.
Carlos is saying, I am taking full responsibility here. Over the wicket, and David Dewar is playing out into the leg side and can't score.
Do you think Carlos has the one any sort of trouble since he has been bowling to him?
Not quite, but maybe one of the reasons they don't want to bring the Pacers on. The Pacers may just influence
Definitely
the
call
umpires
the umpire, yes.
to get the
definitely.
light.
Right.
Because it's fairly dark. So I think Carlos Brown is saying, I'm not taking the chances to bring my Pacers back.
I agree with that, but I think that he should bring Royal back.
Probably bring Royal
Yes,
back,
great.
yeah.
But he probably doesn't want to have the two left-hand bowlers. But that's what I would do anyway. But let's see. You never know.
You never know. Francis
He's
facing
the skipper.
Carlos
He's
Brown.
out there.
In his 6th over now, none for 23. That hits the edge. But well knocked down by the wily veteran, Danza Hyatt at first
Yes,
slip.
yes.
Has been around forever and ever. Amen, has Danza Hyatt.
Didn't do too well today with the bat.
Nah.
Let's see if he can make it up in the field.
Oh, that is. Now, when you're Danza Hyatt Senior and Danza Hyatt Junior are both
Right.
playing. Now, when you're playing and your son is also playing,
You know that somebody is going over the hill.
it
but
does tell you a story, doesn't it? He's been around a while.
Could say he started playing when he was very young. I don't know.
Yeah, he did. Went all the way up to the West Indies level.
Right.
Represented the West Indies in white ball cricket. So he's been around the block. And as you're seeing, still love and play the game. Boulder, a little medium
Yes.
works at one
yes,
point.
I remember that too.
Maybe carrying around a few extra pounds these days, and has decided that bowling is a young man's art. That's a quick delivery, well bowled by Carlos Brown, but well played by Francis as well. Francis not to be rushed, just backed away and then back in his stance.
Good delivery that. He
Yorker
was
length.
a bit aggressive and then realized just had to dig it out. 91 for 2, end of 27 overs. 3.39 per over. And they trail by 112. Whenever it gets under 100, it's a different feeling.
Yes, psychologically, you now need 2 figures rather than 3.
Yes, yes.
I think the feeling team is smart not to be bowling any pace. I think any pace bowler comes on now,
That would be the end of the day.
the umpires would be inclined to call light.
Definitely.
And I'm sure you remember the days, Mr. D, when it was batsmen who were asked
Yes.
whether they wanted the light or not, and the
No,
kind of
can you imagine the power they had?
histrionics that they would
Right.
do to influence the umpires.
Total different thing now.
That's slashed off the back foot out towards the man at deep cover for 1. And Dwyer moves up to 24 with that, and it's now 92 for 2.
So I think the objective for Kensington now would be to ensure they do not lose another wicket for this afternoon.
There you go. It doesn't matter how many more, they would have already done well. 91 for 2.
They've done very well. And
Oh, that's a pull shot. That almost took out the fielder at forward short leg.
yeah. And even the fielder who stopped it, it was with hard. He's flashing his hand. I think that's royal.
It's a brave position to field.
I used to field there when I'm not keeping, but then you never had the sense at that time.
They're appealing for 1 down the leg side. They're not going to get that. Let's see if there's any baton to it. No, it's a leg by that will be signaled. And ball was always drifting down leg.
Definitely. But at this time of the day, you don't appeal for anything.
Yes, indeed.
Desperate to get a wicket.
Let's look at this. Laws, back of the arm spin.
No, that's pitched outside leg. Batsman is on mid, but the ball itself was pitched outside leg. And you have to remember, it doesn't matter once it's pitched outside leg, it doesn't matter what happens after that.
There you go.
But there are some persons who are not aware of that. You know. But I think that he's going to hit the stump. Doesn't matter where it pitched, but that's important.
Now, once it's outside leg,
Right.
that's it. Here's Laws to Dwyer. Dwyer is it on the boot.
Let's see that replay.
Was there a bat on that? 'Cause the appeal started and then
Died.
yeah. Let's look at this. No, it was always spinning down the leg side. So
Definitely.
no chance. 93 for 2 as Laws and Dwyer drives nicely up towards the man at cover who runs to his left. A little fumble on the misfield, but the batsmen decide, well, let's what?
Take no chance.
Let's take no chances.
So it's 93.
94 it
94
should be
now?
for 2. It's 94,
94
Mr.
for
Square,
2.
Yeah.
Yes. They would want to take the lead under 100 for this afternoon. Trail.
Yeah.
They trail by 109 at this time.
So that's another 14 runs away.
Appeal for stumping. Not a very convincing appeal.
They are appealing for everything. They are appealing for good ball.
Yes, yes.
94 for 2. End of over number 28 as the shadows have long gone. It's
How many overs to go?
getting progressively
12?
darker.
How many overs to go? 10? Okay.
We could get in 10 between now and 5:30 if the spinners are on. Touch and
Well, if it's not the spinners, they're going to call it anyway.
yeah.
And they have quite a number of spinners on the team.
Royal has come back, so you've gotten your wish here, Mr. D.
Yes, sir. Let's see if it makes a difference. He should have been back from the previous over. But the captain stayed on a little longer, was trying to experiment to see if he could buy a wicket. That's what they call it, buy a wicket.
Yes.
But it wasn't for sale today.
Yeah, the batsmen were saying the price is not
Right.
attractive enough.
Right, that's it. So Royal has come back and meticulously setting his field.
Dewar pleasantly drives up towards a deepish mid-off and gets a single.
I think the strategy is to get the run out.
Yeah. Royal is appealing for a batsman who had not only crossed the front crease, but for all intents and purposes had already crossed the back crease
yes,
as well.
Right.
Royal was still asking.
Very interesting here. They're desperate for a wicket now, though. They're really desperate. And Francis.
I've liked how he looks. He looks compact, and that's what I was talking about there, Mr.
Pull it
Davis.
forward.
When he's forward, he comes forward.
Yes, not half-hearted.
No half measures about him. And when he's back, he's back. He's
back.
not up to this point at any rate, because you know such a thing as commentator's curse.
Let's hope he doesn't do that now.
He's not caught in two minds. He judges length fairly early. If he's on the back foot, fine.
Changing field there.
Yeah, a man has gone to back pad. There he goes, right out. The back knee literally on the ground as he plays forward.
Right.
Is
that Hyatt Jr.? That's right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have to like the technical application to the spinner here from this young man. This time around, look how clever Royal is. The first two were just off stump, maybe drifting. He saw the bowler coming. This one is flatter into middle leg.
Right.
Because the forward short leg had moved. And these are the subtle little differences that makes him such a handful.
Yes,
he has the ability to get it exactly where he wants it.
Yes, yes. And he's a very experienced bowler too.
Yeah, seems to be around forever, though still a relatively young man. But
that's it.
He was so good at so young an age. Seems to have been around
forever.
Yeah, here is he now.
Down the leg side. Stifled appeal.
The batsman did well, though. The batsman didn't really offer a shot, realizing that I was spinning down, because with a short leg there,
it's
if
best,
it's spinning into you and down the leg side.
He seems to be a thinking cricketer, though, that batsman there, Francis. Being a wicket keeper, sometimes better able to judge the bounce of the pitch and the line.
And the line. Wicket keepers are good judges of where exactly is the ball relative to the stumps.
Especially since he kept in this match before, so you would have seen what happened.
There you go. So the seventh bowler used, there's the bowling lineup, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's obvious St. Catherine are realizing that they need wickets and they're prepared.
You don't suppose they'll use a wicket keeper to bowl at any point?
You never know. 7 bowlers have been used so far. Laws will continue. $95 for 2, as you're seeing there.
We're in the 30th over now. Full pitch delivery, and he drives it down the outside. Easy single.
I like the approach of Dewar. When I saw him in schoolboy cricket, he was an aggressive batsman.
Very aggressive.
But here, in a final, when the tensions are high and the stakes are high, he's looking very, very responsible indeed. Brings Francis back on strike.
Francis now waits as there's a change in the field, and the man on the sweeper comes right up to point. He bowls now. Back of the arm stuff, and that's the iron ball. It's full pitch delivery. It's actually York, and he dug it out. Good delivery there from Laws. He has been bowling quite well, you know. He has bowled 3.1 over, none for 6.
Yeah, so he's been economical, but he's bowling at a good time for him when the batsmen are not looking to be overly aggressive.
Yes, that's it.
So if you want to bowl your wrist spinner, the best time to bowl him is now, when people are not prepared
to take any risk.
Take him on. Yeah.
All right. So he has bowled a few bad deliveries, but he has been fortunate too. I just said they're not going after the bowling.
Yeah, single taken. I think Hyatt at mid wicket there just couldn't knock it down.
That's Hyatt. Okay.
Is that? Probably not. Or it is. He's taking a little while to get up.
Oh, it's Royal.
It's Royal.
Yes, yes. I don't think Hyatt would have tried that. Would have dived that.
Probably not.
He's at first slip, I think.
Probably not.
He's going nowhere else except first slip. That's like when Clive Lloyd got to older, Viv Richards in their latter years.
Laws to Duar, and he's punching off the back foot square. And again, really not bothered at all by the bowling.
Not at all, and they're just taking the singles at will. And the score is slowly creeping up towards 100.
Is that 97 or is that
98? Yes, creeping up slowly. 98 for two, yes.
Yeah.
It's creeping up slowly, but surely.
Remember, they are chasing 203.
They trail by 105. That's well done. Wait, and then they take the single.
And you like the call of wait as opposed to no.
That's very
You're saying to your non-striker, it may still be on.
Right.
So mentally be prepared. If he says no, then the non-striker would have locked off himself to the possibility of that run. So the conventional theory is yes, no, or wait. And the call was loud and clear. Good cricket. 99 now for 2.
What's the partnership between these two? Not as much.
We'll tell you the partnership in a little bit. 16 from how many balls? From 42 balls.
Oh.
It looks as if they've added more than that.
But it's because it's so many deliveries.
Yes, and the truth is they are in absolutely no haste whatsoever.
No haste and no trouble either.
And why should they? It's become a little brighter, is it, in the last 2 minutes?
It seems so.
Yeah. There's a little sun peeking out from behind some far clouds over the western end.
Westmoreland,
yes.
your parish.
My the #1 parish in the country.
Oh, yes. They always have some more land there.
There you go. And Royal will continue. Royal 1 for 20 from 7. You'll feel that he has it in him to effect another breakthrough. And I've said it before, but this is what you like about Francis. There's no half measure about how he comes forward.
$99 for 2.
And I could tell you, Royal is going to be inching a little bit more and more towards leg stump.
Okay.
Because the forward short leg is on the onside as opposed to the off. He's too wily a campaigner not to know that. Well, that one was probably middle, angling towards mid and off. But there will be one mid and leg for sure. Or at least leg.
Dua is practicing the sweep down there. What he's planning for.
Almost as if he's telling Royal that I know you're coming at leg stump at some point and I'll be ready for you.
Right.
That one was fast and solid. But Francis was quickly on the back foot.
Right on the back foot and punches it to the offside.
Deadly accurate, is he? There's not a bad ball in this over. Francis has had to play at every single one.
Can't leave any.
He doesn't bowl waste deliveries when he's on top of his game, and he's right there right now. Never mind the fact that he's not getting the batsman out, but he has the batsman working mentally hard over time.
Every delivery.
Every single ball. Royal bowls and driven back at the bowler, and now he spears it back.
And that's the end of the over.
Well bowled.
That's a maiden over.
Yep.
Still on 99. Interesting.
Overs to come, Mr. Umpire. 7.
7. Or 8. 7? 8 overs to come. 7. Is either 8 or 7. Somebody said the best is yet to come.
So one says 7, one says 8. Can we find the average and say 7?
7 points. Okay. They have decided 7 now. So 7 overs to come. Just 10 minutes past 5.
Yeah, I think we could get there by 5:30.
Yes, we should.
with the spinners operating, and especially with the Royal, who's just spearing them in.
Right.
Dewar to Laws. And will Dewar continue to play responsibly, or will he be tempted to open up his shoulders? By the look of that, he's going to
no
be here at the
intention
close.
to open up his shoulders at all. Probably close shop for the afternoon. But I'm sure if he gets a bad delivery, he's going to put it away.
He works that through the offside for one. I can tell you
Bring up the
something.
100.
Bring up the 100 indeed. And a little smattering of applause from his teammates. Well appreciated. His Kensington teammates are saying, no more wickets, gentlemen, and we have got day one.
And
covered.
they trail by 103. And the next target would be to take it under 100.
Partnership 17
So
from
17
50.
from 50. Oh.
So they are going steadily. Oh, that was
It was
a
a good
proper
thing.
delivery.
Whoa.
It spun the other way, you know. It's the Chinaman googly.
Whoa, my goodness me. That was a very good delivery.
Special ball. The left hand back of the hand spinner, getting it to go away to slip. That is special. Where did that come from?
Why they call it Chinaman and Chinese don't play cricket? I don't know.
Well, there's a fellow called Bo Sankwe, I think was his name, who was the first exponent of a back of the arm ball, and he was a Chinaman.
Chinese. Okay.
And the rumor is that he, bowling the back of the arm spin, got somebody out.
Oh.
And the person was coming back in and saying, I got out and I got out to a so-and-so. I can't say the words.
Chinaman.
Chinaman. And then it stuck for bowlers of this type. Left arm, back of the hand. Driven up towards long on. And you can't help but be impressed at the approach. Batting is as much from your neck up as your talent. And these two have certainly mentally got it right here, Mr. Davis.
Oh, yes, they have done very well. And they put the team in a good position. You talk about, by the way, did you know Herbert Chang?
I've heard, I haven't seen him, but I heard a lot about.
Yes, I remember match at Sabina Park, and they said that in those days, first person to play a century, to get a trip for two to Miami.
Yes.
Lawrence who was batting. Chang was on 30-something, Lawrence was on 92. He run out Lawrence when he made 108.
I used to be listening cricket in the days when Basil Williams, Richard Austin,
Shotgun
Herbert
Williams,
Chang, Everton Mattis, Lawrence Rowe, that era.
Yes, man.
I was a young boy in the country.
Right, yeah. Maurice Foster.
Prince Francis keeping wickets.
Right,
Remember
right.
Prince Francis?
Yes, oh yes.
Clem Thompson.
Oh yes, space bowler.
Yeah.
I even know from youth and nowadays, long time.
Yeah, a little before my time.
Yes.
Inside edge.
Yes,
I would have been watching
Ray Winter, Ray Winter?
The era after that with Ray Winter, tear away fast bowler from Kingston.
Right.
But then I would have seen a lot more of the Pattersons and the Walsh, Joseph Grant.
Oh, yes.
Joseph Grant was my own schoolmate in primary school. Off the back foot comes Francis, well advised not to take the single.
They're probably trying another suicide. They want a single. And they want some more excitement for the afternoon.
I wanted it to be 100 for 3, but I don't want anybody to give
it's not too late.
away.
Still not too late.
Still not too late. Look at how he comes forward,
right
Francis.
forward. He's frustrating Royal, though.
Yeah, they say smother the spin.
Yeah, doesn't get a chance to do anything.
Ensuring that he's right out to the pitch of it. Almost laying on the ball when he comes forward.
Whoa, my goodness me. That one, he dug it out. And he's keeping his eyes on the ball.
Yeah.
Royal is bowling well. I think he's need to be patient. While it takes so many deliveries to get runs, just one delivery to get a wicket.
There you go.
And Royal bowls, and he's fully forward and plays it back to Royal. The end of the over.
I think Royal is missing a trick here, though. If the batsman is going to be just forward, I think he needs to vary his flight.
Right.
the batsman is expecting them to be spirited. I think he should
Get something above his eye.
mix them up a little bit.
Yes.
So the odd one is flighted. I think he's a little bit too predictable, and it's not
And very
easy.
defensive. He needs to be more attacking his bowling at this
Yes.
time.
The batsmen are not going to come at you in all seriousness, but challenge them.
Challenge him. Throw something up.
Yes, even the odd one. I think he's becoming a little predictable at the moment.
So the score is 101 for 2, and they trail 102. They trail by 102. Laws will continue.
Yes.
Yes. Thomas is going to bowl now. Okay.
Or Raleigh, the
Raleigh.
off spinner.
They
Yeah,
look
he comes
alike.
back.
Yeah. Raleigh Thomas. He bowled well in his time.
Yeah, he did.
Let me see what his figures are like.
And he's been bowling to Dewar. Raleigh Thomas, none for 12 from his 4.
Yeah, so it was good bowling.
So he
One
was
maiden.
right.
Let's see if he's going to toss it up.
Driven out towards the man at cover. Knocked it down well.
That's Royal.
It's Royal, yeah.
The good fielder.
And it's coming to his good hand as well. So
Yes. He'll tell you he doesn't have a bad hand. He bats his right hand.
yeah, there you go.
He's ambidextrous.
Oh, that was... You notice that, Mr. Davis, a little
Yes.
bit slower.
Right.
So the batsman came forward and had
Had
to
to wait.
Wait.
Yes.
That is what you don't want to be predictable, and the youngster is
the
showing
boy
that he's
bowling
thinking.
well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you can't just thrust forward because he's varying his pace, and on that occasion varying his length as well.
Quite a clever little bowler.
Yeah. Off the back foot, punched by Dewar. Can't score. And I like the fact that Dewar is saying, no matter what, I am going to be here at the close.
Oh, yes.
You're going to have to dig me
you
off
get the
here.
feeling that Kensington has locked shop and they're going to stay there for the end of the day.
Right.
That's the plan anyway. Even that, another occasion, I think Dua would have gone after it. A straightish mid-wicket on the boundary waiting.
Yes, yes.
But he could have played that square.
Could have worked it, yeah. But he's kept the bat straight, kept it
Yeah.
down off the back foot. He only played that attacking shot because it was a ball that was really dragged down.
Yes, very short. And he
Gets a single.
and now they trail by 101.
Yeah, it's 102 now for 2. They're chasing 203, or they're replying.
203. Yes. Getting closer to being under 100.
Yeah, they trail by 101. Brings Francis back on strike. And Francis does well to play it out towards short leg. No run.
End of the over.
We're getting closer towards the end of play. How many overs to go now? 4. These are
Just
the
4.
longest 8 overs in my life.
I can't imagine the batsmen what they're thinking.
Yes. If I am so badly hoping for the close of play, the poor batsman must be counting.
Well, let us hope they don't lose concentration.
Well,
And cricket is a game of partnerships, and it must come in this partnership. Francis, he's only on 8. You know how many deliveries he has faced? 42. Yeah? That's correct? My goodness me. Partnership 19 from 66.
yes.
But he has faced most of the deliveries. He has starved door. That's not good. Well, probably.
Royal to Dewar worked around out towards mid-wicket, can't score.
And Hyatt is out there feeling, is that so? Yeah.
Definitely not at slip.
Stands Hyatt is out of the slips.
Yeah.
Probably want to pass some advice on to Royal.
You never know. Oh.
Whoa, that was in the air for a long time.
And I tell you what contributed to that. That one was a little bit slower,
Yes.
dragged down a little bit. So he's not just intending to put them
They
through.
played too early.
As always, I'm saying that they're probably hearing the broadcast
Yes, and somebody here and passing on the
or
information.
passing
to
it
them.
on, because he was much too predictable with his line and length and pace. And this
Okay.
time, yeah, the message is being passed down with the water.
Okay. With the water, not in the water.
Or with the water. He has to vary his pace. Look at that. That wasn't the same spearing
Right.
in. But the batsmen are batting well.
Very well. So it's a 3 after this? Wow. Intriguing days cricket.
Again, that was a little bit slower through the air. And Dwyer not tempted, not intending to do
Under normal
anything.
circumstance, you would have gone after that one. Trust me. And he's just forward and push it into the offside. And the score remains 102 for 2. Just one delivery to come in this over.
Yes, indeed. And the batsman just allowing him to wait. Don't let him rush you, young man.
And
that one was flighted and over the top and hit out towards the long off region. And the
Was
batsman
it a chance?
I wouldn't think so.
Was
It hit back at the bowler? Did it come back on the full? Let's watch this replay here, Mr. D. Was this a half a chance? Yes, it was, you know. Did carry back on the full, but it was hit at rocket-like pace.
It was very powerfully struck.
Royal might be lucky not to have lost a finger.
But he wouldn't mind if he get the catch. It's probably heavily insured.
Well, then again, you never know. So it's under 100 to get now tomorrow.
They trail by 100.
Oh, well, it's dead 100 now. And Dwyer is playing it back at the bowler, no run.
Wow.
Let's see.
Well,
Flight
over
it, young
300
man.
runs scored for the day.
Yes.
A very good pitch to bat on.
Flight them, Mr. Raleigh Thomas. Give it some loop. Yes, like
well,
that.
That's too full.
But that was too full. The idea was right, but the
Yes, sir.
execution
Just a little bit too
just
full.
a little bit overpitched. You're right about that.
And it's under 100 now. The trail by 99.
Right. And
yeah,
you hear one or two of the Kensington players say 1-1 Coco.
full basket, man. Yeah. Balls and, as you said, well forward. 104 for 2. And we're coming to the end of the day. Very close to the end. Thomas bowls, lighted, and Francis forward. Just plays it right back to the bowler.
There you go. Nice shot. He's concentrating hard.
Oh, yes. And he's saying to himself, I have to stay there. I have to stay. Let's just see until tomorrow. 8 from 44. And he's well forward and
Very
just pushing
sturdy
it
defense.
onside. 8 from 45. We have seen some innings today. Batsmen really staying
And you know that
trying
there
their
are
best.
people, Mr. D, who find this kind of cricket boring because it's not T20 and
Right.
dancing curls. And
Because, wow, that was close. Oh, my
but
goodness
this is
me.
cricket for me.
This is what cricket is about. I mean, the other thing is fast food. Yeah. Yeah, this is real cricket. This is what I watch all day. Intriguing
Tension
games.
is high.
Yes.
The intrigue is
But if you
there.
don't understand the game, it's difficult for you to
You wouldn't understand the
really-
subtleties of
No.
what's at play.
No.
I get you. You have
It's
some
just like somebody playing a forward defensive stroke, and all that goes into it, somebody who doesn't understand cricket will think it's a waste of time.
right. They don't understand. Yeah. But what's happening here is an intriguing contest between bat and ball.
That's what it is.
And if you play the game, you'll appreciate what's happening.
That's it. So, is there a change of bowling?
Is Carlos Brown coming back from?
The southern end is Brown?
No, not Brown. It's Royal who will consider.
it's
yeah.
Royal. Oh, from the northern. Is that end Royal?
Hey,
Continuing.
that was worked out into the. How many overs now? Still 4? 11 deliveries to go. There is a God
Okay.
somewhere.
They're going to get all the overs in, and commendation to St. Catherine.
So 11 deliveries to go. What intrigue will await us in 11 deliveries?
Let us see.
Well, 10 left and no alarms. Dwyer stroking out towards
I
mid-wicket.
think Kensington, they have met their objective. They wanted to trail by less than 100 by the end of the day.
With no more than 2 wickets.
Right, I think that would have been their objective. And so far, I think they would have gotten the better of today's play. But trust me, those 8 wickets can fall before the 99 runs. You never can tell.
There you go. Royal to the wire. And the young man is absolutely sturdy in defense. You have to admire the way these two have played.
Oh, yes. The partnership now is, well,
21, the partnership.
Okay. Francis has faced 46 for 8.
I'm so impressed with Dewar for this because of temperamentally what he's doing in this innings.
Partnership, 21 runs partnership from 83 deliveries.
There you go. So that's one almost every 4 deliveries. Temperamentally, he likes to go at the ball, but when you can place, like he works that out towards mid wicket, when you can adjust from your natural game and see what the situation calls for and apply yourself
at this age
for as long as he has done in a final,
that is commendable.
You have to lift your hats off to the young man.
Oh, yes.
So I've seen him make 100 in schoolboy cricket.
Right.
And I've seen him now, 32 from 63. And this innings, I would rate higher.
Of course, naturally.
You have to be an understanding person to cricket to understand that.
And the importance of this inning.
There you go. Final over. There's a God somewhere.
Yes, the final over and to be bowled by Thomas to Francis on the back foot. Just push it in front of him on the onside. 5 deliveries to go. 104 for 2.
Yeah, and the batsman.
And we have seen much cricket today.
The body language of the batsman says, I don't care what you bowl.
And he drives it back to the bowler who feels and threatens to throw down the stumps. And that was a little bit aggressive on the drive there.
Yeah.
By Francis.
He was well up though, He could have easily tilted that over mid-off.
Right, but no chance like that. You never do it now.
Time.
And he's forward again, just push it back to the bowler. And 3 deliveries to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're coming to the end. 3 deliveries to go. 104 for 2. That is Kensington in response to 203 all-out made by St. Catherine. Thomas Bowes flighted and Francis is well forward and poses for the camera. And there's no run. 2 deliveries to go. The umpires are looking quite happy. End of the day, they have done well in terms of time. The spinners really made a difference this afternoon. We're able to get in all the overs for the day as Thomas comes in now and bowls to Francis. And he's forward and just puts it right back along the pitch. No run, no intention. And one thing I can tell you, Dua can take off his gloves now because certainly won't face another ball for today. It's 4 deliveries gone? 5. Okay, 5 deliveries gone. So he won't face one for today.
Last delivery of the day.
Final delivery of the day. It is Thomas. Raleigh Thomas. And he'll be bowling to Francis. That's Javardi Francis. Final delivery of the day one. Day one of the Michael Holden Senior Cup. He bowls and he's on the back foot and plays it to forward short leg. And that's the end of the day's play. Let's see what the umpires will do. They come across and they...
Or there could still be one because it's not yet 5:30. But I think once the 90 overs were bowled, this would be it.
Let us see what happened. Hold on. The umpires are walking backwards, one of them.
It's not yet 5:30.
And let us hear what will happen. Could be one more over.
Well,
based on what we're seeing.
Communication now between, shall we say, the third umpire.
Or the umpire on field said they have one more? They have 89. Okay.
Also, we will still have one more.
Oh, you would know. Okay, you have 38 plus 50. You have 88.
We got 90. We're at 90 now. Yeah, they can add 2 for the No, we don't add 2. We don't add 2 because it was tea time. We don't add 2.
So there's some discussion going on whether there should be an additional over. We won't get involved in that.
I think it's the time. So we're going to have one more over. So I apologize for saying it was the final over.
Well,
so there's another twist to this.
Well, in your defense, that is what we were told.
And we have to work by what we're told by the officials.
Right. So there's still one more over to come.
And Royal will bowl the final over. And I did say Dua wouldn't face any more delivery for the afternoon, and I'm happy he did not hear me.
So the final over, Royal to Dua. You know what would be interesting?
Don't say it.
If a wicket should fall now.
You'd hear the Kensington. You never.
Kensington people would be up in arms.
I
So
tell you,
for the sake of the game, that doesn't
happen.
So I no longer want 3 wickets.
You'll be satisfied with 2.
I'll be satisfied. I'd prefer not to have the controversy. And you have to admire the way that Kensington has gone about it.
Oh yes,
steady.
they have done. I mean, this has been an excellent reply.
Yes,
they were measured,
any chance.
and they went out with a plan.
Yep. They've kept their wits about them.
Can you imagine if they never had that run out?
Yeah,
really, of a fact, you know,
they have very well be the same position.
Yes,
for one.
they have batted very well, and not much in terms of threat to them. They have really batted, staying there and batting, playing each delivery on its merit. I mean, that chance that was missed is a big one, coming back to haunt.
Yeah, you have to admire what they've done so far.
Yes.
To War.
And he hits that one down to mid-off. There's no run. And of course, Dua has been told, do not lose your shape.
Yeah, that's what they are being encouraged not to do.
Yes, yes. 'Cause that's a good delivery there from Royal. And well played by Dua, the youngster, high school student.
Royal
very
coming
well
with his full repertoire of deliveries. Quicker ones, flighted.
Right, you have to admire this youngster. The run rate has gone down to 2.69, but it doesn't matter.
Royal now will try one more up his sleeve. He's now coming round the wicket.
2 deliveries to go.
Please let there be no wickets and the controversy.
He drives it into the outside,
that's
and
a lovely shot.
they take one, it going towards the boundary.
The
fielder's going after it. It goes very close to the boundary.
And that's 4 runs.
The fielder gives up now, and that is 4 runs. This is anticlimax. So, okay, so it's 108 for 2. 108 for 2. And that was a lovely shot there by Dua. He was not afraid, even though we're just 2 deliveries to go at the time.
Right.
And he
the last one to
struck
come
it forward. And this is the last delivery now. Will he hit this one for 4 again? And he was all along the ground, no chance anyway. It was well played. And Royal, with all his experience, coming to bowl to this young man who has batted very well, 36 from 69. Final delivery of the day. Day 1 of the Michael Holden Senior Cup by the JCA. Jabbar Royal to bowl to David Dua. Final delivery. David Dua of Kensington, Jabbar Royal of St. Catherine. And they're making some change of field. Let him wait. They're doing all sorts of tricks at this time.
They are saying you have to wait, Mr. Dewar.
I tell you.
And they are sending mid-wicket to the same position where the backward square is coming from.
They're just changing the fielders. They just switch it to fielders. My goodness.
I like it.
This is strategy. And
now forward, the man at Silimidaf is now coming to Silimidan.
There's
now a leg slip.
Yes, he's just coming there to look. Is he going to move there? Yes, he is. Final delivery of the day, ladies and gentlemen. Jabbar Royal to David Dua. And he's forward and just puts it in front of him. That's the end of the day's play. Well done by Kensington. 108 for 2. David Dewar, 36 not out from 69 deliveries. Javardi Francis, 8 not out from 53 deliveries. 108 for 2. Well done. Orville, your final thoughts for the day.
95 to get on tomorrow's final day, and it will be intriguing. It looks relatively small, but anything can happen in our final. As you said earlier, add a wicket or 2 to any cricket game, and the scores and the tempo can just swing. Has been a great day, a fascinating day of 2-day cricket, and we're looking forward to hearing from you tomorrow.
Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in, and nice working with you, Orville, and all the best, and St. Catherine, they have all to play for tomorrow to come and see, because Kensington did extremely well and must be congratulated. But congratulations to the two teams here, and thank you very much for tuning in. We'll join us tomorrow at 10 a.m. when Kensington trail by 95 runs.